Chapter 575. The Norton Kingdom and the Gautama Kingdom also took advantage of the environment to hide a lot of experts. The capitals of the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom and the Glun Kingdom, however, were breached by the Tsangji Plains Expeditionary Army in one fell swoop, and the Tsangji Plains human warlocks massacred them. The Tsangji Plains Expeditionary Army also inflicted heavy losses on the experts of the churches of the God of Justice and the God of Murder, with only some of them escaping. A large number of refugees poured into the Narcissus Federation from the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom and the Glun Kingdom. Hearing about the miserable state of the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom and the Glun Kingdom, the ministers of the Narcissus Federation were filled with lingering fear. After receiving Yang Feng's funding, various weapons were quickly deployed in the Narcissus Federation, and many benefits were ceded to Yang Feng. Within the royal palace of the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom, Chen Sheng, the deputy commander of the Great Cloud Dynasty's expeditionary army, sat on the throne with two beautiful women in cyan muslin in his arms. In front of Chen Sheng, a dozen beautiful women knelt and carefully served him. In the main hall, more than a dozen generals were hugging beauties in their arms. They were drinking and playing with those beauties wantonly. Unrestrained laughter, women's moans, and all kinds of sounds intertwined. The entire hall was filled with a lustful atmosphere. Sitting on the throne, Chen Sheng looked at this scene condescendingly with indescribable pleasure. Every time he conquered a plain, he indulged his subordinates. Suddenly, a guard strode into the palace and said anxiously, "Commander, the 10,000 elites led by General Wang Lei were annihilated in the Narcissus Federation." Ding! Chen Sheng's face changed drastically, and his hand trembled slightly, causing the wine glass in his hand to fall to the ground with a crisp sound. His eyes flashed with anger as he snapped, "Have you confirmed this matter?" In the Great Cloud Dynasty, experts were as common as clouds in the sky. It had a standing army of more than 3 billion spread across countless plains. However, among the 3 billion standing army, there were only 30 million elite troops composed entirely of great warlocks. The other Plain Development Division controls an elite army composed of great warlocks, but it only has 5 million great warlocks. When Bai Tianqing came to attack the Andrak Plain, he transferred 1 million elites from the other Plain Development Division. Now that 10,000 elites were annihilated, the deputy commander of the expeditionary force, Chen Sheng, who was in charge of the attack on the surface world, would definitely be held responsible. After the Tsangji Plains army under Chen Sheng's command captured the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom, the entire army suffered 0 casualties. He knew very well how weak the resistance of the surface world was. This made him unwilling to believe that the 10,000 expeditionary troops of the Great Cloud Dynasty were annihilated. The guard replied, "This subordinate has already confirmed that it's true." Yang Feng, who fled to this plain, gave the aboriginals the secret treasures he developed. A chief inquisitor of the Church of the Goddess of Love called Ol used Yang Feng's alchemical secret treasure to destroy Sir Wang Lei's worship, and Sir Wang Lei was killed by Ol. With a sinister look on his face, Chen Sheng roared madly, "That bastard Yang Feng, he deserves to die. How dare you kill the brothers of the other Plain Development Division? What a beast! Traitor of the Great Cloud Dynasty." The high-ranking officers of the other Plain Development Division revealed peculiar looks. The high-ranking officers of the other Plain Development Division have heard that Yang Feng was framed and hunted down. Most of the high-ranking officers of the other Plain Development Division were trained by the Bai family or the Great Cloud Dynasty. Although they sympathized with Yang Feng, but they still firmly carried out the orders of the Great Cloud Dynasty. They didn't expect that in the Andrak Plain, it would be Yang Feng, who was chased here, who turned around and killed 10,000 elites. Shit! A premonition of death welled up in his heart and Chen Sheng's complexion changed drastically. Transforming into a streak of light, he shot forward while summoning 6 diamond-shaped crystal artifacts around his body to form a diamond-shaped defensive barrier. A resplendent beam of light descended from the sky and blasted into the imperial palace like divine punishment. The dozen-plus high-ranking officers with Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base were instantly vaporized and disappeared. Worthy of being one of the deputy commanders of the expeditionary force, Chen Xing flew out of the royal palace at the critical moment, and then saw a rain of light barreling towards the great warlocks of the expeditionary force. Swept by the dense rain of light, the great warlocks of the other Plane Development Division's expeditionary army, who were indulging in plundering and burning, were caught off guard, and were easily killed like ants. Chen Xing's eyes flashed like lightning, and countless runes appeared in his eyes and formed an inverted triangle, and he saw a battlestar suspended 500 kilometers away. The Arc Battlestar fired a rain of light that mercilessly harvested the lives of the other Plane Development Division's powerhouses. Chen Xing roared wildly, "Dong Feng, you bastard, you're also a person of the Cangji Plane. To help these aboriginals kill the elites of the Cangji Plane, you're a traitor worse than pigs and dogs." Sitting on the bridge of the battlestar, Yang Feng sneered, "Idiot, if I don't kill you, do you want me to wait for you to kill me? What a moron." Katrina uttered with a sweet smile, "He's not a moron, but you, dear, made him muddle-headed. If he catches you, I'm afraid he'll change his attitude." Yang Feng asked, "Do you think he'll rush here to throw away his life?" As one of the deputy commanders of the expeditionary force, Chen Xing is a glorious sun warlock. Even though he is suppressed by the Plane Origin will, he still possesses junior Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base and possesses formidable battle prowess. In the surface world without gods, he is virtually invincible. Katrina uttered with a smile, "If he isn't a fool, he should choose to retreat." "My dear, you have already condensed a virtual world, and you will be able to unleash your full power for a period of time. Suppressed by the Plane Origin will, he can only display junior Moonlight Warlock rank strength. He'll only be throwing away his life if he comes." Yang Feng's name has already shaken the world in the Battle of the Time Sky City, and the fact that he formed a virtual world inside him cannot be concealed from the world. The experts of the other Plane Development Division must have thoroughly studied Yang Feng before entering the Andrak plane, so the fact that he has a virtual world inside him cannot be concealed from others. As an intermediate glorious sun warlock, Chen Xing can only display junior Moonlight Warlock rank strength in the surface world. If he dares to fight Yang Feng, he will die without a doubt. Disperse and retreat. Chen Xing took a deep look at the battlestar, gritted his teeth, and roared. Magic light lit up, and the great warlocks of the other Plane Development Division cast various spells and fled into the distance. Chen Xing took out a secret treasure and pressed it on his body, and a pair of dragon wings suddenly appeared on his back. With a flap of the dragon wings, a violent wind flashed, and he appeared several kilometers away. There was a flash of spatial ripples, the space in front of Chen Xing distorted, and Yang Feng walked out and uttered with a cold smile, "Submit to me, or die." Chen Xing's face fell, and he retreated briskly and barked, "Yang Feng, you dare to kill people from my great cloud dynasty here? You're worse than pigs and dogs, aren't you afraid of being executed?" Yang Feng smiled coldly and uttered frigidly, "What a joke. Since the Bai family has attacked my battle demon sect, then we are mortal enemies. Chen Xing, I'll give you 1 second to think about it, submit to me, or die. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. Since the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family has launched an attack on the battle demon sect, Yang Feng no longer has any scruples. He will use all his power to destroy the Great Cloud Dynasty. If he can annihilate the main force of the other Plane Development Division here, it will be equivalent to cutting off an arm of the Great Cloud Dynasty. It will weaken the Great Cloud Dynasty step by step." Chen Xing barked, "How dare you? If the Emperor wants the subject to die, then the subject has to die. Since His Majesty has decided to eradicate the Battle Demon sect, then the Battle Demon sect should stretch out its neck and accept death. You don't abide by the way of a subject and wantonly slaughter the elites of my Great Cloud Dynasty. You are a traitor and sinner of the Cangji Plane. It's not too late for you to surrender, and I can plead with His Majesty to spare your life. Are you a brainwashed fool of the Bai family? Since that's the case, you can go to hell. Killing intent streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he frantically extracted the power of the small world inside him. Intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank aura gushed out in an instant, and the true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out. Transcendent aura surged, and countless black chains swept towards Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng gritted his teeth and silently recited an incantation. His body suddenly swelled, and he turned into a 1,000-meter-tall gold giant monarch. The gold giant monarch Chen Sheng transformed into slammed a huge bone containing the law of power into the true God Empyrean imprint. When the bone slammed into the true God Empyrean imprint, it passed through the true God Empyrean imprint like an illusion. The true God Empyrean seal strangely appeared on the forehead of the golden giant king that Chen Sheng had transformed into. Countless black rune chains gushed out, pierced into Chen Sheng's body, and frantically sealed his power. No. How can this be? No. I'm a glorious sun warlock, I won't accept this. Chen Sheng let out a heart-wrenching roar and transformed into a human. Finally, countless black runes pierced into him and turned into strange runes that entered the true God Empyrean imprint and became a part of the true God Empyrean imprint. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand and summoned the true God Empyrean imprint into his hand. Looking at the newly added runes, he revealed a smile, glorious sun warlock. I really have to thank the Andrak Plane's plane suppression. Otherwise, it would be troublesome for me to defeat a glorious sun warlock. Chapter 576. In the Andrak Plane's outer space, 90 huge warships formed a battle formation. Linked together by the Warlock Towers, the huge warships formed a formidable barrier to resist the divine legions commanded by the seven gods. Ice elves, lava beasts, magic note ferocious werewolves, and human braves poured out of the seven divine countries in a steady stream and attacked the human warlocks' defensive line. Countless human warlocks fought with the divine legions. From time to time, several human warlocks would die. But even more divine soldiers were captured, sealed, and thrown into warlock towers by the human warlocks using various secret methods. In the Andrak Plane, once a divine soldier was killed, their soul would return to the divine country again. Within the divine kingdom, the gods would pour their souls into containers to form new warriors of God. Every time a divine soldier died in battle, their soul would be weakened by a fraction. After death, their soul would be obliterated. However, if soul stones were used to replenish the soul of a divine soldier, or the soul of other petitioners as nutrients, they could nourish the divine soldiers and make them stronger in battle. It was for this reason that soul stones were the hard currency of the divine country, fiends, devils, and other powerful beings. If it was anyone else, they would have a headache when encountering the nearly undying divine legions like the gods. The Tsangji Plane's Other Plane Development Division, which was responsible for other plane wars, had encountered gods many times. Therefore, many warlocks would seal and suppress divine soldiers while fighting. Every time a divine soldier was suppressed and sealed, their soul would return to the divine country via the plane's laws, and the divine legion would be weakened a bit. Under this constant accumulation, the divine legion would eventually be exhausted. At that time, it would be the best time to deal with the god's true body. With the help of more than 40 Moonlight Warlocks, Dong Rui and the other two glorious Sun Warlocks, and with the help of the Warlock Towers, opened a powerful barrier and resisted the siege of the seven gods. Each of the seven gods went all out and sent an avatar with more than 90% of their power. If that incarnation perished, their real bodies in the divine kingdom would also be severely injured. The seven god clones burned the divine force crystals in a frenzy, and each of their attacks contained the terrifying power of laws. Besieged by the seven god clones, the nearly 50 Moonlight Warlocks, including Dong Rui, could only barely resist with the help of the Warlock Towers. Bai Tianqing stood proudly on a huge warship, looking at the fierce battle between Dong Rui and the seven gods with indifference. Although Dong Rui and the other 50 Moonlight Warlocks are suppressed by the seven gods, but as long as the believers of the seven gods in the surface world are slaughtered, the seven gods will slowly weaken, and eventually be suppressed by the Zhangji Plains human warlocks. Even though they are in a stalemate, the divine legions of the seven gods are weakening bit by bit. In 2 years at most, the divine legions will be completely suppressed by human warlocks. At that time, with the combined power of all human warlocks, the seven gods can still be defeated. At this moment, a guard stepped forward and said, "Commander, there's a report from below." Bai Tianqing uttered lightly, "Read it." The guard replied, "The expeditionary army commanded by General Chen Sheng has defeated the resistance of the Ice Blue Kingdom, the Scarlet Flame Kingdom, the Norton Kingdom, and the Gautama Kingdom. Furthermore, they have destroyed the capitals of the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom and the Glun Kingdom, killed more than 4 million enemies, and destroyed 72 evil god churches." Bai Tianqing showed a smile, "Well done. As long as this continues, in less than a year, the 7 great gods will be weakened to the limit, and this plane will also be in my pocket." At this moment, another guard came out of the warship with an anxious expression and said anxiously, "Commander, there's an urgent report." Bai Tianqing frowned slightly, and an unclear premonition welled up in his heart, "Read it." The guard said in a trembling voice, "General Wang Lei and his 10,000 elite troops were wiped out by the aboriginal Aurelia using the traitor Yang Feng's secret treasure. General Chen Sheng and his 40,000 elite troops were also raided by Yang Feng, and more than 90% of them were wiped out. Zhou Ming, Wang Lei, Wang Feng, Zhao Ming, Lu Hai, and Sheng Nan were all killed by the aboriginal Aurelia, and most of their elite troops were wiped out. We have less than 10,000 elite troops left in the surface world." As soon as this statement came out, the complexion of the generals changed dramatically, and they were both shocked and angry. Bai Tianqing's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he roared angrily, "Yang Feng! Aurelia! You two damned beasts! I'll tear you to pieces." Originally, the Zhangji Plains Expeditionary Army had gained an advantage in both the Andrak Plains outer space and the surface world. In the surface world, it had gained an absolute advantage. But now the surface world lost 90,000 elite troops, and more than 50 Moonlight Warlocks and 1 Glorious Sun Warlock died. This was a huge blow to the Expeditionary Army. This was equivalent to 1/10 of the Expeditionary Army's strength being wiped out. Moreover, the Zhangji Plains Expeditionary Army was now facing the danger of being pincered by reinforcements from the underground world and divine legions. A general waited for Bai Tianqing to calm down a little, and then suggested, "Commander, the situation is very bad. The ground forces have been wiped out. With our strength alone, we're not enough to contend against the 7 gods. Let's withdraw for now. After the people below completely analyze the plane origin we'll come back and wipe out the aboriginal gods in one fell swoop." The number of experts the other plane development division sent to attack the Andrak plane far exceeded that of the aboriginal gods. In this expeditionary army, the number of Moonlight Warlocks and above exceeded 200. But due to the suppression of the plane origin the strength of the Glorious Sun Warlocks, Moonlight Warlocks, and Starry Sky Warlocks was suppressed, which was why they were completely suppressed by the 7 gods. If the Zhangji Plains human warlocks analyzed the plane origin of the Andrak plane, they would be able to develop the corresponding secret treasures through the Secret Treasure Division. When the other plane development division's army arrived again, the Glorious Sun Warlocks and Moonlight Warlocks would be able to display their original strength with the help of secret treasures. 200 Moonlight Warlocks and above could even force their way into the country of a feeble divine force rank god. After paying a certain price, they could slay the feeble divine force rank god. Bai Tianqing's face fell, and he barked, "Shut up! How could I, Bai Tianqing, be defeated here? How could I be defeated by a group of aboriginals?" The general's face flickered, and he fell silent. This time, Bai Tianqing led the other plane development division's 1 million elite troops to attack the Andrak plane. If he won, he would naturally gain glory and great benefits, and the entire Andrak plane would become his backyard. But once Bai Tianqing is defeated and returns to the Zhangji plain, the 100,000 elite troops will be lost. Even if he is one of the most powerful princes of the Great Cloud dynasty, he will be attacked countless times, impeached by his brothers, and eventually lose his power. Bai Tianqing was silent for a while, then his eyes shimmered with a sinister light, and he said coldly, "Reinforcements, go ask the division chief for help. Tell him that I need another 2 million troops. As long as he sends troops to help me, I can give him 70% of the Andrak plain. At the same time, I'll give him a grade 9 plain." "Yes. Your Highness." A moonlight warlock responded respectfully, then flew into the void aboard a warship, set off ripples, and disappeared from this world. Bai Tianqing asked lightly, "How many days will it take to analyze the plain origin will of this world?" A research-type warlock reported, "Judging from the current progress, it will take our research team 10 years to fully analyze the plain origin will of this world. If we only rely on the survivors below, it will take 30 to 300 years. The research-type warlocks, who were responsible for analyzing the plain origin wills of each plane, quickly reported an accurate figure. 10 years, 30 years, or even 300 years isn't a long time for warlocks. Bai Tianqing frowned slightly and sighed slowly, 10 years, that's too long. At this time, the Great Cloud Dynasty's Bai family has launched an all-out attack on the Battle Demon sect. Bai Tianqing's princes and brothers are active on various fronts, striking at the Battle Demon sect's forces. Under such circumstances, Bai Tianqing gathered the other plane development division's 1 million troops to attack the Andrak plane, hoping to settle the war as soon as possible and take control of the Andrak plane. Then, he can continue to attack the Battle Demon sect's forces, make great contributions, and ascend to the position of Crown Prince. For Bai Tianqing, 10 years is too long. He can't afford to wait. If he misses this opportunity, the gap between Bai Tianqing and the other princes will widen by a huge margin. Bai Tianqing clenched his fists, and his handsome face twisted and filled with madness. "Damn Yang Feng, you bastard, why don't you just die? Why did you come out and ruin my plan? Wretched bastard." If it wasn't for Yang Feng, Bai Tianqing was confident that he could completely suppress the Andrak plane's 7 gods within 2 years. Even if he couldn't kill them completely, he could at least seriously injure them, seal them, and use them as top materials for alchemy's secret treasures. But Yang Feng wiped out more than 90,000 of the surface world's 100,000 elites. Bai Tianqing can only switch from offense to defense, wait for reinforcements, and guard against Yang Feng's pincer attack. Chapter 577. He still hasn't left. What's going on? Does he still have a trump card? Sitting inside an Arc Battlestar, Yang Feng turned on the stealth system and observed the fierce battle between the Cangji Plains Expeditionary Army and the Andrak Plains 7 gods from afar. Although the Cangji Plains Expeditionary Army is still barely resisting the siege of the 7 gods, but at every moment, warlocks are being killed by the 7 gods. Frantically burning divine force crystals, the 7 gods fired spells containing the power of laws barreling towards the Cangji Plains Expeditionary Army. The seemingly endless divine legions frantically attacked the human warlocks. From time to time, human warlocks would die. Under the tremendous pressure, the human warlocks couldn't seal the divine legions leisurely. Instead, they cast powerful spells and killed the divine legions. Even though the human warlocks knew that the divine legions would soon be resurrected, but they had no choice but to desperately cast spells to kill the divine legions. Otherwise, if they were careless, they would be the ones to die. Mechanical tentacles pierced into the brains of the Cangji Plains Expeditionary Army high-ranking officers and read the information hidden in their brains. So that's how it is. The one who came to capture me is the most outstanding 73rd prince of the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family, Bai Tianqing. His mother is from the Jiang family of the 8 great families. He is one of the most popular candidates for the position of crown prince. Under such circumstances, he can't retreat. If he takes a step back, he'll fall into the abyss. After reading the information he wanted from the minds of the expeditionary army generals, Yang Feng understood Bai Tianqing's situation after thinking for a while. If you want to conquer the Andrak Plain, the best way is to find a way to send great warlock rank elites to infiltrate the Andrak Plain. On one hand, they will infiltrate the Andrak Plain's human world, and on the other hand, they will analyze the plane origin will. After the plane origin will is analyzed, the Cangji Plane will manufacture the corresponding secret treasure. The other plane development division will then attack the Andrak Plane with absolute power and destroy the resistance of the 7 gods in one fell swoop. After all, the Andrak Plane was only a grade 6 plane and could only give birth to 9 gods. Moreover, the highest level of gods was only a weak divine power rank god. Once the Cangji Plane develops a secret treasure that can resist the plane origin will, the Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Sun Warlocks in the other plane development division's elite army will be able to display their peak fighting strength. Even if the Andrak Plane's gods joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for them. However, Bai Tianqing was eager to gain merit, so he led the 1 million other plane development division elites to attack the Andrak Plane. Now that 90,000 elites were annihilated by Yang Feng, he will definitely be criticized when he returns to the Great Cloud Dynasty. They might even be deprived of their right to lead troops, unable to make any more contributions. Now, Bai Tianqing could only stake it all and request reinforcements to suppress the Andrak Plane in one fell swoop. This wasn't the best choice for the other plane development division. But for Bai Tianqing, it was the only and the best choice. After Yang Feng made a judgment of the situation, he didn't immediately attack the Cangji Plane's main forces. Instead, he focused his attention on the surface world and opened one Magic Cube Mecha Academy after another to cultivate Magic Cube Mecha pilots. At the same time, he deployed various weapons and communication networks in the surface world. Yang Feng's Magic Cube Mecha personal guards, who have already experienced actual combat, encircled the Cangji Plane's human warlocks in the surface world. The Magic Cube Mecha are equipped with human warlock detectors. Although the human warlocks can hide from most people in the Andrak Plane, but they can't hide from the Magic Cube Mecha soldiers. One after another, elite warlocks from the Cangji Plane who tried to hide in the human world were fished out, and then killed. The Great Cloud Dynasty, the other plane development division's headquarters, on the throne of a palace, there is a black cat sitting. This black cat with a rune engraved on its forehead is the avatar of Division Chief Amol of the other plane development division. Amol is an infinity warlock, and an infinity warlock who formed a virtual world at that. His battle prowess is tyrannical. When the powerhouses of many planes hear his name, they will tremble with fear. A Glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouse said respectfully to the Black Cat, "Sir Division Chief, His Highness Bai Tianqing requests 2 million reinforcements to support him and help him capture the Andrak Plane." The Black Cat responded indifferently, 2 million reinforcements. He has the nerve to ask for it. Since he lost, let him come back. Now that we know the plane coordinates, the Andrak Plane will be ours sooner or later. The Glorious Sun Warlock handed the Black Cat a slip of paper and said respectfully, "Bai Tianqing agrees to give you 70% of the Andrak Plane. Besides, the Jiang family hopes that you can agree to his request, Sir Division Chief. This is a gift from the Jiang family to you." The Black Cat opened its eyes lazily, glanced at the slip of paper, and revealed an anthropomorphic smile of ridicule. After a long silence, it uttered, "Deputy Division Chief Jiang Ziming is in charge of this matter. I have to go into seclusion to do a research experiment. You, take your leave." The Glorious Sun Warlock saluted respectfully and took his leave. "Yes, Sir Division Chief." The Black Cat was the only one left in the hall. Extreme prosperity leads to decline. It seems that the Great Cloud Dynasty can't escape this rule. The Jiang family, to use the Jiang family to suppress me. Anyway, the Great Cloud Dynasty isn't my family's, so it has nothing to do with me. The Black Cat's eyes shimmered coldly, and then it closed its eyes, as if it has fallen asleep. In the Andrak Plains surface world's Inquisition, Kafina, dressed in maid attire, knelt on the ground and served Yang Feng respectfully. Yang Feng, on the other hand, was watching a video displayed on a holographic projection. In the video, charming and youthful girls are piloting magic cube mechas and conducting various kinds of training. Yang Feng looked at the beautiful girls, thought of an anime he once saw on Earth, and showed a smile. If I go to school myself, I'll be the only man in the world who can use magic cube mechas. It must be interesting. Suddenly, light shone and formed a holographic projection of Katrina. At this time, she is dressed in splendid attire. She is gorgeous and full of majesty, looking like a spokesperson of a god in the secular world. Katrina spoke full of majesty, "Judge, my lord has sent an avatar. Please come to the temple." So fast. With a thought, Yang Feng got up and walked towards the temple. In the temple of the goddess of love, there is a divine temple. The divine temple is sealed all year round. Even the Pope cannot enter it. Only when a god comes in person or an avatar can it be opened. In theory, orders issued in the divine temple are far more effective than orders issued by the Pope. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the divine temple, he saw a peerless beauty with snow-white skin sitting on the throne. She seems to be full of charm. She is a peerless beauty who can make people fall head over heels for her with a glance. Katrina stood in front of the peerless beauty's hand with a respectful expression. This made Yang Feng realize that this peerless beauty is the feeble divine force rank god, the goddess of love. According to human warlocks, feeble divine force rank gods are in the same realm as human moonlight warlocks. In fact, if a feeble divine force rank god burns their divine force and uses a god armament containing law force, they can even defeat some weak glorious sun warlocks. Under the suppression of the Andrak Plains origin will, even if a Tsangji Plains bright world warlock comes here, they may not be the opponent of a feeble divine force rank god before the plane origin will is lifted. Yang Feng bowed slightly and saluted the goddess of love. "Greetings, my lord." Exuding faint divine might, the goddess of love uttered solemnly, "Oh, I order you to immediately take your magic cube legion to the plane's outer space to launch a pincer attack on the freaks from the Tsangji plane." Yang Feng sighed slightly and wiped his forehead with his hand, and a strange soul brand appeared on his forehead. Yang Feng smiled bitterly and vividly portrayed the helplessness, sorrow, and desolation of a great martyr. "Great lord, in order to annihilate the freaks from the Tsangji plane, I had to make a deal with an evil god with my soul. Now, like the magic cube soldiers, my soul belongs to that evil god." The goddess of love glanced at the brand on Yang Feng's forehead and said lightly, "Contact that evil god, I want to see him." "Yes, my lord." Yang Feng took out a holographic projector and pressed it, and light shone on the holographic projector. The goddess of love couldn't help but look at the holographic projector curiously, but she remained silent and maintained the dignity of a god. A dozen seconds later, light shot out from the holographic projector and formed a lifelike image of Yang Feng's true body in the void. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Greetings, goddess of love." When the goddess of love saw Yang Feng, her pretty face flickered, and she gritted her teeth and uttered, "You are the human warlock Yang Feng wanted by the Tsangji Plains Great Cloud Dynasty? To use us to deal with people from the other plane development division, you've got some nerve." Among the 7 gods, the goddess of love and the god of murder have the highest intelligence. After the goddess of love captured several human warlocks, she used all kinds of outrageous divine spells to easily bewitch the human warlocks, turn them into her captives, and tell the goddess of love all the information she knew. Only then did she learn that the Andrak plane has suffered an undeserved disaster. Chapter 578. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "That's all in the past. We should look forward. Besides, if it weren't for me, the surface world would have fallen long ago. Since you weren't prepared for the fall of the surface world, you should have been seriously injured by now. Speaking of which, you should thank me for saving your lives." The goddess of love swept Yang Feng's true body and Katrina with her gaze and uttered majestically, "You too, withdraw." Yes, my lord. Yang Feng's true body and Katrina withdrew from the reception hall. Only the holographic projections of the goddess of love and Yang Feng's true body remained in the reception hall. The goddess of love twisted her body slightly and adjusted her sitting position. Suddenly, an amazing charm was emitted from her body. In terms of appearance alone, the goddess of love and Katrina's incarnation of the Pope were neck and neck. But at this moment, her body blossomed with an astonishing charm. Any man who saw her would be deeply fascinated by her. Even starry sky warlocks would be unable to extricate themselves from her charm. There was a flash of surprise in Yang Feng's eyes. What an amazing goddess! Is this the power of the law of love? Even through a screen, you can still feel her amazing charm. Experts below the starry sky warlock rank cannot resist her charm. There must have been many traitors planted in the other plane development division. Among the 7 gods of the Andrak plane, the goddess of love was the weakest in terms of individual fighting strength. However, the divine legion of the goddess of love was the most powerful legion among the 7 gods. In her divine legion, there were even 2 peerless heroes with moonlight warlock rank battle prowess. Captivated by the charm of the goddess of love, they willingly became a member of her divine legion and served her to the death. This was the terror of the law of love. The goddess of love's bright and spirited eyes turned slightly, and her eyes welled up with mist. She stared at Yang Feng and pleaded softly, "No matter what, this disaster was caused by you. I know that as long as you are willing to join us in a pincer attack, we will be able to defeat the Zhangji Plains human warlocks. Help me, okay?" Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "There are still many remnants of the Zhangji Plain in the surface world. I want to wipe them out one by one, lest they appear again and threaten the safety of humans. Moreover, I'm not lightly injured from the fight with those human warlocks. I need to recuperate for a period of time. When the time comes, I'll join you in a pincer attack and wipe out those human warlocks in one fell swoop." The goddess of love narrowed her eyes and said in a cold voice, "You want to wait until both of us are injured and then reap the benefits, right?" Yang Feng smiled and said, "How could that be? I just don't have enough strength." The goddess of love threatened coldly, "Yang Feng, in addition to fighting the Zhangji Plains human warlocks, we have a second option, and that is to send you away. As long as we hand you over, they will definitely retreat and leave this place." Yang Feng said lightly, "Goddess, why are you deceiving yourself? This time, the commander of the army is by Tianqing, the prince of the great cloud dynasties by family. This battle is related to his family's life. No matter what, he has to take down the entire Andrak plane, and you are the stumbling blocks in front of him. If he doesn't kill you, he won't be able to control the entire Andrak plane. Even if you hand me over, it won't help. Besides, I'm helping you right now. If it weren't for me, you would have been killed by them by now. We are allies on the same front." There was a flash of wisdom in the goddess of love's beautiful eyes, and she uttered with a light smile, "In addition to being killed by him, we have another option, and that is to rely on him. He wants to render meritorious service. If we rely on him and offer him the entire Andrak plane, he will never refuse us. We need faith power, while human warlocks need cultivation resources. What the two sides need is completely different. If we rely on him, we'll just be subservient to him. After establishing a divine country, if gods don't seek progress and don't want to become stronger, then they only need a steady stream of faith power to maintain their existence. Human warlocks, on the other hand, need the resources of a plane to carry out cultivation. Human warlocks, on the other hand, need the resources of a plane to carry out cultivation. In theory, there is no conflict between the needs of human warlocks and gods. When he heard the goddess of love's words, Yang Feng's eyes congealed slightly, and then he revealed a smile and said, "Unfortunately, you can't do that. In alchemy, gods are top materials for making all kinds of secret treasures. Besides, compared to you, the god slots you possess are much more valuable. If you surrender, only death awaits you. It's just a matter of time. Gods are formidable beings who wield the authority of a certain plane's laws, and they have extremely fearsome undying characteristics. They are also the best alchemy materials. In the Zhangji plane, there are many powerful secret treasures refined from gods. In addition, many human warlocks in the Great Cloud Dynasty covet the advantage of gods' long lifespans, and so they volunteer to become gods and guard a plane. The Andrak plane can promote to 9 gods, that is, 9 god slots. Even if these 9 god slots can only allow people to evolve to a weak divine force rank god rank, it is still enough for countless human warlocks in the Great Cloud Dynasty to fight over. Once a god becomes a god, not only will they possess power far beyond that of human warlocks of the same rank, but they will also have a lifespan of at least millions of years. That is a lifespan longer than that of Holy Spirit warlocks and warlock emperors. Naturally, it will cause countless people to fight over it. Although gods are restricted by the plane, and their true body cannot leave the plane, but they can use avatars to travel to other planes. For human warlocks who don't have much lifespan left, this is a huge temptation. 9 weak divine force rank god slots can even attract 9 glorious sun warlocks and above to serve them. Even bright world warlocks will be recruited. God slots are also an important bargaining chip that the Great Cloud Dynasty uses to recruit experts. In the eyes of the warlocks in the Great Cloud Dynasty, the value of gods like the Goddess of Love is far less than the god slots they occupy. When the Goddess of Love heard Yang Feng's words, her face remained unchanged, but a chill streaked past the abyss of her eyes. Judging from the information she has, Yang Feng isn't lying. Yang Feng said, I have made some arrangements in the surface world. If you collude with the Great Cloud Dynasty, then I will kill all your believers in the surface world. In this way, the 7 of you will become very weak. Presumably, the Great Cloud Dynasty's powerhouses won't mind killing the 7 weak gods. After all, the basis of a negotiation is that both sides must have equal strength. Although there is still a sweet smile on the Goddess of Love's face, but a storm has been set off in her heart. As Yang Feng said, the basis of a negotiation is that both sides must have equal strength. If the Goddess of Love's believers in the secular world are killed, their true bodies will weaken rapidly. At that time, Bai Tianqing will never let them off. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, so, considering all the conditions, it's you who need me now. It's not me who needs you. The Goddess of Love pondered for a while, and then said, okay, it's us who need you. We need you to attack the Zhangji Plains invaders at once. If you have any conditions, state them. First, the remaining 2 god slots in the Andrak Plain belong to me. Second, I will launch an attack, but the timing of the attack is up to me. Third, I want to establish 2 more states in the Andrak Plain. You must recognize the legitimacy of the 2 states. Yang Feng said with a smile. The Goddess of Love uttered, the first and third conditions are fine, but the second condition needs to be changed. We need you to launch an attack immediately and wipe out the Zhangji Plains Expeditionary Army. Yang Feng uttered resolutely, impossible. Before I'm strong enough, it's impossible for me to attack the Zhangji Plains warlocks. There was a flash of anger in the Goddess of Love's eyes, and she uttered, according to the analysis of the intelligence I obtained, the Zhangji Plains Expeditionary Army is defending and fighting to the death because they are waiting for reinforcements. Once their reinforcements arrive, we'll be in danger. Yang Feng uttered lightly, I see. I'll find a chance to kill them before their reinforcements arrive. If there's nothing else, don't bother me again. With that, Yang Feng's figure collapsed and disappeared. There was a flash of anger in the Goddess of Love's beautiful eyes, and she cursed, bastard. With a flash of light, the Goddess of Love turned into a statue, losing the luster and charm of a living person. In a secret place in the Andrak Plains outer space, there was a flash of light, and the Goddess of Love descended into a statue. In that secret space, there sat the 7 gods of the Andrak Plain. The god of murder asked, "How did it go?" The goddess of love sighed slightly, "It failed. He's very cunning, and he didn't agree to my conditions." There was a flash of cold light in the god of death's eyes, and he uttered, "It won't be that easy for him to watch the tigers fight. If he doesn't agree, then we'll go talk to Bai Tianqing. As long as Bai Tianqing takes his army out of our plain, we can capture Yang Feng ourselves and give him to them." The rest of the gods also showed thoughtful expressions. If sacrificing Yang Feng alone could resolve this disaster, then they would be able to do so. The gods wouldn't mind getting rid of Yang Feng. The goddess of love uttered, "It's no use. Bai Tianqing and the other Plain Development Division have set their sights on the Andrak Plain. No matter how we hide, there's nothing we can do. We can only go all out and wipe them out or drive them out of our plane, and then send divine legions to patrol the plane's outer space day and night. This is our only chance of survival." Chapter 579. The other 6 gods fell silent upon hearing this. They weren't fools. After obtaining the information provided by the goddess of love, they understood their situation. As a sharp blade in the Great Cloud Dynasty's campaigns, the other Plane Development Division's human warlocks have captured many planes and grasped a lot of information. The gods of the captured planes were basically refined into various secret treasures, and the god positions of the planes were enfeoffed to the Bai family's experts or human warlocks who served the Bai family and made great contributions. In a grade 6 plane like the Andrak plane, apart from the goddess of ice and the goddess of love, the other gods will be killed and refined into secret treasures if they side with Bai Tianqing. The goddess of ice and the goddess of love will become Bai Tianqing's playthings, and even props and playthings for him to recruit other powerhouses. The pleasure of toying with a goddess of another plane is much greater than toying with ordinary human warlocks. Some lecherous human warlocks were recruited by the Bai family in this way and became their lackeys. The god of justice uttered lightly, "Let's go with our true bodies. Let's go with our true bodies." The other 6 gods were shaken, and they hesitated. The 7 gods are avatars formed from part of their soul, divinity, and power. The 7 avatars are far stronger than ordinary moonlight warlocks and glorious sun warlocks. However, once a god's true body fuses with the power of an avatar, they will erupt with twice the battle prowess of the avatar. Even if the avatar has more than 90% of the power of a god, but it doesn't have a godhead. Without a godhead, it can't exert the power of divine force to the limit. The gap between a god's true body and an avatar lies in the godhead. A god's true body with a godhead is the strongest and most terrifying existence. However, after a god's true body leaves their divine country, it is at the most dangerous time. Some feeble divine force rank gods of divine legions can even contend against some bright world warlock rank freaks in their divine country. But once a feeble divine force rank god leaves their divine country, then even a moonlight warlock will have a chance to kill him or her. It was precisely because of this that the gods like to hide in their own divine kingdoms and walk the world as avatars. Even if their avatars were killed, they would only be injured and would not fall. An ominous glint flashed in the murder god's eyes. "That's right. If this goes on, we'll die no matter what we choose. My true body, go all out to destroy those damn human warlocks' defensive line." After weighing the pros and cons, the other gods finally made up their minds and decided to take the risk and let their true bodies participate in the battle. Yang Feng has made it clear that he intends to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Even though the gods of the Andrak plane want to surrender to Bai Tianqing, but at the thought of their fate, they shuddered. They can only go all out and defeat the defensive line of Bai Tianqing and the other human warlocks as soon as possible. In the Andrak plane's outer space, countless divine soldiers retreated like a tide under the cover of the 7 gods. Dong Rui heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the divine legion retreating like a tide. They finally retreated. These damn mad dogs are really hard to deal with. Virtually all human warlocks heaved a sigh of relief. Led by the avatars of the 7 gods, the divine legion attacked wildly. Even though the human warlocks were extremely powerful, but they still lost more than 10,000 elite great warlocks. The cruel side of the other plane expeditions appeared before everyone's eyes. Every time they attacked a plane protected by gods, the human warlocks would lose many warriors. If they were the slightest bit careless, the expeditions would fail, and even the annihilation of the entire expeditionary force was a common occurrence. The other plane development division absorbs at least 300,000 warlocks from all over the Great Cloud Dynasty every year. But after tens of thousands of years, only 5 million elite great warlocks have been cultivated. The rest have all been buried in foreign lands. From this, the cruelty of other plane expeditions can be seen. After the huge divine legions retreated, 7 rays of light suddenly shone in the outer space and entered the 7 divine legions, and 7 vast and fearsome auras gushed out from the 7 divine legions in all directions. Bai Tianqing's face suddenly fell, and his eyes shimmered with dignity. Damn it! These aboriginal gods are going all out. Before long, the 7 divine legions swept over again and attacked the human warlocks of the other plane development division. The goddess of love operated the law of love and madly burned the divine force, crystallized divine force. She instantly became beautiful, devastatingly beautiful, and full of charm. She cast a coquettish glance at a human warlock aboard a warship. "Goddess, my goddess! Die! You damned beasts, using your lives to please my lover." The great warlocks aboard the warship were suddenly infatuated, their eyes filled with endless adoration, and they frantically cast all kinds of powerful offensive spells at their companions. The warlock pagoda on the warship issued bursts of explosions, and the entire defensive barrier collapsed. Shrouded in death chi, the god of death with the god armament scythe in hand blurred into motion, appeared aboard the huge warship, and swung the scythe. An invisible blade of death chi slashed out in an instant and spread along the huge warship. Slashed by the death chi blades, the souls of the human warlocks aboard the warship were cut in two, turned into distorted phantoms, and forcibly sucked into the god armament scythe of the god of death. More than 9,000 human warlocks died tragically under the joint attack of the goddess of love and the god of death. The goddess of love burned divine force crystals and cast the divine spell smile of the goddess of love. Charmed by the goddess of love's divine spell again, the human warlocks aboard the warship killed each other, and the magic shield released by the warlock tower collapsed. "Go to hell! Go to hell!" The god of war roared and turned into a 1,000-meter-tall giant wolf. Exuding a ruthless aura, the giant wolf opened its maw and bit the warship's warlock tower that had lost its magic shield, and then chewed the warship's warlock tower to pieces. Countless wolf-headed divine soldiers rushed into the warship and fought with the human warlocks. Among the 7 gods, the goddess of love wasn't the strongest in terms of battle prowess, but the divine spell smile of the goddess of love she developed was extremely strange. Especially after her true body descended, every move of hers possessed a captivating charm. With the blessing of the divine spell, even moonlight warlocks found it hard to resist her charm. The divine spell of the goddess of love didn't have much offensive power. Instead, it magnified her beautiful side by 1,000-fold, aroused men's admiration, and silently influenced men's souls. Strangely, it even surpassed that of the 3 weak divine force rank gods. Every time the goddess of love cast a divine spell, the defenses of a warship would be broken, and then the 7 gods would join forces to destroy the warship one by one. Under the frenzied attack of the 7 gods, 6 warships were destroyed in just a few hours, and the human warlocks inside were besieged and killed by the Divine Legion. At the same time, the Divine soldiers suppressed inside the 6 warships were rescued, making the Divine Legion even stronger. Yang Feng watched this scene from afar and exclaimed in admiration, "Amazing! When the true bodies of the 7 gods take action, they're really amazing." If a god of a plane burned divine force crystals, they could erupt with battle prowess comparable to that of a human warlock genius of the same rank who formed a virtual world who extracted world force. When the true bodies of the 7 gods took action, they burned divine force frantically. It was equivalent to 7 human warlock geniuses who formed a virtual world frantically extracting world force and casting all kinds of offensive spells containing laws. The might of the spells was terrifying. Even when Dong Rui and the other 2 glorious Sun Warlocks and the 50+ Moonlight Warlocks joined forces with the power of Warlock Towers, they weren't the opponents of the true bodies of the 7 gods. Yang Feng made a judgment: if Bai Tianqing's star technique is only this much, then he's doomed. Gods, that's a god for you. Damn it. 9 God Sky Wheel. Faced with the siege of the true bodies of the 7 gods, Bai Tianqing finally couldn't bear it anymore. With a wave of his hand, the level 8 secret treasure 9 God Sky Wheel suddenly flew out and formed 9 gods in the void. The 36 warships continuously provided a huge amount of power into the 9 gods, causing 9 weak divine force levels of terrifying power to surge out. A heartless god with 1 eye and countless runes engraved all over his body suddenly opened his eye, and countless runes appeared in his eye. A grey ray shot out from the eye, cut through the void, and slammed into the goddess of love. The goddess of love trembled slightly, and then a grey force entangled her, and her bewitching charm disappeared at once. She spewed out a mouthful of black blood and retreated into her divine legion. After the goddess of love was seriously injured by the heartless god, the 9 gods of the Zhangji Plain cooperated and forcibly resisted the siege of the remaining 6 gods and the divine legion. When Yang Feng saw that the balance between the 2 sides was restored, he revealed a smile. It seems that there isn't much of a difference in strength between the 2 sides. I'm relieved. What I lack the most now is time. If the goddess of love and the other 6 gods defeat Bai Tianqing, then their next target will be Yang Feng. Only by driving Yang Feng out and killing all the Zhangji Plain's warlocks in the Andrak Plain, will they be able to occupy the Andrak Plain without worry. This is the biggest reason why Yang Feng didn't attack Bai Tianqing and the other expeditionary army. Chapter 580. It's finally built. In the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom, an earl's villa, 1,000 meters underground, there is a vast basement engraved with countless runes, and there is a 100-meter-tall huge machine with countless mechanical pipes running through it like blood vessels. Standing in front of the huge machine, Yang Feng revealed a look of joy in his eyes. The huge machine is a level 3 large matter and energy converter. With this large matter and energy converter, Shizu weapons can be put into mass production. Bring out the strongest main combat units. With Yang Feng's order, the level 2 optical computer listed the strongest units that can be put into mass production. Undyings, with super offensive power and automatic recovery ability. As long as the core isn't broken, it can automatically recover. Void Assassin, an assassin that can travel through the void. Skynet, a super intelligent system that can cover the entire celestial body. Star Destroyer Battlestar, equipped with a Star Destroyer artillery in 1,600 secondary artilleries. Star Destroyer Carrier, equipped with a dimensional space and 100,000 Swift Eagle fighters, equipped with a stealth system, unable to be detected by powerhouses below the Infinity Warlock rank using spells. Ghost Assassins, Invisible Assassins. Cloning Culture Cabins, can cultivate clones in large numbers. Lightning Manipulators, battle robots that can manipulate lightning. Sealers, battle robots that can seal and restrict power. Yang Feng swept the list with a glance, and a series of powerful weapons appeared on the list of mass-produced weapons. After the stronghold was upgraded to level 3, the symbolic power was the appearance of Undyings. Undyings are faster than Starry Sky Rippers. At the same time, as long as the energy core isn't destroyed, they can attract the damaged parts to quickly reassemble and repair themselves. The Void Assassin was a terrifying robot that could move freely in space, just like the Void Evil Ghost. If you aren't proficient in the law of space, you can only destroy them the moment they appear in space. In addition, Starry Sky Rippers, bladed robots, gunner robots, and other basic units have also been greatly improved. The Starry Sky Ripper's speed increased to Mach 15, which is comparable to the full-speed flight of some glorious sun warlocks. The undying robot had an undying characteristic. It could fly at Mach 20 at full speed, and its defense and combat power were far above that of the Starry Sky Ripper. When necessary, it could also be equipped with long-range attack weapons. It was a first-class existence in both long-range and melee combat. The cost of each undying was 1,000 times that of a Starry Sky Ripper. The energy and materials needed to produce an undying was enough to produce 1,000 Starry Sky Rippers. That's because every undying needs Brahmagra stone to be manufactured. The Brahmagra stone was an essential material for the creation of the undying energy chip. There's not enough time. There's not enough time to build the Star Destroyer carrier and the Star Destroyer interstellar battleship. However, they can be modified. As long as the existing war weapons are modified, there should be enough time. With a thought, Yang Feng used the already manufactured Level 3 optical computer to analyze and issue a series of orders. Andrak Plane Outer Space. Bai Tianqing stood on a huge warship and looked into the distance. His eyes were filled with anxiety as he gnashed his teeth and said, "Damn it! Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet?" When the 7 God True Bodies arrived, they launched a frenzied attack on Bai Tianqing and his party. Even though they used the 9 God Skywheel, but Bai Tianqing and his party still couldn't resist the frenzied attacks of the 7 gods. The 9 God Skywheel was a level 8 secret treasure refined from 9 weak divine force rank gods. Only a bright world warlock or an intermediate divine force rank god could exert the peerless power of this secret treasure. Even though Bai Tianqing and the other warlocks used the power of warlock towers to simulate the form of divine force and operate the 9 God Skywheel, but they still couldn't exert the full power of the 9 God Skywheel. It was already very strenuous for them to resist the 7 gods. If it wasn't for the unfeeling god severely wounding the goddess of love as soon as the 9 God Skywheel appeared, the Zhangji Plains Expeditionary Army would have collapsed by now. Even so, under the frenzied siege of the 7 gods, the Zhangji Plains Expeditionary Army suffered more than 200,000 casualties. Plus the 100,000 casualties in the surface world. The Zhangji Plains Expeditionary Army, which has lost more than 300,000 troops, is on the verge of collapse. The god of murder's voice echoed in the crowd, "Bai Tianqing, take your people and leave the Andrak Plain. As long as you leave this place, we can pretend that what happened in the past never happened." The goddess of love's beautiful voice was full of bewitchment. "Bai Tianqing, for your own selfish gain, you ordered 1 million elite warlocks of the other plane development division to be buried with you. You're really vicious. Leaving here and regrouping is the best course of action. For your own selfish gain, you let so many elites die. Aren't you too ruthless?" When the human warlocks of the other plane development division heard this, their morale plummeted at once. If they weren't in another plane, only death would await them if they tried to escape. At this moment, many people have already chosen to escape. The elite soldiers of the other plane development division are all great warlock rank powerhouses. Although they have amazing battle prowess, but they aren't puppets. They have their own thoughts. Bai Tianqing issued the unreasonable order to stay here and fight to the death. Virtually everyone knows what he's thinking. A gloomy expression on his face, Bai Tianqing is silent, but his heart is filled with anxiety. He can feel the dissatisfaction in the hearts of the warlocks of the other plane development division, as well as the undercurrents lurking below. But for the sake of the Andrak plane, for the sake of the position of Crown Prince, he can only do whatever it takes. Even if he knows that it's wrong, he has to go all the way. In the gods' camp. The god of war swept the battlefield with a glance, his eyes flashed with the light of wisdom, and he quickly made an accurate prediction: 7 days. With the morale and strength of the human warlocks, 7 more days is their limit. If they don't escape within 7 days, they won't be able to escape. Hearing this, the other 6 gods breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they persist for 7 more days, they will be able to defeat the Tsangji Plains human expeditionary army. Suddenly, spatial ripples flickered in the center of the human warlocks outside the Tsangji Plain, and a human warlock warship suddenly flew out. Reinforcements. Our reinforcements are here. Huh, those wretched other race indigenous gods, you're dead. Reinforcements, our reinforcements are here. As soon as the human warlock warship flew out, the Tsangji Plains human warlocks erupted with earth-shaking roars of excitement. A tall, burly, and handsome middle-aged man walked on air, arrived in front of the nine-god sky wheel, and pointed with a finger. Pinnacle glorious sun warlock rank aura diffused from him, and a gold ray entered the nine-god sky wheel. The divine spirits within the nine-god sky wheel seemed to awaken one by one, and the might of the weak divine power rank slowly emanated from the bodies of the nine divine spirits. Deputy Division Chief Jiang Ziming. Deputy Division Chief Jiang Ziming personally took action. This time, the indigenous gods are dead for sure. Excited voices sounded among the warlocks. Jiang Ziming is a powerful bright world warlock, comparable to an intermediate divine force rank god. Even under the suppression of the plains laws, Jiang Ziming still maintains pinnacle glorious sun warlock rank strength, which is enough to operate the nine-god sky wheel. There was a flash of despair in the eyes of the god of murder, and he roared wildly, "Damn it, how can this be? Only 7 days left. Only 7 days left." There was a flash of despair in the beautiful eyes of the goddess of love. "Damn it. What do we do now? Hide back in the divine country? That's only delaying death." There was a flash of despair in the eyes of the other 5 gods. Jiang Ziming was already able to fight against the 7 deities with the help of the 9-god sky wheel. Once the expeditionary army's reinforcements arrived, the divine legion of the 7 gods would not be able to resist the expeditionary army that was filled with experts after losing the support of the 7 gods. Bai Tianqing's face twisted, and he laughed wildly, "Haha, we're saved. You wretched native gods and that damn traitor Yang Feng. I'll tear you to pieces and make you regret living in this world." Fire. Yang Feng's cold order sounded, and the Star Destroyer artillery mounted on the invisible arc battlestar flashed, and a resplendent beam barreled towards the 9-god sky wheel. In an instant, that incomparably resplendent beam of light slammed into the 9-god sky wheel. Before the 9 weak divine force rank gods could fully awaken, they were devoured by that beam of light and completely vaporized. The terrifying Star Destroyer artillery beam that can destroy stars also engulfed the Deputy Division Chief of the other Plane Development Division, Jiang Ziming. Suddenly, one magic shield after another appeared around Jiang Ziming. The magic shields were instantly engulfed by the beam of light and shattered like tofu. "No. How can this be? No, I don't want to die. I don't want to." Along with miserable screams, the bright world warlock Jiang Ziming was vaporized and disappeared. Bai Tianqing was struck dumb when he saw Jiang Ziming vaporized, and his eyes filled with despair. "Impossible. How can this be? How can this be? He's a bright world warlock, how can this be?" Chapter 581. If it was in the Tsangji Plain, then even if Jiang Ziming was ambushed, with his pinnacle bright world warlock rank strength, the Star Destroyer artillery would at most seriously injure him, but not kill him. But in the Andrak Plain, Jiang Ziming was also suppressed by the Plane Origin will, and his strength dropped to a terrifying level, which is why he was killed by the Star Destroyer artillery. After firing the Star Destroyer cannon, the Arc Battlestar also exploded due to the terrifying recoil of the cannon, and countless parts splattered everywhere. Yang Feng looked at the disintegrated Battlestar and mused regretfully, "It's still too difficult to use Star Destroyer artillery on these Arc Battlestars." The 36 Arc Battlestars hidden by Yang Feng lifted the cloaking system, and 36 beams instantly slammed into the Tsangji Plains Expeditionary Army warships that lost the protection of the 9-god sky wheel. One after another, the Tsangji Plains Expeditionary Army warships exploded, and countless warlocks were engulfed by the explosions. There was a fierce gleam in the eyes of the god of war, and he barked, "Kill them! Kill them all!" The 7 gods urged violent divine force and cast various divine spells containing laws barreling towards the Tsangji Plains human warlocks. "It's over, let's escape first." When Dong Rui saw this scene, his face flickered, and he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the astral passageway rippling. When Dong Rui fled, the Moonlight Warlocks recruited by the Bai family turned around and fled towards the astral passageway without hesitation. Each Moonlight Warlock has a lifespan of thousands of years. Except for the Moonlight Warlocks cultivated by the Bai family, the Jiang family, and the Great Cloud Dynasty, the rest of the Moonlight Warlocks won't go all out in this certain death battle. The Tsangji Plains human warlocks were already at a complete disadvantage. Now that 1/3 of the Moonlight Warlocks have fled, the situation has become even worse. Frantically burning divine force crystals, the 7 gods tore apart the human warlocks' defensive line like 7 invincible existences. Numerous divine soldiers rushed towards the human warlocks one after another and fought with them. With each blow, the 7 gods destroyed a warlock tower, and then left the divine legions to fight the human warlocks who have lost the protection of their warlock towers. One after another, warships of the Other Plane Development Division flew out from the astral passageway. Every time a warship flew out, the 36 battlestars fired countless artilleries at the warship and blasted the warlock towers away. Before the warships could conjure magic shields, Yang Feng smashed their warlock towers, and then devoured them by the Divine Legion. Seeing that the situation was collapsing, the elites of the Other Plane Development Division finally began to crumble. Countless light dots frantically fled towards the astral passage. The reinforcements of the Other Plane Development Division poured in continuously, nearly filling the astral passage to the brim. Many great warlocks who fled into the astral passage were crushed to pieces by the fearsome spatial force. Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, a high-ranking officer immediately shouted anxiously at Bai Tianqing, "Your Highness, run. If you don't, you'll become a prisoner." Bai Tianqing uttered with a distressed expression, "Run? Where else can I run to? 1 million elite troops of the Other Plane Development Division were destroyed in my hands. When I return to the Tsangji Plain, my imperial father will never let me off. My brothers will definitely not let go of this great opportunity." 1 million elite troops of the Other Plane Development Division died in the Andrak Plane, which is equivalent to 1/5 of the division's elite force. Coupled with the death of a Bright World warlock, the reinforcements were ambushed. Even though Bai Tianqing is a prince and has the backing of the Jiang family, but he still cannot bear this huge loss. The high-ranking officer barked, "Your Highness, as long as you live, everything is possible." Bai Tianqing's eyes flashed brightly, and he gritted his teeth and uttered, "That's right, I want to live. Everything is possible if I live." With that, Bai Tianqing's figure flickered, and he turned into a resplendent ray of light and flew towards the astral passageway. A dozen plus Moonlight Warlocks followed Bai Tianqing and flew towards the astral passageway. At this time, reinforcements are pouring into the astral passageway on warships. Only sporadic human warlocks can escape through the astral passageway. Once you board a warship, there will be an accident where 2 warships collide. In the astral passageway, a collision between 2 warships is tantamount to a dead end, and may even cause the astral passageway to collapse. Only Moonlight Warlocks comparable to transcendent rank powerhouses can use that passageway to escape the death astral boundary and seek a way out. No. Son of a bitch, these bastards abandoned us. Damn it, that bastard Bai Tianqing abandoned us. It's over. These damned beasts have abandoned us. I have been fighting for the imperial court all my life, yet I didn't expect to be abandoned by these bastards. From now on, I am no longer a person of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Angry curses came from the warships. Light shone, and great warlocks descended from the sky and flew towards the surface world like raindrops. The astral passageway isn't something that great warlocks can cross. These great warlocks aren't heroes. In this desperate situation, they found a way out, that is, to land on the Andrak Plain. It's best if they can sneak into the Andrak Plain. These great warlocks are elites who have gone through countless training and battles. Once they sneak into the Andrak Plain, they can survive no matter how harsh the environment is. The 36 arc battlestars shone brightly, and a rain of light shot towards the elite great warlocks of the other plane development division and killed them one by one. Boom! Boom! Huge explosions rang incessantly. As soon as the Tsangji Plane's warships flew out of the astral passageway, they were besieged by the 7 gods who burned divine force. The 7 gods will never allow the Tsangji Plane's human warlocks to gain a foothold in the Andrak Plane again. They are well aware that in terms of strength, the Andrak Plane is far from being the Tsangji Plane's opponent. Only by not giving the Tsangji Plane's experts a foothold and making it impossible for the Tsangji Plane to study the Andrak Plane's origin will they be able to control the Andrak Plane forever. One warship after another flew out of the astral passageway, and then was destroyed. The human warlocks inside were besieged and killed by the countless divine legions commanded by the 7 gods. After the 83 warships entered the Andrak Plane, no more warships entered the Andrak Plane through the astral passageway. Clearly, the human warlocks who were lucky enough to escape have informed the high-ranking officer commanding the reinforcements about the Andrak Plane, stopping him from throwing away his life. Fire! As the 7 gods besieged the remaining Tsangji Plane's human warlocks, Yang Feng ordered mercilessly. The 5 archetype battlestars equipped with Star Destroyer artilleries shone brightly, and 5 dazzling beams of light shot out in an instant and slammed into the god of war, the god of death, the god of assassination, the god of justice, and the god of fire. Damn it! Yang Feng, you bastard! Son of a bitch! Amidst a series of frenzied roars, the 5 gods were instantly devoured by the incomparably resplendent pillar of light and vaporized, leaving only 5 godhoods that fell from the sky. The void twisted, and 5 void assassins emerged from the void, grabbed the godheads of the 5 gods, and disappeared. Virtually at the same time, beams from the main artillery of 2 arc battlestars instantly slammed into the lower body of the goddess of ice and the goddess of love, seriously injuring the 2 goddesses with one strike. Yang Feng, you damn bastard! Yang Feng, I won't let you off. Following 2 enraged shouts, the remaining heads of the goddess of ice and the goddess of love turned into 2 streams of light and flew towards their respective divine countries. Sitting inside a warship, Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with regret. Unfortunately, I only modified 6 Star Destroyer artilleries. If I had more Star Destroyer artilleries, I would have been able to wipe out the gods in one fell swoop. After the Tsangji Plane's expeditionary force was eliminated, the next step for the 7 gods of the Andrak Plane was to expel Yang Feng from the plane. Yang Feng, on the other hand, had to take the Andrak Plane as one of his bases. The contradiction between the 2 sides was irreconcilable. Therefore, before the Tsangji Plane's human warlocks were wiped out, Yang Feng sneak attacked the 7 gods and insta-killed 5 gods with the help of the Star Destroyer artilleries. Yang Feng ordered coldly, now it's time to put an end to this. Go and annihilate them. In the surface world, mountains far away from human habitation split open, and swarms of starry sky rippers and other second-generation battle robots soared into the sky, turned into a sky-blotting torrent of steel, and flew towards the broken 7 divine legions and the human warlocks who have already lost the ability to resist. Among the 7 divine legions, the divine legions of the goddess of love and the goddess of ice retreated frantically and fled towards their divine countries. On the other hand, the god of war and the other 4 divine legions pounced on the mechanical army in a frenzy, clashing with the mechanical army wave after wave. Before the 2 armies collided, the 36 arc battlestars fired countless beams that slammed into the divine legions of the 5 gods and blasted tens of thousands of divine soldiers into pieces. Chapter 582. Now that the god of war and the other 4 gods have died, the soldiers in their divine legions no longer have the ability to be reborn. The millions of Divine Legion soldiers were torn into countless pieces by the fierce artillery fire of the interstellar battleships. The second-generation battle robots, with the Starry Sky Rippers as the main force, turned into a torrent of steel that pierced into the midst of the Divine Legions. Their engines roared, and they slaughtered the Divine Legions in a frenzy. Most of the Divine soldiers were powerhouses below the level 3 Warlock rank, with only about 100,000 of them being Legend rank powerhouses. As soon as the Starry Sky Rippers rushed into the Divine Legions, they cut them apart as if they were cutting cheese and slaughtered the Divine soldiers. The sound of explosions continued in the sky, and countless parts and fragments fell from the sky, crashing to the ground. What fearsome mechanical golems! The fighting strength of each mechanical golem isn't inferior to that of a Legend rank powerhouse. And there are millions of them. What a dangerous fellow! Hiding in her divine country, the goddess of love looked at the dense crowd of Starry Sky Rippers, and couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. At this time, under the nourishment of divine force, the goddess of love's half of her body has been completely restored, and her aura is only slightly weaker than when she was at her peak. Hiding in her divine country, the goddess of ice watched the 5 divine legions being swallowed by the mechanical torrent. Her thoughts revolved lightning fast, yet she couldn't come up with a good idea. What do I do? Am I just going to watch him take control of the Andrak plane? The fierce battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and the 1 million soldiers of the 5 divine legions were wiped out by Yang Feng's steel torrent without any suspense. Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, the human warlocks of the other plane development division surrendered to Yang Feng, allowing him to gather 200,000 elites of the division. After doing all this, the 200,000 battle robots, after replenishing their energy, turned into a torrent of steel and flew towards the divine country where the god of war lived. The 200,000 battle robots were just scouts sent out by Yang Feng to test the waters. Every god's divine kingdom was their lair and the most powerful and terrifying divine artifact. When a supreme god walks around with their true bodies in the outside world, they are equivalent to a great holy step powerhouse. However, in the first Warlock Dynasty era, there was a supreme god who even seriously injured the Time Lord in his divine country. This was the terrifying power of a divine kingdom. A divine kingdom was the embodiment of a god's strongest power. It was much more powerful than any divine artifact. Every god, unless they were idiots, would do their best to strengthen their own divine kingdom. The longer a god lived, the more powerful their divine kingdom would be, and the harder it would be to kill them. For some feeble divine force rank gods who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years, even if a bright world warlock enters their divine country, they will be suppressed and killed if careless. When the 200,000 battle robots arrived in front of the god of war's divine country, the battle robots flying in the front slammed into a membrane and disintegrated, turning into countless parts. The divine kingdom was the palace where the gods lived, and it was always protected by a powerful barrier. Unless the gods opened the barrier on their own initiative, the only way to enter the divine kingdom was to attack and destroy the barrier. The gunner troops among the 200,000 main battle robots held the railgun and fired wildly at the boundary of the divine kingdom. The densely packed light beams bombarded the barrier of the divine kingdom like raindrops, setting off ripples. Based on the current intensity of the attack, if the attack continues for a month, the barrier of the divine kingdom will be broken. The Level 3 optical computer deduced the result of the battle from the changes in the barrier of the divine kingdom in a flash. Yang Feng showed a smile. However, there is a simpler and more effective way. Spatial ripples surged in front of the divine country, and countless devourers suddenly flew out, pounced on the divine country's barrier, and frantically absorbed the barrier's force. Energy crystals were expelled by the insect-like devourers, and then quickly collected by the rest of the battle robots. The energy crystals excreted by the devourer were all super energy crystals, and each of them contained 10,000 times more energy than ordinary high-energy crystals. Super energy crystals were a necessity for third-generation and above battle robots like the Undyings. Warships and other giant war weapons could use various types of energy crystals to replenish their energy. On the other hand, battle robots like the Starry Sky Ripper and Undyings required higher-grade energy crystals to power them. Only then could they erupt with incomparably tyrannical power. The energy contained in a super-energy crystal was already comparable to that of an ordinary Starry Sky Warlock, which was why it could be used to drive the terrifying third-generation battle robots like the Undyings. Under the frenzied devouring of the Devourers, the Divine Country barrier only lasted for 2 hours before collapsing completely. The 200,000 battle robots poured into the Divine Country of the God of War like a tide. In fact, the God of War was an incarnation of a magic note wolf. Within the Divine Country of the God of War, there was a vast grassland with no end in sight. The grassland with no end in sight was divided into different levels, and there were all kinds of extraordinary life forms of different types wandering around. Magic note wolves were very belligerent, and liked to hunt and fight. Therefore, the Divine Country was filled with all kinds of extraordinary life forms for them to hunt. After the magic note wolf died, their souls would reincarnate in the Divine Country and transform into petitioners, and then enjoy the fun of fighting and hunting in the Divine Country. Within the Divine Kingdom, there were countless preys, distributed in different areas according to their strength. The magic note fierce werewolves could wantonly hunt those extraordinary life forms. So long as the magic note wolf incarnation of the God of War gave an order, the countless extraordinary life forms in the Divine Country would turn into his subordinates and launch a desperate attack against the invaders. As soon as the battle robots flew into the Divine Country of the God of War, they fell to the ground one by one. The Divine Country of the God of War has the law of flight restriction. Anyone who enters the Divine Country will be prohibited from flying. Moreover, the law of space, the law of shadows, and many other laws are prohibited and rejected. This is equivalent to a small world with unique laws. As soon as the battle robots entered the Divine Country of the God of War, they immediately fed back all kinds of information, which was quickly analyzed by the Level 3 optical computer. In the Divine Country of every god, different laws were set up by the god, and even the god who set up the laws had to abide by those laws. However, those laws were of great benefit to the god themselves. Although the magic note wolf could fly in the sky, but most of the extraordinary life forms in the Divine Country couldn't fly in the sky. Once the law of flight restriction was set up, even intermediate divine force rank gods would be knocked down to the mundane world, unable to fly in the Divine Country. Electromagnetic beams barreled towards the extraordinary life forms and blasted them into pieces. After the extraordinary life forms were blasted into pieces, a copious amount of blood splashed about, sprinkled on the ground, and finally turned into specks of light and disappeared from the world. There are more than 30 million extraordinary life forms in this Divine Country. These extraordinary life forms aren't real life forms, but existences formed from the combination of divine force and the laws of this Divine Country. Killing them only consumes a bit of divine force. With the help of the Level 3 optical computer, Yang Feng quickly made a judgment. In the special environment of this Divine Country, many spells and divine spells couldn't be used. If an ordinary Bright World Warlock entered this Divine Country alone, they would be exhausted to death by the more than 30 million extraordinary life forms. After all, in this Divine Country, Bright World Warlocks couldn't use the power of heaven and earth to cast some earth-shattering meteorological spells. The huge mechanical legion crushed all the extraordinary life forms blocking their way until they reached the center of the Divine Country. In the center of the Divine Country, there was a huge ancient tree with a huge lair on it. The huge lair was the residence of the God of War. A dense crowd of battle robots quickly climbed into the huge lair and drilled into it. Inside the lair, precious divine force crystals could be seen everywhere. The battle robots quickly plundered the divine force crystals, and then transported them outside the Divine Country. Shortly after the battle robots left, the Divine Country of the God of War trembled slightly, spatial ripples appeared behind it, and a fearsome attractive force enveloped the Divine Country and pulled it into the astral boundary. When the divine country of the god of war fell into the astral boundary, countless stones flew over from the void and enveloped it, forming a deathly still celestial body. On the Andrak plane, a star could clearly be seen radiating dazzling light, and then slowly falling and disappearing. The divine countries of the god of death, the god of fire, the god of justice, and the god of murder lit up brightly, and then were swallowed by the astral boundary and turned into a deathly still celestial body. When a god died, their divine countries would be swallowed by the astral boundary and become an abandoned celestial body. If a god could be resurrected, they could enter the abandoned celestial body, spend a copious amount of divine force, and transform the abandoned celestial body into a real divine country. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. Unfortunately, I'm not strong enough. If it was an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, they could use the power of secret treasures to lock up the divine countries and refine them into special secret treasures. Secret treasures refined from divine countries are extremely powerful. They are world-class secret treasures. In the Tsangji plane, human warlocks who can form a virtual world are very rare. In order to improve the fighting strength of warlocks, alchemists proposed the concept of world-class secret treasures. Chapter 583. The so-called world-class secret treasure was a secret treasure that was similar to a virtual world by using the god's divine kingdom and all kinds of unimaginable alchemy techniques mastered by humans. Through world-class secret treasures, human warlocks could absorb world force like experts who cultivated a virtual world and possess a steady stream of terrifying power to contend against experts of the same rank. World-class secret treasures were a concept put forward by the Magic Note dynasty, and it was only realized in the later stages of the Magic Note dynasty. The Great Cloud dynasty also had methods to refine world-class secret treasures. Unfortunately, to refine world-class secret treasures, one needed to be an Infinity Warlock specializing in alchemy and expended tremendous power to refine them. In the Magic Note dynasty, alchemy reached great heights, and it was an era when human alchemy flourished to the extreme. The status of alchemists in the Magic Note dynasty surpassed that of any other era by far. In the Magic Note dynasty, 7 emperor-level secret treasures had been refined. One of them was the Kingdom of Gods, which was refined from the divine kingdoms of countless deities. After the collapse of the Magic Note dynasty, due to the frequent wars, countless alchemy techniques were lost. In the Dawn dynasty era, human alchemy was far inferior to that of the Magic Note dynasty era. Through the research and development of countless warlock geniuses, modern alchemy has far surpassed that of the Dawn dynasty era, yet it still couldn't compare to that of the Magic Note dynasty era. Therefore, in the Great Cloud dynasty, on the surface, there was only one alchemist known to be able to use divine countries to refine world-class secret treasures, and that was the division chief of the Secret Treasure Division, the 100 Treasures Warlock. Of course, there were still many alchemists who could use divine countries to refine secret treasures, but only the 100 Treasures Warlock could use divine countries to refine world-class secret treasures. The old monsters hidden in the darkness of history weren't included. Clenching the two godheads, Yang Feng sank into his thoughts. Death and war, these two godheads can upgrade the strength of my clone in the Feisua plane to the weak divine force rank. But in this way, I will clash with several strong divine force rank gods. For now, I'm not qualified to clash with strong divine force rank gods. Among the gods of the Feisua plane, gods who mastered the laws of death and war were extremely powerful existences. In the Zalia pantheon, the god of war, Barrios, was a great divine power god. For a god like Yang Feng, who has no backing, to occupy the law of shadows is one thing, but if he dares to touch the law of death or the law of war, God of War Barrios will definitely kill Yang Feng himself. There were two ways for gods to become stronger. The first was to devour a higher-grade godhead and convert the main laws they mastered into the laws of that higher-grade godhead. The other was to devour a godhead that grasped the same laws. If the god of war Barrios could devour enough godhood of war and absorb the law of war contained in those godhood of war, there was hope for him to break through and become a greater divine power rank god. If he devoured the divinity of the god of peace, the two laws would repel and clash, which would weaken him. The more laws and divine domains a deity grasped, the better it would be. Instead, they had to be interconnected and coordinated with each other. According to Warlock research, there were three strongest god paths. The first was when a god purely grasped a law and a divine domain, which was pure to the extreme and powerful to the extreme. The second was when the laws and divine domains grasped influenced, interconnected, and coordinated with each other. The third was when all laws and divine domains were integrated, and one became a sovereign of gods comparable to a warlock emperor. The paths of the three gods were more difficult than the other. The strongest gods defeated by the Zhangji Plains human warlocks were supreme gods. Every supreme god took the first path, wielding only one law and a divine authority, and was an extremely pure expert. The strongest experts of the second path were mighty divine power rank experts. The strongest human warlocks of the third path had ever seen was merely a feeble divine force rank idiot. After the decisive battle, Yang Feng sent a large number of battle robots to cover the Feisua Plains outer space and methodically began to establish a Skynet that controlled the entire Andrak Plain. All munitions factories in the Tarandit subcontinent, the Fuso subcontinent, the Feisua Plain, and the Grade 9 plain occupied by the Shadow Prince Mecha began to be upgraded. The Andrak Plain also began to produce third-generation battle robots on a small scale. The Great Cloud Dynasty, the other plane development division's headquarters, in a conference hall. There were 7 people sitting at a long table. The 7 people were the 7 deputy division chiefs of the other plane development division, each of whom possessed bright world warlock rank battle prowess. In the seat of honor sat a black cat. It was the division chief Amol of the Great Cloud Dynasty's other plane development division. There was an empty seat next to the long table, which was the seat of the deputy division chief Jiang Ziming. A quiet and strange atmosphere pervaded the hall. The eyes of the deputy division chiefs swept Jiang Ziming's seat with peculiar looks. Amol's voice was heavy as he said, "Jiang Ziming has fallen in the Andrak Plain. Bai Tianqing's 1 million elites and Jiang Ziming's 900,000 elites have all fallen in the Andrak Plain." Jiang Ziming died. He actually died. Isn't the Andrak Plain a plane with an upper limit of the glorious sun warlock rank? No matter how powerful the indigenous gods are, as long as he doesn't enter their divine countries, how can anyone kill him? 9 million elites have been killed, damn it. That bastard Jiang Ziming deserves to die. The complexions of the 7 deputy division chiefs changed dramatically, and they commented. The Great Cloud Dynasty's other plane development division has a total of 1 director, 8 deputy directors, and 9 bigwigs. Amol was in charge of everything. He had 1 million elites directly under him. Jiang Ziming and the other 3 deputy division chiefs each controlled 1 million elite troops. The other 4 deputy division chiefs were in charge of recruit training, logistics, plane origin analysis, and Shadow Fang, who were in charge of infiltration and subversion like special forces. Attacking a small grade 6 plane, the Andrak Plane, has resulted in the loss of nearly 2/5 of elite warriors and the death of a bright world warlock. For the other plane development division, this loss is a heavy blow, and may even harm its vitality. Although the other plane development division still had 10 million soldiers in training, which could easily fill in the 5 million elite soldiers. However, the reinforcements couldn't be compared to the battle-hardened soldiers at all. Moreover, the more than 200 Moonlight Warlocks and 3 Glorious Sun Warlocks lost in the battle were even more difficult to replenish. The more than 200 Moonlight Warlocks were the foundation the other plane development division accumulated over tens of thousands of years. Even with the ability of the other plane development division, without hundreds or thousands of years, it wouldn't be able to cultivate and recruit so many experts. A burly man with an angry look on his face roared loudly, "Those bastards of the Andrak Plane dared to kill people of the other plane development division, that's unforgivable. Sir Division Chief, we must take revenge and wipe them out." Amol sneered, "Well said." Jiang Tixin, I'll allow you to take your troops to attack the Andrak plain. But you have to bear all the responsibility yourself. Jiang Tixin's eyes flickered, and he uttered resolutely, this subordinate is incompetent. I'm afraid I'm no match for the indigenous gods of the Andrak plain. Sir Division Chief, please take action and suppress the indigenous gods of the Andrak plain. Strange gazes immediately focused on Dark Morrow. The Andrak plain is a grade 6 plain. Even if an Infinity Warlock enters the Andrak plain, they will be suppressed to the glorious Sun Warlock realm by the plain origin will. Once they enter the Andrak plain, even an Infinity Warlock has a chance of being killed, just like Jiang Ziming. But if Amol doesn't stand up for his subordinates, then his status in the other plane development division will drop sharply. There was a flash of ridicule in Amol's eyes, and he said coldly, I'm going into seclusion to research a spell experiment. I'll leave the matter of attacking the Andrak plane to you. This is an order. Jiang Tixin's face fell, and he stood up and shouted, that's an order. I don't accept it. Even Jiang Ziming died when he entered the Andrak plane. Now everyone knows that on the other side of the plane, the powerhouses of the Andrak plane are definitely on guard. Without a bridgehead, even a Bright World Warlock will be in danger of dying if they enter. What gall! To disobey an order. The black cat suddenly swelled up and slapped Jiang Tixin with its paw. The cat's paw passed through the void and slapped Jiang Tixin's face, and half of Jiang Tixin's skull was sent flying, and he slammed into a wall, and a large amount of blood sprayed out of his body. Runes flickered on Jiang Tixin's face and formed a black chain that sealed Jiang Tixin's Bright World Warlock rank cultivation base. Seeing this scene, the other 6 deputy division chiefs felt a chill in their hearts, and they no longer dared to make any unusual movements. A ferocious and violent aura surged out from Amol's body. His cat eyes flickered with a cold and merciless light. He said coldly, I am the director of the other plane development division. If you have the ability, get the Jiang family to replace me. If you don't have the ability, then obey my orders. If there is a next time, the Jiang family won't be able to save you. Chapter 584. After losing half of his skull, Jiang Tai's head squirmed. Nourished by the tremendous life force of a Bright World Warlock, it quickly recovered. Within a breath of time, most of it was restored. There was a flash of resentment in Jiang Tai's eyes, and he lowered his head and gritted his teeth and responded, yes, Sir Division Chief. The black cat Amol has transformed into was shrouded in ripples, and then disappeared strangely. I'm going into seclusion to study spells. Don't bother me if there's nothing important. There was a flash of resentment in Jiang Tai's eyes, and he roared in his heart, Amol, you dare to humiliate me like this? I won't let you get away with this. The Green Cloud Plain is a grade 9 plain belonging to the Great Cloud Dynasty. There are more than 100 million ordinary humans living in the Green Cloud Plain. Ripples of the void surged in the outer space of the Green Cloud Plain, and a 1,000-meter-long warship flew out of the space. From a semi-plane that has been transformed by warlock spells suspended in the Green Cloud Plain's outer space, 36 great warlocks exuding fearsome auras flew out. The burly great warlock dressed in a black robe barked, this is the Green Cloud Plain belonging to the Great Cloud Dynasty. Who are you? A resplendent ray flew out of the warship and formed Yang Feng's figure in the void. Yang Feng said flatly, I am the battle demon Sex Yang Feng. The warlock in a black robe suddenly turned pale with fright, and he exclaimed, Yang Feng, the Yang Feng who killed 2 million elites of the other plane development division in one fell swoop. The complexions of the other 35 great warlocks changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with fear. The 36 great warlocks stationed in the Green Cloud Plain are all experts of the other plane development division. They are quite well informed in the division. They naturally know that the other plane development division suffered a great defeat at Yang Feng's hands 2 days ago, and 2 million elite great warlocks died at Yang Feng's hands. The 2 million great warlocks died. At the thought of facing such a terrifying existence, the eyes of the great warlocks shimmered with fear. Yang Feng uttered, "Submit to me, or die, choose one. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. There's no need to think about it. I am a warlock cultivated by the Great Cloud Dynasty. Thus, guarding this place is my mission. Yang Feng, you are very strong, I am not your opponent. But every dynasty has loyal ministers. Let me, Wang Yi, be this loyal minister." The eyes of the warlock in a black robe flashed brightly, and he roared. His body shook, and he turned into a 100-meter-long Andaraman boa. Exuding a trace of ancient ferocious aura, he soared into the sky and flew towards the huge warship. "What a loyal subject of the Great Cloud Dynasty, I will fulfill your wish and send you to the netherworld." Yang Feng praised. A beam of light shot out from the huge warship and slammed into the Andaraman boa. Under the bombardment of the beam of light, the Andaraman boa collapsed inch by inch and turned into countless pieces of flesh and blood splashing about. When the 35 great warlocks saw this, they felt a chill in their hearts. Wang Yi was the strongest among them. If he couldn't block a blow from the huge battleship, then it was even more impossible for them to block a blow from the battleship. A great warlock roared, "The battle demonic sect is definitely not the opponent of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Even if Yang Feng takes this place, it will be recaptured by the Great Cloud Dynasty sooner or later. Everyone, follow me. Even if we die now, the Imperial Court won't treat our families unfairly in the future. Once we surrender, not only will our reputation be ruined, but we will also be killed when the Imperial Court returns in the future. We might as well go all out now." The great warlock silently recited an incantation and pointed at the huge warship with the magic staff in his hand. A beam of light shot out from the warship, slammed into the head of the great warlock, and blasted it apart. As if aroused by the great warlock, the remaining 34 great warlocks began to cast spells. Starry sky rippers flew out of the huge warship and shot towards the 34 great warlocks at Mach 15 speed. Following afterimages, the 34 great warlocks were torn apart in an instant and turned into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. After killing the 34 great warlocks, a dense crowd of gunner troops and bladed troops flew towards the green cloud plain under the leadership of the Starry Sky Rippers. The Starry Sky Rippers specialized in suppressing human warlock powerhouses, while the gunner robots and bladed robots were responsible for maintaining law and order. Yang Feng looked at the 36 great warlocks who were killed and mused, "The Great Cloud Dynasty is still at its strongest. There's still a long way to go to destroy it. If it was at the end of the Warlock Dynasty, then as long as human warlocks encountered an existence they couldn't contend against, they would either choose to flee or submit." The fact that the 36 great warlocks attacked Yang Feng despite knowing that they would die was proof that the Great Cloud Dynasty was still at its strongest. Yang Feng's eyes flickered coldly, and he mused, "Since the Great Cloud Dynasty is my enemy, then let me be its gravedigger." As soon as the countless battle robots entered the surface world, they destroyed the weak resistance of the human warlocks in the Grade 9 planes. The huge warship sent countless engineering robots into the outer space of the Grade 9 planes and began to build a Skynet. Almost at the same time, the 5 warships flew into the Purple Fragrance plane, the South Cloud plane, the Peace plane, the Gully plane, and the Maud plane. They easily destroyed the resistance of the 5 9th grade planes and took control of the 5 9th grade planes. Each of the 5 grade 9 planes had a population of more than 100 million. The faith force provided by more than 500 million ordinary people was enough to support the existence of a mighty divine force rank god. The more powerful the god, the greater the faith force required. If a strong divine force rank god didn't have 50 million believers in the secular world, then they would slowly weaken and fall from a strong divine force rank godhead to an intermediate divine force rank god. Intermediate divine force rank gods required the support of more than 1 million believers. Weak divine force rank gods required the support of more than 100,000 believers. Feeble divine force rank gods only needed the support of more than 3,000 believers to maintain their existence. The struggles in the secular world could also affect the existence of gods. Some strong divine force rank gods who obtained a godhead and ascended to the heavens in a single bound didn't understand the mysteries of believers, and their godhead weakened step by step until it finally fell to the weak divine force rank. For Yang Feng, who has a god clone, the 5 grade 9 planes were a huge fortune. The Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial palace, in the immortal Cloud Hall, 9 purple dragons exuding bright world warlock rank might coiled in the hall. Powerful warlocks stood in the hall, each of which was comparable to a transcendent in terms of strength. At the head of the 9 purple dragons, there was a purple gold throne, and a handsome and dignified man dressed in an imperial robe, by Wuxia, had a square face, big ears, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a dignified appearance. As the royal family of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Bai family controlled countless planes, had tremendous resources, countless secret methods, and even complete Empyrean-grade secret methods. The Bai family was full of powerhouses. Among the powerhouses in the Bai family, the strongest powerhouse was Bai Wuxia. Different from other warlock groups, the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family's strongest powerhouse was the Great Elder, while the sect master was in charge of all kinds of mundane affairs. The Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family, on the other hand, was definitely the strongest powerhouse in the royal family. That was because in the world of warlocks, the strong were king. A warlock emperor rank powerhouse could suppress all the forces of the Zhangji plane by themselves. Moreover, the Great Cloud Dynasty's resources and power could be used to practice cultivation. Virtually every Great Cloud Dynasty's emperor was an infinity warlock. Bai Wuxia was a peerless genius of the Bai family. At the time, he launched a coup d'état, killed the former emperor who was still in his prime, and seized the throne. In the Bai family, he was one of the few peerless powerhouses who killed the former emperor and ascended to the throne. He was recognized as the #1 expert in the world in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Standing below Bai Wuxia were the Grand Preceptor, the Grand Tutor, and the Grand Protector. Below the Grand Preceptor were the ministers of the 6 ministries, the Imperial Censor, the Chancellor of the Supreme Court, and the Office of Transmission. The Grand Preceptor and the 9 ministers all exuded infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power. In addition to the Grand Preceptor and the 9 ministers, the ministers of the court all exuded terrifying life force. Each of them was a powerful existence comparable to a transcendent. As long as a human warlock practiced cultivation until the Moonlight Warlock rank, their life stage would undergo a complete transformation, and they would become existences comparable to transcendent. No matter which warlock it was, an eidetic memory was one of the basic extraordinary abilities. As long as a Moonlight Warlock was willing, they could easily be competent in any position, and could even perform better than ordinary people. The 7th Warlock Dynasty, the Magic Note Dynasty, once created an Empyrean-grade secret treasure called the Magic Note Throne. This Empyrean-grade secret treasure had no offensive ability, but it could gather the power of the people of the dynasty and form a kind of dynasty force similar to faith force. Warlocks who have grasped the Magic Note Throne can not only use the power of the imperial court to practice cultivation, but also in theft official positions can use the power of the imperial court to practice cultivation. Take the Magic Note Dynasty as an example. At the time, the 3 ministers and 9 ministers in theft by His Majesty were only infinity warlocks. But within a short 1,000 years, they all promoted to Holy Spirit warlocks. This was the terror of the Magic Note Throne. This Empyrean-grade secret treasure was under the control of the Bai family. With the Magic Note Throne as its foundation, the Bai family grew stronger and stronger, and eventually became the most powerful family. Chapter 585. The Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court system is exactly the same as that of the Magic Note Dynasty in order to use the Empyrean-grade secret treasure Magic Note Throne. If the Great Cloud Dynasty can unify the entire Zhangji plane, then Bai Wuxia can easily break through to the quasi-holy step by using the Magic Note Throne. He may even be able to promote to a Holy Spirit Warlock in one fell swoop and advance to the Supreme Warlock Emperor realm. An Imperial Censor with Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the Other Plane Development Division lost more than 2 million elites in the attack on the Andrak Plane. Even Deputy Division Chief Jiang Ziming died in the Andrak Plane. I impeach Division Chief Amol of the Other Plane Development Division for dereliction of duty, improper use of personnel, corruption, and bribery." When the Imperial Censor stepped forward, there was silence in the Imperial Court. All the court officials were as silent as clay puppets. The officials of the Great Cloud Dynasty have already learned through their own intelligence channels that the 2 million elite troops of the Other Plane Development Division died in the Andrak Plane. The commander of the 2 million elite army is Bai Tianqing, a prince of the Bai family. The person behind the scenes who stirred up a storm in the Andrak Plane and killed 2 million elites of the Great Cloud Dynasty in one fell swoop is the peerless genius Yang Feng from the Battle Demon sect. Originally, Yang Feng should have been recruited by the Great Cloud Dynasty as a member of the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, this peerless genius of the Great Cloud Dynasty now stands on the opposite side of the Great Cloud Dynasty and wiped out 2 million elite troops of the Other Plane Development Division in one fell swoop. Even for the Great Cloud Dynasty, this is not a small blow. The Other Plane Development Division is an elite army used by the Great Cloud Dynasty to suppress and attack other planes. It has a total of 5 million elite troops. Now that 2 million of them have been wiped out, it is equivalent to losing 2/5 of its strength. To fill the gap in the Other Plane Development Division, it is necessary to transfer elite warlocks from other armies of the Great Cloud Dynasty. This is very disadvantageous for the Great Cloud Dynasty, which needs to concentrate its strength on the Battle Demon sect. In addition, the most outstanding genius of the Bai family, Bai Tianqing, is also mixed in. Once the struggle for the Crown Prince is involved, the ministers of the Imperial Court won't dare to say anything. A Crown Prince is the heir apparent of a state. Once a prince is conferred the title of Crown Prince, he can use the power of the Imperial Court stored in the Magic Note Throne to strengthen his cultivation and promote to an Infinity Warlock. Moreover, once a prince is promoted to a Crown Prince, then when the dynasty's emperor dies, he will be able to take over the position of emperor and use the power of the Note Throne to suppress enemies. In the Bai family, other than a few useless crown princes who were defeated, many crown princes successfully ascended the throne after the death of the previous emperor. Bai Wuxia said indifferently, "Amol has neglected his duties and is relieved of his position as the director of the Other Plane Development Division. The rest of the 7 deputy division chiefs who can kill Yang Feng will be the next division chief of the Other Plane Development Division. Place Yang Feng 10th on the Demon Hunting Division's wanted list." A eunuch respectfully noted down Bai Wuxia's words. Yen, by rank, said, as Emperor of Demon of. Emperor of Yang of Emperor, Tian Dynasty of Wang as, Li Ziaf of Wudong Dynasty to Dynasty of as. For Yang Feng to be able to enter the top 10, His Majesty really wants to kill him. With 2 million elites of the Other Plane Development Division wiped out, it will take at least 100 years for the division to recover. To His Majesty, who has great talent and bold vision, this is definitely a big blow. The ministers of the Imperial Court were silent, but stormy waves were set off in their hearts. The top 9 Infinity Warlocks of the Demon Hunting Division are all Infinity Warlocks wanted criminals. The 9 Infinity Warlocks are peerless enemies that the Great Cloud Dynasty has accumulated for tens of thousands of years. They are already hiding in other planes, not daring to set foot in the Zhangji plane rashly. The 10th place on the Demon Hunting Division's wanted list is equivalent to the Demon Hunting Division focusing on killing Yang Feng. Even the Infinity Warlock Division chief of the Demon Hunting Division may step in and kill Yang Feng. Bai Wuxia said indifferently, Bai Tianqing was greedy and rash, leading to a great defeat. He was demoted to a commoner and exiled to the demonic realm. Jiang Tai is suspected of corruption and is dismissed from the position of Deputy Division Chief of the Other Plane Development Division. As soon as this statement came out, the face of the representative of the Jiang family changed dramatically, and despair streaked past his eyes. Bai Tianqing is finished. The Jiang family made the wrong bet this time. Looks of schadenfreude focused on the representative of the Jiang family. The other plane development division is the most popular department in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Most of the treasures from other planes have to be turned over to the treasury. But the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. The other plane development division can intercept a small part of the precious materials from other planes. Moreover, the other plane development division, which often comes into contact with other planes, may find the coordinates of some other planes with life forms. The coordinates of other planes with life forms can be sold at sky-high prices. Other planes with life forms, even if they are grade 9 planes, can be used as bases for churches to spread their faith. Moreover, planes of rank 7 and above are extremely precious because they can give birth to gods. Human warlocks who desire immortality are willing to pay any price for a god position. After the Jiang family lost that position, the blow it suffered wasn't small. With the death and dismissal of the 2 deputy division chiefs, it is equivalent to cutting off more than 3/4 of the Jiang family's power in the other plane development division. Among the 6 ministers, an eye suddenly opened on the forehead of the Minister of War Wei Jin, and a strange rune suddenly appeared, and his complexion changed dramatically. Bai Wuqing asked indifferently, "Wei Jin, what happened?" An unsightly expression on his face, Wei Jin gritted his teeth and replied, "Your Majesty, the green cloud plain, the purple fragrance plain, the south cloud plain, the calm plain, the valley plain, and the Maud plain have been captured by Yang Feng's mechanical legion." Boom! With a loud noise, the entire hull shook. Under the expressionless Bai Wuqing's feet, the earth cracked, and countless cracks spread into the surroundings. The 9-headed purple dragon opened its eyes, which flickered with a cruel and berserk light, and a vast and tyrannical aura diffused from the 9-headed purple dragon. In the imperial court, everyone was trembling with fear. They lowered their heads and did not say a word. They could all feel an incomparably violent aura pervading the hall. The 9 purple dragons are monsters formed from the power of the Great Cloud Dynasty. In this hall, they can even kill infinity warlocks. Everyone could feel the anger of Bai Wuqing, who was sitting on the throne. Since the establishment of the Great Cloud Dynasty, although it isn't as mighty as the 8 warlock dynasties, it has suppressed countless planes and is invincible. But at the same time, it is growing stronger day by day. It is seizing planes that have been seized by others in the past. At the same time, it is exploring and colonizing new planes. But now Yang Feng has captured 6 planes of the Great Cloud Dynasty in one fell swoop. Although the 6 planes are only grade 9 planes, but it is still equivalent to a slap in Bai Wuqing's face. Bai Wuqing uttered indifferently, "Bai Yunlai." "Yes, Your Majesty." A burly man walked out of the hall. His body was ramrod straight, and a domineering aura emanated from his body. Bai Wuqing said indifferently, "Go and destroy the green cloud plain, the purple fragrance plain, the south cloud plain, the Only plain, the Gully plain, and the Maud plain." Bai Yunlai replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." The Bai family has 13 infinity warlocks. Bai Yunlai is one of the 13 infinity warlocks. He is also one of the 13 grand princes of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Once a powerhouse of the Bai family promotes to an infinity warlock, they can become one of the grand princes of the Great Cloud Dynasty. At the same time, they can obtain countless resources and a grade 7 plane as their fief. When the ministers heard the order, they felt a chill in their hearts, understanding that Bai Wuqing is furious. Generally, those 9th grade planes were incomparably precious treasures. If they were taken away, then they could just take them back. Very few people would destroy a 9th grade plane. After all, ordinary people of grade 9 planes can provide a steady stream of divine force crystals. The Great Cloud Dynasty has conferred many gods, who need the faith force of ordinary people to support them. However, when Bai Wuqing is furious, no minister dares to dissuade him. After all, Bai Wuqing is an ambitious and ruthless character. Those who angered him before are already dead. A few days later, ripples suddenly appeared in the space outside the green cloud plain. Bai Yunlai stepped out from the ripples in space. At the moment when Bai Yunlai stepped out of the spatial ripples, a tremendous, seemingly omnipresent plane will suddenly descended from the depths of the green cloud plain and crushed towards Bai Yunlai. A trifling grade 9 plane's origin will wants to suppress me, you're overestimating yourself. Bai Yunlai smiled coldly, and an infinity warlock rank life force suddenly gushed out, intertwined with the grade 9 plane's origin will, and suppressed it bit by bit. This is an infinity warlock. A prompt came from the green cloud plane Skynet, attracting Yang Feng's attention to the green cloud plane. For the first time, he saw Bai Yunlai, a human warlock, forcibly resist the oppression of a plane's origin will, and even suppress it instead. Kill him. Open fire. In the semi-plane outside the green cloud plane, numerous steel gates opened and revealed a fully charged Star Destroyer artillery. The Level 3 optical computer performed frantically, deduced Bai Yunlai's reactions, and predicted his actions. The Star Destroyer artillery flashed, and a resplendent beam of light cut through the void and barreled towards Bai Yunlai along the trajectory guided by the Level 3 optical computer. Chapter 586. God Guard Shield. A dignified look in his eyes, Bai Yunlai raised his hand, and the Level 8 secret treasure God Guard Shield suddenly flew out. The 100-meter-tall shield inlaid with Godhead specialized in the divine authority of protection suddenly flew out, and a fearsome god formed from dozens of Godheads suddenly awakened. The god stepped out of the shield, spread his hand, and a 6-pointed star, a heptagram, an 8-pointed star, and an enneagram appeared in the void. These 4 shields were formed from countless runes. When the Star Destroyer artillery beam that insta-killed the Bright World Warlock Jiang Ziming slammed into the God Guard shield and destroyed the Enneagram shield and the Octagon shield, its power was exhausted, and it collapsed. When Bai Yunlai used the Level 8 secret treasure God Guard shield, his aura suddenly dimmed, and his pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank cultivation base was suppressed to the junior Bright World Warlock rank. In the green cloud plane, due to the suppression of the plane origin will, an infinity warlock like Bai Yunlai can't devour the energy of heaven and earth to restore his strength. Every time he uses a bit of power, he will lose a bit of power. Only infinity warlocks who have formed a virtual world inside them can have a steady stream of power in any environment. The original will of the plane. Let me crush you. Bai Yunlai's eyes flashed with a fanatical shade, and his aura rose wildly. He beckoned with his hand and withdrew the God Guard shield, and a bronze halberd appeared in his right hand. Level 8 secret treasures are extremely powerful. Unless an infinity warlock has formed a virtual world, they can only use one. They can't use 2 level 8 secret treasures at the same time. At the same time as Bai Yunlai withdrew the God Guard shield, countless beams shot towards Bai Yunlai from the semi-plane. The small semi-plane suspended above the green cloud plane has been transformed by Yang Feng into a small armed fortress. Even a Bright World Warlock can't ignore the barrage of energy beams. A trifling low-level arcane treasure dares to be so arrogant. Break for me. An ominous glint flashed in Bai Yunlai's eyes. He looked like a peerless god of disdain as he threw the rank 8 void-shattering halberd in his hand. It shattered the void and slammed into the small demiplane. A terrifying mushroom cloud suddenly rose up, as if several 110,000-ton nuclear warheads had exploded at the same time, completely swallowing that 30-kilometer diameter demiplane. The small demiplane equipped with countless defensive equipment and cannons was instantly engulfed by the terrifying explosion. Yang Feng looked at the fragmented small semi-plane and inhaled a breath of cold air. Amazing. As expected of an infinity warlock, what a terrifying enemy. No wonder the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court sent such a tyrannical monster to destroy the green cloud plane alone. If it wasn't for the fact that the base had just been upgraded to a rank 3 base not long ago, we wouldn't have been able to do anything to such a monster in a low-level plane like the Azure Cloud Plane. Due to the suppression of the Green Cloud Plane's origin will, even a Bright World Warlock will be suppressed to the Great Warlock rank. For Bai Yunlai to be able to erupt with such frightening combat power under the suppression of the plane's origin will is simply shocking. Before Bai Yunlai could catch his breath, engine roars sounded, and a swarm of starry sky rippers flew towards Bai Yunlai at Mach 15 speed. A cold ray flashed in Bai Yunlai's eyes, and he silently recited an incantation and spread the fingers of a hand, and a strange rune appeared in his hand. Violent wind elemental particles suddenly gathered, and violent wind blades slashed towards the starry sky rippers. Amidst the violent wind blades containing the law of wind, the energy shields of the starry sky rippers shattered and turned into countless parts that scattered in the sky. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared. Countless broken parts suddenly flew up, condensed, and reconstructed into the Undying main battle robots. As soon as the Undyings appeared, they erupted with Mach 25 speed, flew to in front of Bai Yunlai in an instant, and slashed at him with their blades. "Get the hell out of my way!" Bai Yunlai's face fell, and he roared, and violent wind blades slashed in all directions with him as the center. The hundreds of Undyings were cut into countless pieces by the violent wind blades in an instant. As if they had a life of their own, the countless fragments attracted each other, and then suddenly gathered in front of Bai Yunlai and formed Undyings again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the devourers attached to the Undying pounced at Bai Yunlai, turned into a black cloud, and pounced on the life force field 3 meters away from Bai Yunlai, and frantically devoured it. A large number of devourers pounced on the violent storm and frantically devoured the wind elemental particles contained in the storm. Bai Yunlai suddenly felt his life energy pour out. Shocked and angry, he beckoned with his hand, wanting to take back the level 8 secret treasure Void Breaker halberd. At this time, next to the level 8 secret treasure, the Void Shattering halberd, stood thousands of Sealer primary battle robots. The Sealer's power output was pushed to the maximum. Circles of blue light enveloped the Void Shattering halberd, blocking the connection between it and Bai Yunlai. If it was in the Tsangji plane, Bai Yunlai, who controls the law of wind, could absorb a copious amount of life magic energy with a wave of his hand. With a spell, he could cut the Undyings into the atomic state. The Undying chips of the Undyings can't be preserved, and naturally can't be regenerated. But in the Green Cloud Plane, it is already very difficult for Bai Yunlai to suppress the plane origin will. Moreover, the whole world and the whole plane are rejecting him. He can't absorb any life magic energy, nor can he contend with the Sealer's seal on the Void Breaker halberd. An unknown premonition welled up in Bai Yunlai's heart. Damn it, if it was in the Tsangji plane, these mechanical golems wouldn't be able to hurt me. However, now I have to withdraw. Originally, with Bai Yunlai's junior Infinity Warlock rank strength, he could destroy the Green Cloud Plane's plane origin will. However, although the Green Cloud Plane's plane origin will is weak, but after all, it is still an amalgamation of the plane's power. It is an existence similar to Gaia's consciousness, so it can't be destroyed so easily. On one hand, Bai Yunlai contends against the Green Cloud Plane's plane origin will, on the other hand, he has to fend off the almost endless number of robots. He couldn't help but have the thought of retreating. In the Green Cloud Plane, in a secret room of a villa, a portal shone brightly, and Yang Feng stepped out of the portal and pressed the dimensional badge. Along with flashes of light, 18 arc battlestars with their main artillery modified into Star Destroyer artillery suddenly appeared and fired a Star Destroyer artillery barreling towards Bai Yunlai. The Devourers suddenly scattered before the Star Destroyer artillery fired, exposing Bai Yunlai to the muzzle of the Star Destroyer artillery. God Guard Shield. Bai Yunlai's face fell, and a premonition of death welled up inside him. He promptly cut off the connection with the level 8 secret treasure Void Sundering halberd, and the level 8 secret treasure God Guard shield suddenly flew out and blocked in front of him. The god stepped out of the shield, spread his hand, and a 6-pointed star, a heptagram, an 8-pointed star, and an enneagram appeared in the void. These 4 shields were formed from countless runes. When the Star Destroyer artillery beam slammed into the God Guard shield and destroyed the enneagram shield and the octagon shield, its power was exhausted, and it collapsed. Another Star Destroyer artillery beam slammed into the God Guard shield in an instant and blasted the heptagon shield and dimmed it. The other 2 beams of light from the Star Destroyer cannons bombarded the heptagram shield one after another, finally shattering it. The beams of the Star Destroyer cannons bombarded the remnants of the hexagram shield one after another. Every time a planetary obliteration cannon beam was fired, one of the Ark interstellar battleships would explode in midair. The power of the Star Destroyer artillery is too great. Ark battlestars cannot bear such a powerful force. An indifferent expression on his face, Yang Feng watched the battlestars he spent countless resources to build disintegrate and shatter one after another. As long as he can kill an Infinity Warlock, Yang Feng is willing to pay any price. When the 9th Star Destroyer artillery beam finally shattered the heptagon shield, the 10th Star Destroyer artillery beam devoured the God Guard shield together with Bai Yunlai. Bai Yunlai is indeed an Infinity Warlock. After he was devoured by the Star Destroyer artillery beam, his body became riddled with scars, but he still didn't die. The 11th Star Destroyer artillery beam slammed into Bai Yunlai in an instant, engulfed him, and vaporized him. Yang Feng, I am a Grand Prince of the Great Cloud Dynasty. You must not kill me. If you dare to kill me, the Bai family will fight the Battle Demon sect to the bitter end. Under the bombardment of the 11th Star Destroyer artillery beam, the lower half of Bai Yunlia's body vaporized, leaving only his head, which roared wildly. The 12th Star Destroyer artillery beam slammed into the remaining part of Bai Yunlia's head in an instant and blasted half of it into pieces. When the 13th Star Destroyer artillery beam slammed into Bai Yunlia's head, his head was finally blasted apart, leaving only an infinity core floating in the void. Countless devourers suddenly turned into a black swarm and pounced on the infinity core. A distorted black gas gushed out of the infinity core and was swept by the devourers, and they issued miserable screams at once. Yang Feng, I curse you. I curse you to die a horrible death. I curse you. The distorted black gas roared mournfully, but its voice became weaker and weaker, and eventually disappeared. After searching for a while, the devourers picked up the infinity core and flew towards the level 3 laboratory established by Yang Feng in the Green Cloud Plain. Chapter 587. In the depths of the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal palace, in a huge palace called Cloud Soul Hall, there are soul lamps exuding soul aura. If the soul lamp is not extinguished, it proves that the warlock is still alive. Many warlocks will either go to other planes to explore for hundreds of years, or they will enter seclusion to study a spell for 100 years. The life and death of these warlocks is extremely important to the Bai family, so they set up soul lamps. Once they died, a soul lamp would be extinguished within the Cloud Soul Hall. In the deepest part of the Cloud Soul Hall, there are 13 soul lamps, which are the soul lamps of the 13 infinity warlocks of the Bai family. Suddenly, a fearsome soul storm rose in the Cloud Soul Hall, and a soul lamp went out. A warlock guarding the Cloud Soul Hall pushed open the gate of the Cloud Soul Hall, and his gaze fell on the deepest part of the hall. Suddenly, his eyes shimmered with horror, and he exclaimed, Grand Prince Bai Yunlai died. Soon after, the sound of a huge and magnificent funeral bell reverberated in the royal palace. Everyone in the royal palace knows that an infinity warlock of the Bai family has died. In the royal palace, the eyes of the Bai family's clansmen revealed a look of worry. The 13 infinity warlocks are the pillars of the Bai family as well as the underlying strength of the Bai family. They firmly guard the Bai family. It is because of the 13 infinity warlocks that the Bai family is known as the #1 family in the Great Cloud Dynasty. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, although the 3 Grand Ministers and 9 Ministers are all infinity warlocks, but they only serve the Great Cloud Dynasty. When the Bai family is strong, they can naturally bow their heads and obey their orders. But once the Bai family weakens, who knows what they will do? In the past, the Bai family was a loyal minister of an ancient family, serving the ancient family for generations. Later, when the ancient family declined amid the struggle for hegemony, the Bai family took the opportunity to stab the ancient family in the back and took control of the Empyrean-grade secret treasure magic note throne. In addition, the founder of the Bai family, with great talent and bold vision, allied with the 10 great sects and the 8 great families, suppressed the major forces one by one, and ascended to the throne. The death of an infinity warlock is equivalent to the collapse of one of the 13 pillars supporting the Bai family. What nerve! This scoundrel dares to kill an infinity warlock of the Bai family. In the Imperial study, a violent life force field diffused, and a terrifying might spread in all directions with Bai Wuxia as the core. Standing beside Bai Wuxia is a eunuch with a glorious sun warlock rank cultivation base. Facing Bai Wuxia's fearsome might, the eunuch's face turned pale and he shivered. A cold ray flashed in Bai Wuxia's eyes, and he barked, warlock rank of the battle of the demon sect of the Bai family dynasty, the Bai family, warlock Wu dynasty, warlocks of warlocks, and the demon, and of demon sect, of the Bai of the dynasty, the power of war, they emperor, they of Bais of world, king, demon of sect, Bai of war demon king, sect, king, Wuxia, and of dynasty, whereof of war, the palace, war. The battle demon sect's warlocks throughout the Great Cloud dynasty fled back to the battle demon sect. Some high-ranking officers of battle demon sect with a large number of troops chose to rebel, setting off the flames of war in Great Cloud dynasty. Originally, Bai Wuxia planned to suppress all the rebels in Great Cloud dynasty, and then use all of Great Cloud dynasty's power to launch a thunderous strike and destroy the battle demon sect in one fell swoop. But now that an infinity warlock of the Bai family has died, the Bai family's vitality has been damaged. If the battle demon sect is not annihilated, then the powerhouses of the other 10 great sects and 8 great families may develop disloyalty. If Bai Wuxia wants to unify Great Cloud dynasty, then he must destroy the battle demon sect with the force of a thunderbolt. Only then will he have the qualifications to eradicate the 10 great sects and 8 great families one by one, or merge with them. As long as Great Cloud dynasty shows a slight decline, then the entire eastern world will be shaken, and countless hidden freaks will jump out. Under Bai Wuxia's order, Great Cloud dynasty's war machine was started, and countless materials were moved towards the Tianlian province near the Battle Demon province. Elite warlock legions that were originally stationed in various places were also transferred and gathered towards the Tianlian province. Shortly after, the news of Bai Yunlia's death was spread by people with ulterior motives, and now the entire Great Cloud dynasty knows that an infinity warlock died at Yang Feng's hands. In the Tai Yi sect, in a luxurious palace, Yi Yuanyang clenched his fists, his face ashen. After a long time, he sighed faintly and revealed a look of dejection. Even an infinity warlock was killed by him. The gap between me and him is actually so big. Every infinity warlock is a genius among geniuses. Not only do they need to practice hard, but they also need great opportunities to advance. As a supreme genius who formed a virtual world in the starry sky warlock realm, Yi Yuanyang has no suspense in advancing to the glorious sun warlock realm. However, to advance from the glorious sun warlock realm to the bright world warlock realm and from the bright world warlock realm to the infinity warlock realm is a huge hurdle for powerhouses who formed a virtual world. Warlock geniuses who formed a virtual world possess far greater battle prowess than ordinary warlocks. Furthermore, they can go to different planes and use the power of the virtual world to erupt with terrifying power for a short period of time. However, breaking through to the infinity warlock realm is 100 times more difficult than breaking through to the infinity warlock realm. Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian, the 2 great elders of the battle demon sect, have been trapped at the pinnacle bright world warlock realm for who knows how many years. If they hadn't broken through the Heavenman boundary, they would still be trapped at the pinnacle Bright World Warlock realm, unable to advance an inch. When Yi Yuanyang thought that Yang Feng killed an Infinity Warlock, even though he has a firm will, he couldn't help but feel a great blow. It should be noted that Bai Yunlai is not an ordinary Infinity Warlock, but an Infinity Warlock of the Bai family. Ordinary Infinity Warlocks may not be able to exert Infinity Warlock rank power due to the lack of level 8 secret treasures. However, each of the 13 Grand Princes of the Bai family has at least 2 level 8 secret treasures, which is enough to enable them to exert strong divine force rank battle prowess. For such an Infinity Warlock to be killed by Yang Feng, Yi Yuanyang can't imagine how powerful Yang Feng is now. In the Saint Lotus sect, on a mountain peak shrouded in clouds and mist, there is a lotus pond blooming with countless holy white lotuses. The charmed dragon fairy lotuses emitted dense mist that rises from the lotus pond. Bai Yilian, dressed in a snow-white warlock robe, is lying in the mist, and her eyes, which seem to be able to absorb stars, flickered with an enigmatic light. Even an Infinity Warlock was killed by him. This Yang Feng is getting more and more extraordinary. If he doesn't die, I'm afraid that he will become another Warlock Emperor in the future. On the battlefield between the Bright Moon School and the Saint Lotus sect, there are human warlock corpses everywhere. On the battlefield covered in blood and corpses, Jiang Lang, bathed in blood and holding a great sword, showed a smile and laughed loudly. Amazing, as expected of my brother. He even killed an Infinity Warlock. If he kills a few more Infinity Warlocks of the Bai family, the Great Cloud Dynasty will fall apart. Haha. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Bai family has 13 Infinity Warlocks as its underlying strength and the Magic Note Throne as its foundation. This is how the 3 Grand Ministers and 9 Ministers have become the #1 force in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Once too many of the Bai family's Infinity Warlocks die, the Bai family will no longer be able to control the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court, and it may even be overthrown. Within the Saint Devil sect, within an exquisitely beautiful palace, the Saint Demon sect's holy son, who has a beautiful woman in his arms, suddenly sighed faintly. Infinity Warlock, even an Infinity Warlock died at his hands. What a monster! The beautiful woman asked curiously, Sir Holy Son, which Infinity Warlock died? No matter where they go, Infinity Warlocks are among the strongest powerhouses. Even at the peak of the 8 Warlock dynasties, Infinity Warlocks were still bigwigs in the Warlock dynasties. In the Eastern world, the death of any Infinity Warlock is a major event. It may even affect the rise and fall of a force. Once the Infinity Warlocks supporting the 2 sects at the bottom of the 10 great sects die, they will immediately fall from grace and lose their position as one of the 10 great sects. The Saint Demon sect's holy son said flatly, the Bai family's Bai Yunlai died at the hands of the Battle Demon sect's Yang Feng. The beautiful woman was taken aback, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and incredulity, and she exclaimed, how is that possible? The Battle Demon sect's Yang Feng promoted to a Moonlight Warlock less than 2 years ago, how could he kill an Infinity Warlock? Even if Bai Yunlai stood still, Yang Feng couldn't break his life force cover. The Saint Demon sect's holy son said meaningfully, that's right. According to reason, it is impossible for Yang Feng to kill Bai Yunlai. However, in the world of warlocks, nothing is impossible. Otherwise, how could the 8 Warlock dynasties, which shook countless planes and were virtually invincible, collapse so quickly? According to reason, there was no force that was the opponent of the 8 Warlock dynasties at the time. The beautiful woman's eyes shimmered with killing intent, and she asked, then what should we do? Get rid of him. The Saint Demon sect's holy son said with a smile, no, what's in it for us to get rid of him? It would be better to make friends with him. If he owes us a favor, that would be for the best. A favor from a future Warlock Emperor is invaluable. Even if he is killed before advancing to a Warlock Emperor, the price of making friends with him is much lighter than the price of being his enemy. The Saint Demon sect's holy son sighed slightly, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. Unfortunately, the only existence in the Saint Demon sect who can contend with Yang Feng has disappeared. Otherwise, I might really be tempted and try my best to get rid of him. Chapter 588. The Battle Demon Sect. In a palace suspended in the clouds, the Battle Demon Sect's 4 great elders are sitting around a jade table. He Liannu deliberated for a while, and then said, Bai Yunlai, one of the 13 grand princes of the Bai family, was killed by Yang Feng. Huang Yihe laughed loudly, feeling carefree. Haha, that's my disciple for you. Well done. Even I didn't expect him to be able to do this. That's amazing. The other 3 great elders smiled helplessly. Yu Wuxian uttered with a cold smile, Old Huang, your disciple did a great job. He killed an infinity warlock of the Bai family. The Bai family won't let the matter rest. Bai Wuqing is planning to lead the army himself. There was a dignified look in the eyes of He Liannu and Eugene Gang. Bai Wuqing is recognized as the #1 expert in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Moreover, the 3 Grand Dukes and 9 Ministers of the Imperial Court are all infinity warlocks. Apart from this, no one knows how many experts the Bai family has hidden. The Battle Demon sect indeed has considerable underlying strength, but the underlying strength of the Great Cloud Dynasty is much stronger than that of the Battle Demon sect. For Bai Wuqing to lead the army himself, it means that countless powerhouses of the Great Cloud Dynasty will gather under his command and launch a shocking attack on the Battle Demon sect. Huang Yihe said lightly, since Bai Wuqing is leading the army himself, then let's launch our final plan and leave the Cangji plain. The Battle Demon sect, which followed the Bai family to establish the Great Cloud Dynasty, is well aware of the principle that once the cunning hare is killed, the hound is cooked. After the Battle Demonic sect was established, it had been preparing to flee the Cangji plain and hide in a Grade 4 plane under the Battle Demonic sect's complete control when necessary. In the Grade 4 plane completely under the control of the Battle Demon sect, there are 3 strong divine force rank gods from the Battle Demon sect sheltering them. Even if the Great Cloud Dynasty dares to attack the Grade 4 plane, the outcome is still unknown. He Liannu hesitated for a moment, and then said, but once we leave the Cangji plane, we will never be able to promote to the Warlock Monarch realm in the Battle Demon plane. Moreover, the resources of the Battle Demon plane are limited, and cannot be compared to the Cangji plane. If we leave the Cangji plane, our Battle Demon sect will lose its powerful foundation. The Battle Demon sect occupies a greater province of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The resources provided by the greater province alone are enough to support the birth of 10 infinity warlocks and the cultivation needs of many glorious dawn warlocks and moonlight warlocks. However, once they left this place, they would enter the War Demon plane, a 4th-tier plane. It is 100 times more difficult for the 2 bright world warlocks He Liannu and Eugene Gang to promote to infinity warlocks than in the Cangji plane. The Battle Demon plane was a Grade 4 plane, and its resources could not be compared with those of the Cangji plane. Once the Battle Demon sect retreated to the Battle Demon plane, it could only slowly decline. Huang Yihe, Bai Wuqing is personally leading the army, and the 3 Grand Ministers and 9 Ministers are all infinity warlocks. Each of the 3 dukes is stronger than me and junior apprentice sister Yu. As for Bai Wuqing, even if junior sister Yu and I join hands, we might not be his match. Even if the Battle Demon sect fights to the death, we can at most kill 2 or 3 infinity warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty, and then be wiped out by Bai Wuqing. What's the point? A cold ray shimmered in Huang Yihe's eyes, and he enunciated each syllable, if we leave, the Bai family will sooner or later point its blade at other forces. At that time, we will naturally have a chance as well. Besides, since they are so heartless, then don't blame the Battle Demon sect for being unjust. The other 3 great elders pondered for a while, and then nodded in agreement with Huang Yihe's opinion. The power of the Great Cloud Dynasty in the Cangji plain is too terrifying. Even if the Battle Demon sect goes all out to resist, it can only kill 2 or 3 infinity warlocks at most. It is even possible that an infinity warlock can't kill them. The best course of action now is to escape from here and hide in the dark. A few days later, dazzling rays of light suddenly rose from the battle demon sect. The rays of light entered the sky and formed strange seals. A huge hole rose above the battle demon sect and swallowed the entire battle demon sect. In the original site of the battle demon sect, a huge hideous and ugly cave suddenly appeared. In the headquarters of the Tianlian province, Huanglian city, inside an exquisite palace, an incomparably handsome middle-aged man sat on a chair, admiring the beautiful dance of a beautiful dancer. This handsome middle-aged man is one of the great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals, Marshal Tiger Yuzichao. Each of the great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals is an infinity warlock. They are the 8 powerful pillars of the great Cloud Dynasty. Yuzichao is the marshal who led countless troops of the great Cloud Dynasty to suppress the battle demon sect. After he arrived in the Tianlian province, he didn't rush to attack. Instead, he gathered forces from all sides and nibbled away at the power of the battle demon province step by step. The battle demon sect has a deep underlying strength. If Yuzichao leads people to the battle demon sect's base, he will be throwing away his life in vain. By nibbling away at the battle demon province, he is also eliminating the battle demon sect's effective forces. After the 8 marshals finished mobilizing forces from all sides, Yuzichao planned to attack the battle demon sect's base. However, after Bai Wuqing decided to personally lead the army, Yuzichao stopped all military operations and waited for Bai Wuqing to arrive. A tall and handsome young man stepped into the palace and said, "Marshal, I have an urgent report." Yuzichao waved his hand at the dancers and said, "Stone. All of you, withdraw." The dancers quickly withdrew. Yuzichao looked at the young man and said with a smile, "Stone, what happened?" The young general is a fierce subordinate of Yuzichao. His name is Fengshi, and he is a bright world warlock. He is Yuzichao's most capable right-hand man. Fengshi replied, "The battle demon sect used a secret method a day ago. The entire battle demon sect's headquarters disappeared from the battle demon province, and most of the battle demon sect's warlocks fled in all directions. The battle demon province has fallen into chaos. Marshal, should we take this opportunity to send troops to recapture the entire battle demon province?" Yuzichao frowned at once and revealed a look of embarrassment. The entire battle demon sect has fled? What a ruthless method, a good drastic measure. If the battle demon sect was still here, then even if Great Cloud Dynasty lost 1 or 2 infinity warlocks, it would still be able to destroy the battle demon sect. But now that the battle demon sect has fled, the countless troops that Great Cloud Dynasty has gathered here are of no use. Moreover, Bai Wuqing has just released the news that he will personally lead the army, yet the battle demon sect has already fled, giving Yuzichao a headache. Bai Wuqing is indeed a great strategist, but he also has a common problem of emperors, the desire for grandiose achievements. Yuzichao originally wanted to let Bai Wuqing take the great merit of conquering the battle demon sect, but the battle demon sect had escaped. But now that the battle demon sect has fled, the amazing merit of defeating the battle demon sect has fallen into Yuzichao's hands. Yuzichao pondered for a while, and then said, "Forget it. Stone, take people to recapture the battle demon province at once." Fengshi nodded and immediately retreated. "Yes, sir. Marshal." Sitting in a chair, Yuzichao narrowed his eyes and revealed a contemplative look. The battle demon sect doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. Great Cloud Dynasty will be in trouble this time. Yuzichao weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Yang Feng. A trifling moonlight warlock killed an infinity warlock. His means are not inferior to those of great holy and warlock emperor rank powerhouses. I wonder how far he can go. Should I form a good relationship with him? The fact that Yang Feng killed an infinity warlock has alarmed the entire Great Cloud Dynasty. Some of Great Cloud Dynasty's top powerhouses want to kill him, some want to curry favor with him, and some remain neutral. The Bright Moon School, in the Moon Hall, there sit 3 beautiful warlocks with extraordinary temperaments. They are the great elders of the Bright Moon School. Female warlocks pay more attention to their appearance than male warlocks. The various secret methods of the Bright Moon School have the effect of preserving one's appearance. Among the 3 great elders, 2 are quasi-infinity warlocks and 1 is a junior infinity warlock. With extraordinary strength, they are the pillars of the Bright Moon School. The graceful and elegant infinity warlock Luo Qingqing, who looks like a peerless fairy, said flatly, "The battle demon sect has fled. I have decided that the Bright Moon School should withdraw from the Cangji Plain immediately." Zhong Xinlan, a petite girl with a childlike face and big breasts, frowned, and her eyes shimmered with worry. "But if we give up the Cangji Plain, our Bright Moon School will continue to weaken, and it will be almost impossible to give birth to infinity warlocks." Aning, who has a cold and elegant appearance but a look of cynicism on her face, said coldly, "Now that the battle demon sect has been destroyed, the Bright Moon School, as their ally, will be the next target of the imperial court. If we don't escape now, I'm afraid that we will become the playthings of those stinky men." Luo Qingqing uttered, "That's right. Now that the battle demon sect has been destroyed, the Bright Moon School will be the next target of those guys. Even if I die, I don't want to become the playthings of those people. What's the trifling foundation of the Bright Moon School? Only with people can we have everything. I've made up my mind, there's no need to say more." The other 2 great elders nodded silently as well. Soon after, a dazzling spell radiance shone above the Bright Moon School, and a huge hole suddenly appeared above the Bright Moon School, directly swallowing the Bright Moon School. Within a dozen plus breaths of time, the entire Bright Moon School disappeared from the Cangji Plain. A few days later, the news that the Battle Demon sect and the Bright Moon School, 2 of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty, escaped from the Cangji Plain spread throughout the plain. The escape of the 2 sects was equivalent to a harsh slap to Bai Wuqing's face. At the same time, among the 10 major sects and 8 major families, except for the Tai sect and the Saint Lotus sect, the rest of the sects and families were filled with fear. Chapter 589. The Great Cloud Dynasty's huge war machine is still in operation. Countless experts and weapons have gathered in front of the Tianlian province. Bai Wuqing commanded the 3 grand ministers and 9 ministers as well as the 3 marshals to bring countless experts from the Great Cloud Dynasty to the Tianlian province. A few days later, Bai Wuqing suddenly announced that the Myriad Snow Gate has colluded with the Battle Demon sect in an attempt to subvert the Great Cloud Dynasty. The countless troops gathered in the Tianlian province aboard countless warships attacked the Myriad Snow province, one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces. Under Bai Wuqing's all-out assault, the unguarded Myriad Snow Gate collapsed like an avalanche. The Dragon Spine Guard, which is responsible for purging warlocks in the Great Cloud Dynasty, also suddenly mobilized to capture warlocks from the Myriad Snow Gate and kill anyone who resists. The Myriad Snow Gate's headquarters, the Myriad Snow Mountain Range. There are countless huge warships flying around the Myriad Snow Mountain Range, each of which is manned by the most elite soldiers of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Each soldier possesses great warlock rank cultivation base. The countless warships surrounded the Myriad Snow Gate, and surging killing intent gushed out from the huge warships. A eunuch with moonlight warlock rank cultivation base flew into the void and screamed in a shrill voice, "His Majesty summons the Myriad Snow Gate's great elder Zhou Qinan to the barracks for an audience." With a flash of light, a burly, 3-meter-tall man, who looks like a small giant, appeared loftily above the Myriad Snow Gate, and vast infinity warlock rank might spread in all directions with him as the core. He is the only infinity warlock of the Myriad Snow Gate, Zhou Qinan. Zhou Qinan took a deep look at the barracks that stretches for hundreds of kilometers and said in a clear voice, "I, Myriad Snow Gate's Zhou Qinan, request an audience with His Majesty Bai Wuqing." A violent shockwave spread out in all directions with Zhou Qinan at the center. Human warlocks within thousands of kilometers heard Zhou Qinan's voice, as if he was speaking in their ears. Magic shields rose from the warships, cutting off Zhou Qinan's voice. If an infinity warlock roars with all their strength, low-level warlocks below the great warlock rank within a radius of 1,000 kilometers will be shocked to death. Without the blessing of spells and the protection of secret treasures, the roar of an infinity warlock proficient in sound wave spells can kill great warlocks within 1,000 kilometers in radius. It is for this reason that when suppressing forces with infinity warlocks, the weakest soldiers must possess great warlock rank cultivation base. Strengthened by the warlock towers, the countless great warlocks could display all kinds of incredible power. If there are enough great warlocks and powerful enough secret treasures, they can even contend against infinity warlocks. The eunuch shouted sternly, "Zhou Qinan, how dare you? Are you going to defy the decree?" "Humph." Zhou Qinan snorted coldly, and queer runes surged in his eyes, and he looked at the eunuch as if they contained endless evil. The eunuch trembled, his face twisted, and he screamed. His body squirmed strangely, and then he exploded. At this moment, a green ray flew out from the depths of the barracks and hit the eunuch. Countless fragments suddenly flew up and gathered, and the eunuch regained his human form. Streams of black aura flew out of the eunuch's body and dissipated. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The eunuch knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly towards the distance. In the depths of the barracks, under the protection of the 3 grand ministers and 9 ministers, Bai Wuqing in a battle robe slowly walked out and looked at Zhou Qinan indifferently. Zhou Qinan suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by an ancient beast, and he trembled all over. He realized the huge gap between him and Bai Wuqing. Zhou Qinan said unhurriedly, "Your Majesty, I am willing to take the myriad snow gate and leave the Cangji plain. As long as your Majesty is alive, we will never step into the Cangji plain. The myriad snow mountain range has been completely sealed off by the Great Cloud Dynasty's elite army. It is impossible for the myriad snow gate to escape from the Cangji plain." As soon as the battle started, the infinity warlocks sealed off the myriad snow gate's escape route. This is the God Emperor imprint. Place a part of your soul in the God Emperor imprint, and I will let the myriad snow gate live. A cold expression on his face, Bai Wuqing spread the fingers of a hand, and an imprint engraved with countless golden divine runes exuding sacred breath and black runes exuding demonic chi appeared in his hand. The God Emperor imprint is a very famous monarch-grade secret treasure. It is a secret treasure that a warlock monarch of the 7th Warlock Dynasty Magic Note Dynasty refined based on the magic principles of the Transcendent Empyrean imprint recorded in the Transcendent text. Even if it is a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, once a part of their soul is sealed in the God Emperor imprint, their life and death will be under the control of the master of the God Emperor imprint. Every time a human warlock advances to a greater secret realm, their life stage will undergo a transformation. Many methods to control them will fail. There are not many secret treasures that can control infinity warlocks, and the God Emperor imprint is one of them. Zhou Qinan's face sank, and he uttered coldly, "Impossible. Even if I die, I won't place my soul in the God Emperor imprint." Bai Wuqing uttered indifferently, "In that case, go to hell. Pass down my decree, attack at once. Spare no one." Tyrannical auras rose around Bai Wuqing, and one infinity warlock after another flew towards the myriad snow gate with all kinds of secret treasures. The myriad snow gate was engulfed by countless terrifying magic forces, a violent elemental storm appeared in the area, and one ancient life form after another exuding ancient might appeared and fought in the area. 10 days later, a piece of news spread throughout the Great Cloud Dynasty. The myriad snow gate's headquarters was razed to the ground, and the great elder Zhou Qinan was slain by Bai Wuqing. The myriad snow gate went all out, but only managed to seriously injure the Minister of Rites Wu Huan and kill a bright world warlock from the Great Cloud Dynasty. The whole world was shocked. Among the 10 great sects, the myriad snow gate is similar in strength to the Bright Moon School. Yet such a huge sect was annihilated by the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court, and only one bright world warlock, 7 glorious sun warlocks, and 136 moonlight warlocks died. This is simply shocking. When the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court, which suffered repeated setbacks at the hands of Yang Feng, bared its fangs, it immediately showed the world how powerful the Great Cloud Dynasty is. After the Myriad Snow Gate was annihilated, the Saint Demon Sect, the Corpse Demon Sect, and the Star River Sect, 3 of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, teleported their bases to other planes without hesitation. The Golem Gate and the Beast God School immediately sent emissaries to the Great Cloud Dynasty to express their allegiance to the Bai family. The Zhangji Plain has countless resources, and only here can it give birth to infinity warlocks. Once the 10 great sects escape to other planes, it will be very difficult to give birth to an infinity warlock. Bai Wuxia accepted the Golem Gate surrender, and then joined forces with the Golem Gate, the Saint Lotus Sect, and the Tai Yi sect to launch a surprise attack on the Beast God School. When a glorious sun warlock rank spy of the Beast God School defected, the upper echelon of the Beast God School was besieged by many powerhouses of the Great Cloud Dynasty, and the 5 great elders all died. The Great Cloud Dynasty smoothly took over all the power of the Beast God School and supported the defecting spy to become the new sect master of the Beast God School. After this great change, the resources controlled by the Beast God School were plundered by the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court, and the Beast God School fell from one of the 10 great sects to a second-rate sect. After Bai Wuxia destroyed the 10 great sects, he immediately stopped and sent emissaries to appease the 8 great families. After the 8 great families confirmed that Bai Wuxia has transferred the huge army back to their bases, they heaved a sigh of relief. The alliance between the 8 great families broke down, and the contingency plans they prepared were put on hold. If the 10 great sects and the 8 great families joined forces, they would have the power to overthrow the Great Cloud Dynasty. But after this war, the 10 great sects lost 7 out of 10 members, and the 8 great families were divided. They no longer had the power to contend with the Bai family. If it wasn't for the Western world's 3 great kingdoms eyeing covetously in the outside world, the 8 great families wouldn't be able to resist Bai Wuxia's army. As soon as Bai Wuxia returned to the cloud capital, he began to clean up the mess left by the 7 great sects. Countless experts cultivated by the Bai family filled the vacancies left by the 7 great sects. It will only take about 100 years for the Great Cloud Dynasty to recover from the purge of a large number of experts from the 7 great sects. In the Sea of Monsters, a huge warship was sailing towards the Tyrannid subcontinent. On a huge warship that was 3,000 meters long sat a tall and sturdy man with wheat-colored skin and the aura of a man of the sea. This man is the Whale Marshal of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals. The Tyrannid subcontinent was originally just a small subcontinent that couldn't even give birth to moonlight warlocks. But when Yang Feng came out of the Tyrannid subcontinent, it stirred Bai Wuxia's killing intent. He transferred the Whale Marshal, an infinity warlock, to raise the Tyrannid subcontinent to the ground in one fell swoop. Bai Yunlai was suppressed by the Green Cloud Plains plain origin will, which is why he died. Bai Wuxia doesn't believe that Yang Feng can kill an infinity warlock in the Zhangji Plain. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, 100 orbital stronghold cannons scattered near the coastline flashed, and resplendent beams barreled towards the huge warships thousands of kilometers away. Rays of light suddenly shone on the huge warship, forming a magic shield that blocked the dazzling beams of light. The Whale Marshal said lightly, "They can launch an attack from thousands of kilometers away. This secret treasure is really amazing." As expected of a secret treasure made by the powerhouse who killed Bai Yunlai. Chapter 590. The Whale Marshal silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger. Near the coast of the Tyrannid subcontinent, a 1,000-meter-long hand made of pure water elemental particles descended from the sky and slammed down. The huge stronghold cannons deployed on the edge of the coastline were turned into scrap iron by the hand made of pure water elemental particles. According to energy analysis, the other party is an infinity warlock. Odds of winning, 0.0001%. No chance of winning. Various analyses were transmitted by the Level 3 optical computer. Yang Feng understood that he has no chance of winning against an infinity warlock in the Cangji plane. Bai Yunlai was suppressed by the plane origin will of the green cloud plane, and was unable to freely control the vigor of heaven and earth. Furthermore, his strength was suppressed by more than 90%, which was why Yang Feng killed him. In the Cangji plane, an infinity warlock can freely control the vigor of heaven and earth and absorb the tremendous life magic energy drifting in space. Any of these spells possessed earth-shattering power. Yang Feng frowned slightly, and then relaxed his eyebrows. It seems that the Tyrannid subcontinent cannot be saved. Fortunately, I have already transferred the most important laboratories to the Andrak plane. Infinity warlocks are existences that Yang Feng cannot contend against at the moment. If he were to appear in Tyrannid subcontinent now and live and die together with Tyrannid subcontinent, he would simply be a moron. When Yang Feng decided to become enemies with the Great Cloud Dynasty, he began to make preparations to transfer the munitions factories and laboratories in the Tyrannid subcontinent. Now, there are only some defensive weapons left in the Tyrannid subcontinent. Even if the subcontinent is taken away, it won't be a big loss to Yang Feng. But for the Tyrannid subcontinent, which has always been his rear base, to be taken away like this, Yang Feng still feels very regretful and full of a sense of crisis. Come out. I've already found you. The whale marshal suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked up, and sharp water arrows containing the law of water suddenly shot out in all directions. In the void, there was a series of distortions, and 4 experts suddenly appeared. One of them was a tall and burly man with black hair. He exuded a dense demonic aura. The other was a man who was surrounded by a layer of dazzling starlight and exuded a mysterious aura. The other person was the Grand Elder of the Bright Moon sect, Luo Qingcheng. The last person was the Great Elder of Battle Demon sect, Huang Yihe. Facing the 4 infinity warlocks, the whale marshal's expression remained unchanged. He said with a cold smile, the Battle Demon sects Huang Yihe, the Saint Demon sects in Xielong, the Star River sects Xinghe Mingxian, and the Bright Moon school's Luo Qingcheng, you monsters really didn't escape. Each infinity warlock rank powerhouse is extremely powerful. Once they enter the Cangji plane, they are bound to attract the detection of the plane origin will. In the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal palace, there is a secret treasure, the Sky Surveillance Mirror. Any infinity warlock rank powerhouse who enters the Cangji plane will trigger a reaction from the Sky Surveillance Mirror. The Sky Surveillance Mirror didn't react, which means that no new infinity warlocks have entered the Cangji plane. In other words, Huang Yihe and the other 3 infinity warlocks have never left the Cangji plane. Killing intent surged in Huang Yihe's eyes as he said coldly, General Jing. As long as you swear on the river Styx that you will help us eliminate the tyrant by Wuqing, we will immediately retreat. Otherwise, this will be your burial place. The whale marshal laughed heartily and uttered, haha, you stray dogs actually appeared in front of me, how reckless. It's not too late for you to surrender now. Seeing as you are all infinity warlocks, I can plead with His Majesty to spare your lives. If you persist in going about things the wrong way, then today will be the day you die. With that, the whale marshal waved his hand, and a black cloth suddenly flew out. 5 infinity warlock rank auras gushed out from the black cloth. Huang Yihe's face changed dramatically, his body tensed up, and defensive spells lit up on him. Shit, it's an ambush. No, that's a golem that can imitate infinity warlock rank aura. He wants to escape. Everyone, we can't let him escape. Xinghe Mingxuan's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he barked, silently recited an incantation, and threw a monarch-grade secret treasure universe star chart. Inside the universe star chart, 1 star after another lit up. In the Cangji plane's outer space, 1 star force after another descended from the sky and poured into the universe star's chart. A beam of dazzling starlight that seemed to contain the power of over 100 stars fell from the sky, turning into a beam of starlight that blasted into the sea. The sea water, warships, human warlocks, and extraordinary life forms within an area of 100 kilometers in radius were completely purified by the dazzling star force beam. From the empty sea, a distorted figure suddenly appeared and converged. It is the whale marshal who used a secret method to merge with part of the sea. Originally, the whale marshal used the fundamental secret method swallowing sea whale secret method to merge with the sea water within an area of 100 kilometers in radius. As long as the sea water doesn't dry up, it cannot harm his true body. In the sea, it is extremely difficult for ordinary infinity warlocks to harm him. However, Xinghe Mingxian is the Star River Sect's strongest Great Elder, and he used the Star River Sect's underlying monarch grade secret treasure, which is why he was able to injure the whale marshal. The whale marshal glanced at the universe star chart in the sky and praised loudly, "The Star River Sect's universe star chart really deserves its reputation. Amazing!" At this moment, an incomparably resplendent blade light that resembled moonlight appeared out of thin air. The blade sliced through the void and instantly landed on the whale commander's body, splitting it into pieces. Luo Qingqing walked out of the void with the Bright Moon Sect's monarch grade secret treasure Bright Moon sacred sword in hand, and she frowned slightly. The whale marshal's dismembered body turned into arrows that shot towards the sea. Once the swallowing sea whale secret method is cultivated to the infinity warlock realm, it will possess all kinds of unpredictable powers. As long as he absorbs enough sea elemental particles, he can be reborn from a drop of blood. Whale marshal, leave your soul behind. And Xielong smiled coldly and flew out of the void. The holy grade secret treasure Myriad Eyes Ogre right-hand glove suddenly changed into a legendary Myriad Eyes Ogre right-hand glove with countless eyes of extraordinary life forms exuding eerie chi. The Myriad Eyes Ogre right-hand glove, which once fought the Taboo Lord to a draw, extended its hand towards the countless fragments. The eyes of the extraordinary life forms suddenly opened, and all kinds of strange, twisted, and evil ocular techniques were suddenly launched. From the fragments, wisps of grey soul power were directly extracted, condensed into a small whale general, and flew into An Xielong's hand. An Xielong opened his right hand, revealed beast-like saw teeth, and swallowed the small whale marshal's soul. He chewed it in big mouthfuls, issuing hair-raising sounds. After suffering this blow, the whale marshal's soul was injured. Without a treasure that can repair the soul, it will take thousands of years or even 10,000 years to heal such a terrifying injury. On the contrary, it will worsen. This is the terror of the Myriad Eyes Ogre right-hand glove. Although the whale marshal was seriously injured by An Xielong, the countless fragments containing his soul force still carrying the law of the sea shot into the sea in an instant. When Huang Yihe and the other three powerhouses saw this scene, their eyes shimmered with annoyance. Once the whale marshal enters the sea, even if the four infinity warlocks join forces, they won't be able to force the whale marshal into a dead end again. Damn it, I really lost face this time. An embarrassed expression on his face, Huang Yihe calculated in his mind, yet none of his secret methods or secret treasures can play a role. The whale marshal fled very decisively. Moreover, the giant whale swallowing sea technique was also a peerless secret technique. It possessed unfathomable power in the sea. Coupled with the fact that he is an infinity warlock, if you miss the opportunity to kill him, you won't be able to find it again. Infinity warlocks are easy to defeat, but hard to kill. It is for this reason that Yang Feng's slaying of Bai Yunlai caused a sensation in the world. Bai Wuqing's slaying of the myriad Snow Gates infinity warlock Zhou Qinan triggered a series of changes, and the 10 great sects withdrew from the Zhangji plain. Seeing that the whale marshal is about to escape, the sea hunters hidden in the sea suddenly pounced on the fragments of the whale marshal and gnawed at them. A strange force gushed out of the sea hunters and devoured the fragments of the whale marshal. Every time they devour a piece of the whale marshal's flesh and blood, the sea hunters will undergo a strange change and become more powerful. The more than a dozen fragments of the whale marshal suddenly gathered together and turned into a miniature version of the whale marshal. Standing in the void, a look of alarm and anger on his face, the the sea hunters looked at the swarm of sea hunters down below with apprehension and anger. The whale marshal could have easily crushed the sea hunters. But now that he has been seriously injured, he can only display glorious Sun Warlock rank battle prowess. The sea hunters are equivalent to blocking his only escape route. Haha, whale marshal, since you want to be a loyal subject to Bai Wuqing, then go to hell. Smiling excitedly, Huang Yihe appeared in front of the whale marshal, spread the fingers of a hand, and as if a small world appeared, grabbed the whale marshal and crushed him into pieces. A ball of 7-color skyfire rose from Huang Yihe's hand and burned the fragments attached to the infinity core frantically. The fragments struggled and twisted, issued strange screams, and eventually disappeared. The swarm of sea hunters suddenly gathered and transformed into Yang Feng, who came to Huang Yihe's side and saluted, "Greetings, teacher." When Huang Yihe saw Yang Feng, he immediately showed a smile and said, "Feng, it's really you. Well done." Chapter 591. An Shilong walked out of the void, came to in front of Yang Feng, glanced at Yang Feng, and praised, "Old Huang, so this is your personal disciple Yang Feng. Not bad, he's a good match for my Yen. Old Huang, how about we become in-laws?" Huang Yihe rolled his eyes at An Shilong and said, "Your Yen's looks and cultivation base are indeed excellent. But with her temperament, how can she be manipulated by you? If you tell her about this, I'm afraid that she'll come looking for you the next day and fight Feng. At that time, if we can't become in-laws, we'll become enemies, and that'll be troublesome." And Shilong thought for a moment, and then regret flashed in his eyes. "You're right. What a pity." When An Shilong thought of his little demoness, he felt a headache. As a great elder of the Saint Demon sect, he is a ruthless and ambitious person with a heart of stone. But he loves his only daughter, his only blood relative in the world. As such, there is nothing he can do about her. In the world of warlocks, some warlocks don't attach much importance to their blood relatives. Most of such warlocks have a large number of wives and children. It is very difficult for some warlocks to give birth to offspring, and they will only have 1 or 2 children. Such warlocks cherish their children and descendants very much. It was equivalent to their reverse scale, and anyone who touched it would be killed. Surrounded by starlight, the star river Mingxian looks like a god emitting endless starlight. With a blur, he crossed the distance of several kilometers, appeared in front of Yang Feng, and said with a gentle smile, "You're Yang Feng? You killed Bai Yunlai? Well done." The Bai family's 13 infinity warlocks suppress the eastern world and take charge of the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court. If more than half of the 13 infinity warlocks die, the Bai family's rule will collapse. Which of the infinity warlocks who can promote to the infinity warlock rank doesn't have their own thoughts and will? The Bai family is powerful and controls the resources of the entire Great Cloud Dynasty, which is why it has countless experts working for it. If the Bai family is weak, then the 3 Grand Ministers, the 9 Ministers, the 8 Marshals, and the other infinity warlocks will devour the Bai family. Therefore, after Bai Yunlai died, the remaining 12 infinity warlocks of the Bai family became much more cautious. They won't enter dangerous places rashly. Luo Qingqing stepped out of the void, glanced at Yang Feng, and said coldly, "We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's disperse." "All right." And Shilong smiled faintly and disappeared with a blur. With a flash of starlight, Xinghe Mingxian also disappeared. Luo Qingqing also turned into a beam of moonlight and disappeared into the void. No matter how Yang Feng investigated, he couldn't capture the direction in which the 3 infinity warlocks disappeared and their movement trajectories. Huang Yihe waved his hand, and an ordinary-looking jade card flew into Yang Feng's hand. "Feng, the Great Cloud Dynasty's investigative methods are formidable. I'll take my leave first. These are the spies arranged by my Battle Demon sect in the Great Cloud Dynasty. If you need anything, you can use this jade card to mobilize the spies. The 10 great sects have a legacy of more than 10,000 years in the Great Cloud Dynasty. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, there are countless spies from the 10 great sects. After Bai Wuqing destroyed the 10 great sects, he no longer attacked the 8 great families. He wants to eliminate the influence of the 10 great sects from the Great Cloud Dynasty. It will only take 100 years for the Great Cloud Dynasty to eliminate most of the influence of the 10 great sects from the imperial court. This 100 years will be the time to test Bai Wuqing's political skills. Now that Yang Feng has mastered the spies arranged by the Battle Demon sect in the Great Cloud Dynasty, he has a hidden force. There are many things that he doesn't need to do personally. With that, Huang Yi's body collapsed in an instant, turned into specks of light, and disappeared. Yang Feng's figure formed from countless sea hunters also collapsed and sank into the sea. Not long after, a huge eyeball suddenly appeared in the void. That huge eyeball condensed from countless runes glanced at the sea, and rays of spells shot out of that huge eyeball and swept towards the sea. The huge eyeball is a holy grade secret treasure called the Heaven Watch Eye. Once it is operated in the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal palace, it can see virtually the entire eastern world. At the same time, so long as enough magic crystals are consumed, it can even enable a warlock to cross tens of thousands of kilometers to reach a certain place. Even if you use spatial disorder, you can't interfere with the Heaven Watch Eye's spying. However, every time the holy grade secret treasure Heaven Watch Eye is used, it consumes all the power of a Holy Spirit warlock. In an era without Holy Spirit warlocks, every time the Heaven Watch Eye is used, it consumes an astronomical number of magic crystals, even more than the magic crystals accumulated by a small sect. As such, it can't be used rashly. Blurry and distorted shadows seem to converge and reproduce the scene from not long ago. This is one of the miraculous spells of the Heaven Watch Eye, image playback. Under the effect of the image playback spell, everything that happened in a certain area can be easily replayed. But, as if something interfered, the distorted shadows collapsed and disappeared in an instant. Before leaving, Huang Yi used a secret method to erase all traces of this area. Even if it is the image playback spell, it can't rewind the scene in this area. It can't be restored. There are fluctuations of power from a fight between infinity warlocks here. The whale marshal has really died. These damned devils. Angry voices came from the huge eyeball, but no one dared to come out of it. The whale marshal's whereabouts are very secretive. How could he be besieged? There are spies in the imperial court. And the level of the spies is very high. The 10 great sects are indeed a cancer of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Your Majesty has great foresight. To destroy them in advance is really brilliant. Amidst the sounds of discussion, the huge eyeball rolled around and directly disappeared. Before long, the entire Great Cloud Dynasty learned that one of the 8 marshals, the Whale Marshal, has died in the Sea of Monsters. The Sea of Monsters is the only route to the Tyrannid subcontinent. Soon, the rumor that the Whale Marshal was killed by Yang Feng spread in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Another round of purge was carried out inside the Great Cloud Dynasty. Affected by the purge, countless warlocks were forced to leave the Great Cloud Dynasty. During the purge, the children of the 8 great families were quietly transferred out of the most critical positions by Bai Wuqing, weakening the influence of the 8 great families in the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court by a large margin. Yang Feng's true body hid in the Andrak plane and began to practice cultivation behind closed doors. At this time, the Great Cloud Dynasty is at its most chaotic and dangerous. He doesn't want to get involved in the storm and be crushed to pieces. Time elapsed, and 3 years passed in a flash. The Andrak plane, in a secret room, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly, an advanced moonlight warlock rank life force diffused from him. Yang Feng sighed slightly. The Andrak plane is really inferior to the Zhangji plane. If I had the resources in the Battle Demon sect, I would have been able to promote to a pinnacle glorious sun warlock. But here, I'm only at the advanced moonlight warlock rank. The difference between the two planes is simply too great. The Tsangji plane is currently the most powerful primary material plane as well as the only grade 1 plane known to human warlocks. It is because of the special nature of the Tsangji plane that the human warlock emperors born in the Tsangji plane can suppress countless planes and defeat, suppress, and seal existences of other planes with warlock emperor rank battle prowess one by one. Cultivation in the Tsangji plane's continent is much faster than in other planes. Under the same cultivation conditions, the cultivation speed in the Tsangji plane is more than 10 times faster than in the Andrak plane. The special nature of the Tsangji plane makes the 10 great sects very unwilling to leave the Tsangji plane. Once these sects escape from the Tsangji plane, they will slowly decline, and may even disappear in the long river of history. It's time to get started. Yang Feng walked out of the secret chamber, his body blurred, and he disappeared. Outside the divine country of the goddess of ice, there are 10 star destroyer battlestars and aircraft carriers suspended in the air. 500,000 third-generation battle robots and 6 million second-generation battle robots have surrounded the divine country of the goddess of ice. Standing outside the divine country, Yang Feng said flatly, "Goddess of ice, I am Yang Feng. Surrender. As long as you submit to me, I can let you live. How can I allow others to sleep soundly on my bed?" At this time, only the goddess of ice and the goddess of love are left in the Andrak plane. The two goddesses are two major unstable factors of the Andrak plane. If Yang Feng can't subdue or annihilate the two goddesses, he won't dare to boldly take the Andrak plane as his foundation. The cold and resolute roar of the goddess of ice came from the divine country. "Yang Feng, you despicable scoundrel, I will never yield." Yang Feng sighed regretfully. His eyes shimmered coldly, and he ordered, "What a pity. Do it." As if divine punishment, resplendent rays of light slammed into the ice mountain range covered in ice and snow all year round. Swept by the resplendent rays of light, tens of thousands of ice life forms were killed. Yang Feng hasn't made a move for 3 years, but he has privately dispatched a mechanical legion to investigate the locations of the believers of the goddess of ice in the ice mountain range. As soon as he made his move, it was earth-shattering. Chapter 592. Yang Feng, you're so vicious. The shrill roar of the goddess of ice came from the ice divine country. The countless believers killed by Yang Feng inflicted heavy damage on the goddess of ice. Under Yang Feng's deliberate attack, countless believers of the goddess of ice fell, and the number of remaining believers was less than 3,000. When the number of believers was less than 3,000, the goddess of ice began to slowly but firmly decline. Some terrifying extraordinary abilities began to weaken as well. As long as Yang Feng's army besieged the ice divine country for about 100 to 200 years, the goddess of ice inside the ice divine country would slowly weaken and die. Ever since the Time Lord suffered a great loss in the divine country of a supreme god, human warlocks have been very careful when dealing with gods. They wouldn't rashly enter the divine country of a god. Of course, if it is an infinity warlock, they can naturally break into the divine country of a feeble divine force rank god and kill the other party. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a swarm of battle robots flew towards the ice divine country. The ice divine country opened a huge opening and let the swarm of battle robots in. If the ice divine country opened a powerful barrier to protect the entire divine country, it would only result in a battle of attrition against Yang Feng. The siege of the countless battle robots would eventually break the barrier of the ice divine country, and then the goddess of ice would open the divine country and let the battle robots enter. As soon as they entered the ice divine country, they were greeted by a bone-chilling wind. The entire ice divine kingdom was shrouded in endless white snow. Gusts of cold wind blew in the ice divine kingdom, bringing up snowflakes. It was full of the style of the snow kingdom. The current temperature is minus 230 degrees Celsius, the closer to the center, the lower the temperature. Law interference, the scanning system cannot scan. When the battle robots entered the ice divine country, a series of information was fed back to Yang Feng from the level 3 optical computer. On the Tsangji plane, the absolute zero of 273. 15 degrees Celsius on Earth wasn't the lowest temperature. Some strange and distorted environments and glorious sun warlock spells containing the law of ice could break this temperature. Even so, minus 230 degrees was already a terrifyingly low temperature. It was equivalent to the entire ice divine kingdom constantly releasing third-tier ice spells. Once ordinary humans entered the ice-snow divine kingdom, it wouldn't take long for them to turn into ice sculptures. Even if human warlocks entered the ice divine country, if they didn't cast spells to resist the cold, then they would quickly freeze to death. The combat prowess of experts above the great warlock rank would be weakened by more than 50%. Staying in such an environment for a long time, even great warlocks wouldn't be able to bear it. A series of snowflakes drifted through the air, and snow fairies with long silver hair that resembled human beauties, snow bears that were 6 meters tall with snowy white bodies, snow men that resembled human males, but were over 3 meters tall with white fur all over their bodies, and snow demons that seemed to be enveloped by countless snowflakes suddenly appeared. The snow goddess divine army suddenly appeared. Young Feng looked at the huge divine legion and revealed a derisive smile. So this is the divine legion of the goddess of ice. Compared to the angels, they are far inferior. The angel was a divine weapon created by the overgod god who had severely injured the Time Lord. It was also the trump card of the overgod god. Angels were divided into 9 ranks. The upper 3 ranks were seraphim, throne angel, and cherub angel. The middle 3 ranks were dominion angels, energy angels, and strength angels. The lower 3 ranks were angels of authority, archangels, and angels. Each of the 3 upper grades of angels has the potential to advance to the infinity warlock rank, and blazing angels are weapons that can evolve to the supreme god rank. Angels of the middle 3 ranks also had the terrifying potential to evolve to the point where their combat strength was comparable to that of gods and demons. On the other hand, angels of the 3 lower tiers were unable to break through the god-fiend boundary. At most, they could only evolve to the point where their battle prowess was comparable to that of a demigod. After the supreme god of sky was slain by the Time Lord, the method of manufacturing angels spread to many planes along with the footsteps of human warlocks. On the Fesua plane, the divine legions of gods were composed entirely of angels and braves. Since the divine legion of the goddess of ice didn't have angels and braves, there was a huge gap in strength between them and the Fesua plane's divine legion. A violent hurricane of ice and snow blew towards Yang Feng's mechanical legion from the divine country. Crack! Crack! Along with crisp sounds, a thin layer of ice covered the mechanical legion. The divine legion of the goddess of ice suddenly moved and swept towards Yang Feng's mechanical legion like a tide. Yang Feng's mechanical legion seemed to be frozen until the divine legion of the goddess of ice appeared. 5,000 undyings suddenly moved and flew into the divine legion in an instant, leaving afterimages behind. Following flashes of blade rays, the limbs of the ice elves, ice bears, and other divine soldiers were cut off in an instant, and they collapsed on the ground powerlessly. Sealers suddenly flew out and shot out beams of sealing light that sealed the soldiers of the Divine Legion, turning them into fist-sized crystals. Divine Legions had an undying nature. As long as their soul was not extinguished, they would never die. The soul of a level 1 warlock rank ordinary believer transformed into a divine soldier would die 100 times before collapsing and disappearing. A legend rank soul could die 5,000 times. A demigod rank soul could die 10,000 times, a feeble divine force rank soul could die 100,000 times, and a weak divine force rank soul could die 1,000,000 times. The undying nature of the divine soldiers was their most troublesome aspect. There were only 3 ways to deal with them. The first was to destroy them faster than they could be reborn. The second was to seal them. The last was to kill the divine country lord. Once the divine country lord died, the undying nature of the divine legion would disappear. Yang Feng obtained a lot of information on battles between human warlocks and gods from the Battle Demon sect, which was how he came up with the correct response. Each Undyings possessed Starry Sky Warlock rank battle prowess. There were only 100,000 legend rank and 3 demigod rank powerhouses in the Divine Legion. Under the frenzied attacks of the Undyings, the huge Divine Legion of the Goddess of Ice was pierced through, divided, and sealed. In front of Yang Feng's third-generation battle robots, the seemingly huge and invincible Divine Legion of the Goddess of Ice disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, a huge barrier opened outside the Ice Divine Country, separating the battle robots that had already entered the Divine Country from the battle robots outside. Suddenly, the Ice Divine Country was cut off from the outside. Outside the Ice Divine Kingdom, countless battle robots were frantically attacking the barrier of the Ice Divine Kingdom. However, they only managed to set off ripples within the Ice Divine Kingdom's barrier. Within a short period of time, it was impossible to break through the barrier. Yang Feng smiled slightly, opened the barrier to separate the Divine Country from the outside and annihilate the part that has entered the Divine Country first. It seems that the Goddess of Ice isn't a fool. In a war against a Divine Country, one had to face the suppression and weakening of the environment, laws, Divine Legions, and other aspects. The entrance to the Divine Country could be freely manipulated by the gods. Within a short period of time, even a Bright World Warlock would find it difficult to destroy the entrance. Of course, once a huge barrier was opened at the entrance to the Divine Country, the Divine Country would burn a large number of Divine Force crystals at all times, which was a huge drain on the Divine Country. Within the Ice Divine Kingdom, countless incomparably violent snowstorms were blowing. In the midst of the violent snowstorm, a 100-meter-tall Goddess of Ice true body with snow-white skin, long silver hair, a sexy figure, and a bone-chilling aura suddenly appeared. The Goddess of Ice parted her cherry lips and unleashed the divine spell breath of the Goddess of Ice, and a snow-white stream of cold air sprayed from her cherry lips. The temperature in the Ice Divine Country dropped again. In the wake of the snow-white stream of cold air, everything was frozen into ice sculptures. The third-generation battle robots that were slaughtering the Ice God's Divine Legion were also frozen and turned into ice sculptures. In the Ice Divine Country, the divine spells cast by the Goddess of Ice were comparable to advanced Glorious Dawn warlocks in might. With just one move, tens of thousands of third-generation battle robots were frozen. Yang Feng praised, "Amazing. As expected of a goddess in a divine country, your battle prowess is really amazing." The artillery robots fired at the ice sculptures with small positron artilleries. Rays of incomparably resplendent light blasted on the ice sculptures, blasting them into pieces. The wreckage of the Undyings quickly condensed and turned into Undyings that pounced towards the ice goddess. In a breath of time, 50,000 Undyings flew out of the ice, arrived in front of the Goddess of Ice, and slashed at her with their blades. Cracks suddenly appeared on the Goddess of Ice's body. With a surge of ice force, the injuries on the Goddess of Ice healed in an instant. In the Ice Divine Country, the Goddess of Ice is the ruler. She possesses all kinds of extraordinary abilities, and the resilience of her body inside the Divine Country is completely different from that outside. Ice Divine Domain. The Goddess of Ice opened her beautiful eyes, and countless laws of ice flickered in her eyes. Tremendous divine force suddenly evolved into an ice divine domain that devoured the 50,000 Undyings. In the icy celestial domain, the Undyings fell from the sky one after another as though time had frozen due to the low temperature that surpassed absolute zero, which completely violated the laws of physics on Earth. Chapter 593. When Yang Feng saw the Goddess of Ice display her might, his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade, "Amazing. Gods in a divine country are really powerful." According to the analysis of the Level 3 optical computer, 1,000 third-generation battle robots could quell a Moonlight Warlock. The Goddess of Ice was just a feeble divine force rank god. According to the classification of warlocks, she should belong to the Moonlight Warlock realm. But inside the Ice Divine Country, the goddess of ice was even more ferocious than a glorious dawn warlock. To freeze 50,000 undyings with a divine spell was simply heaven-defying. Of course, this was also because the ice divine country was filled with the law of ice, and the environment was in perfect harmony with the divine spell of the goddess of ice. Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Do it." Outside the ice divine country, the Star Destroyer artillery of the Star Destroyer Battlestar shone brightly, and a resplendent beam slammed into the outer boundary of the ice divine country. The entire ice divine kingdom trembled. The outer boundary of the ice divine kingdom finally collapsed inch by inch, completely shattered. Under the guidance of the Level 3 optical computer, a Star Destroyer artillery beam entered the ice divine country and blasted into the body of the goddess of ice. Even though the Star Destroyer artillery beam was weakened by the laws of the ice divine country, it still possessed terrifying might. Struck by the Star Destroyer artillery beam, half of the goddess of ice's body collapsed. A copious amount of frigid aura diffused from the ice divine country and quickly repaired her body. The beams of the Star Destroyer cannons didn't seem to stop. Under the guidance of the Level 3 optical computer, they accurately bombarded the ice goddess body, blasting her body into pieces. Go to hell. When Yang Feng's true body saw the goddess of ice being torn apart, he frantically extracted power from the world ring of the small world inside him, blurred into motion, appeared in front of the goddess of ice, and slammed a true god Empyrean imprint into the godhead of the goddess of ice. Countless runes diffused from the true god Empyrean imprint, stabbed into the goddess of ice, and eroded the seriously injured goddess of ice. The goddess of ice issued a shrill scream, and the huge divine legion rushed over frantically. Forming a torrent of steel, the battle robots around Yang Feng recklessly slaughtered the divine legions of the goddess of ice. Not yielding a single step, they launched a counterattack against the divine legions. When the two torrents collided, the divine legion was sliced apart and fell one after another. In front of the third-generation mechanical legion that could easily kill moonlight warlocks, the divine legion of the goddess of ice appeared somewhat powerless. An hour later, the countless runes within the true god Empyrean imprint finally eroded the ice goddess. With a flash of light, the ice goddess was sealed within the true god Empyrean imprint. I order everyone to stop attacking. After a breath's time, the ice goddess flew out of the true god Empyrean seal. Her eyes had lost their luster as she spoke indifferently. Yes. My lord. The remaining divine legions knelt on the ground, feeling very unwilling, but they spoke respectfully. Once they became a member of God's divine army, they wouldn't be able to disobey God's orders. Even though the divine legions knew that the goddess they believed in had fallen to Yang Feng's hands, but they could not disobey the orders of the god. After quelling the goddess of ice, the huge mechanical legion flew towards the divine country of the goddess of love under Yang Feng's leadership. The huge mechanical legion had just flown halfway, when a ray of light flew out from the divine country of the goddess of love, landed in the direction of the mechanical legion, and revealed a charming and enchanting stunner. It was the goddess of love. In terms of appearance alone, Shi Shui was more beautiful than the goddess of love. But in terms of attractiveness to men, the goddess of love was 100 times stronger than Shi Shui. Nourished by the divine force of love, a casual look from the goddess of love could make mortals willing to die for her. The goddess of love spoke in a loud voice in front of the huge fleet. The goddess of love requests an audience with your majesty Yang Feng. A door of a steel carrier opened and revealed a passage. With a sweet smile, the goddess of love stepped into the passageway, walked along the passageway, arrived at the bridge, and sat in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng glanced at the goddess of love, his eyes flashed fiercely, and he pointed with a finger, and the true god Empyrean imprint appeared on his fingertips. Goddess of love, hand over your soul and serve me. The goddess of love smiled sweetly and said, Your Majesty Yang Feng, I am ready to abandon everything and go to the Cangji plain. If you insist on having my soul, then I can only abandon everything, leave here, and go to the Cangji plain. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, if a god abandons their original plane, they will suffer a backlash from the plane. If you abandon everything and go to the Zhangji plane, your soul will be severely damaged, and your strength will fall below the great warlock rank. Your lifespan will be less than 1,000 years, and you won't flee to the Zhangji plane. There was a mysterious connection between the soul of a god and the plane origin will that they promoted to. Once a god abandoned everything and left their original plane, they would be severely injured, or even die. If a strong divine force rank god left their original plane and went to the Zhangji plane, their soul would be severely damaged. His soul would be severely damaged, and his strength would fall to the great warlock rank, or even below. It was because of this that the goddess of ice and the goddess of love could only defend their divine countries. They couldn't and didn't dare to easily escape. The goddess of love's eyes shimmered with graveness, and she said with a solemn expression, "That's right. I don't want to die, nor do I want to take such a big risk. That's why I came to see you, your majesty. I am willing to sign a Styx oath with your majesty and serve you. However, I can serve you, your majesty. But there are some things I don't want to do. Please don't force me, your majesty. Give me some self-respect. Otherwise, I would rather abandon everything and escape from here. After all, staying here is the same as dying." Styx was a long river in the netherworld, also known as the Mother Soul River, and it ran through countless planes of the universe. It was everywhere, yet at the same time, it wasn't on any plane. Only in the netherworld could one see Styx. Even if it was a warlock emperor rank powerhouse, if they didn't use any secret methods and let Styx scour them, their soul would become empty and turn into nothingness. The soul would be separated from the body, and then the soul would fall into Styx and disappear. The Nether River Oath was one of the strongest oaths among the countless planes. There were very few secret treasures and existences that could resolve Styx oaths. Yang Feng pondered for a while, then shook his head and refused. "I can promise you that I will give you enough respect and self-respect. I can use Styx oath to make this agreement. However, your soul must be handed over to me. The Andrak plane is my current base camp and also my foundation. I can't allow any unstable factors to exist here. If you don't agree, then go to the Zhangji plane. I won't stop you." Styx oaths were virtually unbreakable. However, in the Zhangji plane and the 36 primary material planes, there were still some rare secret treasures that could break Styx oaths. The Andrak plane was a grade 7 plane. Once a warlock monarch rank powerhouse entered the Andrak plane, they would be suppressed to the glorious Dawn warlock realm. Only a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse might be able to defeat the plane origin will of the Andrak plane with peerless power. As long as Yang Feng managed the Andrak plane impenetrably, it would be equivalent to having a safe base. Even if the Great Cloud Dynasty's main force attacked, he was confident that he could wipe out the other party here. In this base, Yang Feng wouldn't allow any forces that weren't under his control to exist. If the goddess of love couldn't be used by him, then he could only ask her to leave or suppress her. This was related to Yang Feng's fundamental interests, so he couldn't take even half a step back. The goddess of love's beautiful eyes flickered, and then she finally gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I promise you." Once the goddess of love left the Andrak plane, her soul would be severely damaged, and her godhead would collapse. Even if she reached the Zhangji plane, there was an 80 to 90% chance that she would die. If human warlocks wanted to become gods, as long as they had a god rank and enough believers, it was very simple. However, it was very difficult for gods to transform into human warlocks. If they weren't careful, they would be in danger of dying. That was because the connection between gods and the plane origin was too deep. Once the connection was severed, their godhead would collapse, and they would die. After negotiating the conditions, Yang Feng took a Styx oath, and the goddess of love gave Yang Feng a wisp of her soul and let him seal it in the true God Empyrean imprint. In this way, the goddess of love's life and death were completely under Yang Feng's control. The Ligoi province was a marvel among the lesser provinces of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Li Gui province was wider than many greater provinces of the Great Cloud dynasty, and its resources were much richer than many greater provinces of the Great Cloud dynasty. However, the Li Gui province was just one of the lesser provinces of the Great Cloud dynasty. The biggest reason for this was that the Li Gui province was a restricted area for infinity warlocks. After entering the Li Gui province, any infinity warlock would die in less than 30 days. Since the Great Cloud dynasty's infinity warlocks couldn't enter the Li Gui province, the Li Gui province became a chaotic place where warlock groups that refused to accept the rule of the Great Cloud dynasty gathered. Although the Great Cloud dynasty sent countless experts to occupy an area in the Li Gui province, but more of the territory was divided up by different warlock groups. In the past 1,000 years, the strongholds occupied by the Great Cloud dynasty in the Li Gui province have been breached several times by the warlock groups in the Li Gui province. As a result, the Great Cloud dynasty's imperial court, which was tyrannical in the outside world, couldn't do anything in the Li Gui province. Chapter 594. Li Gui province, Sherryman City. In front of the most famous brothel in Sherryman City, the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, a magic sports car stopped, and a burly man with short hair and a large beard, exuding a valiant aura, stepped out of the magic sports car. Two magic chariots stopped next to the magic chariot, and bodyguards dressed in black suits and sunglasses alighted from the magic chariot and surrounded the bearded man. They were undyings on the inside and human flesh on the outside, looking no different from human warlocks. The bearded man was Yang Feng. Distinguished guest, is this your first time coming to the Myriad Flowers Pavilion? I am Honggu, the lobby manager of the Myriad Flowers Pavilion. How do I address you? When a stunner with long purple-black hair, dressed in a revealing black evening dress, and exuding the charm of a mature woman saw Yang Feng come in, she glanced at the 8 bodyguards around Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes lit up. She greeted him with a smile and spoke enthusiastically. Yang Feng had the appearance of a rich and powerful silk pants as he said with a frivolous smile, "My surname is Lei, you can call me Young Master Lei. I heard that the Myriad Flowers Pavilion's Qian Ningxuang is a top red card in the Sherryman City. Let her accompany me." The 8 undying simulated 8 starry sky warlock rank life force fields at once. Amazing. This person has 8 starry sky warlocks as bodyguards. His origin must not be simple. I must not offend him lightly. Honggu's thoughts revolved lightning fast, and then she said with a sweet smile, "Okay, young Master Lei, this way, please." Under the guidance of Aunt Hong, Yang Feng entered a private room in the Myriad Flowers Pavilion and sat down. The 8 undyings stood aside like door gods, not saying a word. Shortly after, a beautiful woman with snow-white skin, long black hair, and a petite but curvaceous figure, exuding innocence and sexiness, stepped into the private room. Qian Ningxuang bowed to Yang Feng in salute and uttered softly, "Greetings, young Master Lei." Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he beckoned with his hand, and a suction force pulled Qian Ningxuang into his embrace. He said with a frivolous smile, "Haha, come and drink with me." Qian Ningxuang also began to act coquettishly in Act Cute, serving Yang Feng with great care. After 3 rounds of wine, there was a knock on the door. Aunt Hong pushed the door open and entered. She forced a smile and said, "Young Master Lei, can you get another lady? As long as you're willing to change to another girl, we can give you a 50% discount on your purchases at our 10,000 Flower Pavilion today." The smile on Yang Feng's face suddenly disappeared, his eyes flashed coldly, and he flicked his finger, and a pouch suddenly flew out. Countless magic crystals flew out of the pouch like a tide and sprinkled on the ground. He said arrogantly and domineeringly, "I have magic crystals. Today, I came to play with the Myriad Flowers Pavilion because I think highly of the Myriad Flowers Pavilion. Your Myriad Flower Pavilion actually dares to come and cut this young master's face. Do you not want to live anymore? Do you believe that this young master will bring people to directly destroy your Myriad Flowers Pavilion?" Aunt Hong lowered her voice and said, "I do, of course I do. Young Master Lei, it was the young master of malicious spirits Fang who wanted Ningxuang to accompany him. Our myriad flower pavilion is no match for evil spirit Fang's young master. Please bear with me. How about this, our myriad flowers pavilion's Miaofu is also a beauty as famous as Ningxuang. Why don't we have Miaofu accompany you? Today, all your purchases in the myriad flowers pavilion will be free of charge. What do you think? The myriad flowers pavilion didn't dare to lightly offend Yang Feng, who had 8 starry sky warlocks as bodyguards and could casually take out countless magic crystals. The masters of the rich and powerful knew how to conduct themselves and leave a way out so that they wouldn't meet again in the future. However, the young masters of the rich and powerful were all ruthless and unscrupulous. If they went all out, it wasn't impossible for them to slaughter the entire myriad flowers pavilion. Evil Spirit Fang was one of the 4 tycoons of Sherryman City and had 2 moonlight warlocks as guards. A small force like the myriad flowers pavilion didn't dare to contend against Evil Spirit Fang's young master. Yang Feng smiled coldly and clapped his hand, and strange skeletons swept towards the table beside him. The table was corroded and turned black, and then turned into black dust that scattered in the wind. Evil Spirit Fang's young master. Never heard of him. Tell him to get lost and not to disturb this young master's mood. Otherwise, I'll make him suffer the consequences. Qian Ningxuang was just about to say something coquettishly, when she saw the frigid killing intent in Yang Feng's eyes, and she immediately fell silent. For the rich and powerful, their face was more important than anything else. If they were enraged, then even a beautiful warlock like Qian Ningxuang would be killed. What a big tone. You don't even care about this young master. You son of AB*TCH, do you want to die? An unruly and overbearing voice sounded from the side. A handsome young man with a hint of haze between his brows walked in with large strides and sneered. This young man was the evil spirit Fang's young master. Beside the evil spirit Fang's young master, there were 4 young men, each of whom was handsome and exuded the aura of rich and powerful young masters. In the myriad flowers pavilion, in an elegant secret room, a beautiful girl with an otherworldly temperament dressed in a white fox robe leaned against a waterbed and stared at a screen that displayed the scene in Yang Feng's room. The beautiful girl tapped the waterbed with her lily-white finger and revealed a look of curiosity. Who is this person? I've never seen him before. He has 8 starry sky warlocks as his bodyguards. What's his origin? Beside the beautiful girl stood a middle-aged man with a wooden expression, and wisps of moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power seeped out of the middle-aged man. There was a cruel glint in the eyes of the evil spirit Fang's young master, and he sneered, "Cut off this puppy's limbs, stuff him into an urn, and throw him into the myriad snake's cave." The Ligui province's Sherryman City wasn't dominated by the Great Cloud Dynasty, but by the 4 tycoons. In the Sherryman City, the 4 tycoons controlled the life and death of countless people. The evil spirit Fang's young master was the only son of the evil spirit Fang's master. From a young age, he was arrogant and domineering. Except for the warlocks of the 4 tycoons, he didn't care about anyone else. Yes. Young master. A man standing behind the evil spirit Fang's young master suddenly opened his eyes, and a 30-centimeter long horn suddenly grew on his head. His body swelled, and he turned into a 3-meter tall horned evil ogre, and starry sky warlock rank evil chi diffused from him. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with killing intent, and he said coldly, "Kill that beast. Kill all those who stand in the way." An undying suddenly appeared in front of the horned evil ogre with an afterimage, and a blade ray flashed. The horned evil ogre was dismembered and turned into countless fragments that sputtered on the ground. After insta-killing the horned evil ogre, the undying appeared in front of the evil spirit Fang's young master in a flash and slashed at the latter's forehead. A bead suddenly flew out of the chest of the evil spirit Fang's young master, turned into a skull engraved with countless runes, exuded eerie fluctuations of power, and activated a black barrier. When the undying's blade slashed at the black barrier, it bounced off. You dare to kill my servant and attack me. You're dead. You're dead today. No one can save you. There was a flash of fear in the eyes of the evil spirit Fang's young master, and then he roared furiously. The strange skull opened its mouth and spat out a black gas into the sky. It turned into a huge skull and let out a mournful wail. Evil spirit token. Evil spirit Fang's evil spirit token, what happened? Why does the Myriad Flowers Pavilion have an evil spirit token? In the Sherryman City, when the warlocks saw the screeching skulls in the sky, their faces changed dramatically, and they quickly hid in their homes. In the Sherryman City, inside the evil spirit Fang's encampment, warlocks in black warlock robes quickly gathered. Bastard, who are you? How dare you attack my son? I'll tear you to pieces. A handsome man with strange runes tattooed on his face and crimson all over was sitting in a pool of blood. He opened his crimson eyes, which were filled with a violent aura, and roared madly. An incomparably tyrannical aura rose from the Sherryman City and pounced towards the Myriad Flower Pavilion. The Undying frantically slashed at the boundary formed by the malicious spirit medallion and set off ripples. However, it was unable to shatter the boundary in a short period of time. The evil spirit Fang's young master showed a ferocious smile and said, "You little dog, you forced me to use the evil spirit token. You're dead. Kneel down and cut off your hands. I'll spare your dog life and let you be my dog. I'll lock you in a kennel and let you have a good time with the dogs." The evil spirit token is a treasure of the evil spirit Fang, and it seals the level 6 defensive spell Evil Ogre Skeleton Barrier. Every time it is released, the evil spirit Fang's warlocks have to spend a lot of resources to seal the spell again. After the evil spirit Fang's young master used the evil spirit token, he couldn't have the protection of the evil spirit token for a long time, which made him furious. There was a flash of contempt in the eyes of the beautiful girl in the secret room, and she said with a cold smile, "Evil spirit token. To use such a top-secret treasure casually, what a silk pants." No wonder. Although the evil spirit Fang's master is the #1 expert in the Sherryman City, but the evil spirit Fang is the weakest of the 4 tycoons. Chapter 595. With a frigid smile, Yang Feng took out a sphere and tossed it. "You called for reinforcements? Then I'll call for reinforcements as well. Let's fight and see whose reinforcements are stronger." The sphere suddenly flew into the sky, blossomed, and turned into a projection of a giant mountain exuding strong demonic chi. 5,000 third-generation battle robots disguised as human warlocks rode magic sports cars at lightning speed, quickly heading towards the Myriad Flowers Pavilion. Kill them all. When the evil spirit Fang's master saw the 5,000 Undyings, he quickly deduced that there is a 70% chance that the Undyings are Yang Feng's people, and he ordered without hesitation. Magic light shone, and the evil spirit Fang's warlocks transformed into various evil ogres from the evil god plane. The evil spirit Fang's warlocks are somewhat similar to the Fuso subcontinent's warlocks, who use the evil god plane's evil god bloodline to cultivate various evil secret methods. After the evil spirit Fang's warlocks finished transforming, they blurred into motion and rushed towards the Undyings, leaving afterimages in their wake. The evil spirit Fang's warlocks are fighting with those foreign warlocks. Zhang Gui's son is really good at stirring up trouble. The evil spirit Fang's warlocks are very strong. Those outsiders don't even have a moonlight warlock. It seems that they're going to suffer a big loss. Gazes peeped at what's happening from afar through spells. The warlocks of the other 3 major forces in Sherryman City are watching coldly from the sidelines, showing no intention of stepping forward. Although the evil spirit Fang is the weakest of the 4 major forces in Sherryman City, but its master Zhang Gui is the #1 expert in Sherryman City. Moreover, once warlocks with evil ogre bloodline get into a killing mood, they don't distinguish between friend and foe. There are countless powerful evil gods in the evil god plane. In terms of the number of experts alone, they are even more powerful than the Tsangji plane's human warlocks. However, the evil gods of the evil god plane are also at war with each other. There has never been a time of peace, which is why they haven't become a serious problem for the Zhangji plane. The swarm of Undyings suddenly erupted with Mach 20 speed and shot towards the evil spirit Fang's warlocks. Afterimages flashed past, and the warlock of the evil spirit Fang instantly turned into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Zhang Gui's smile froze on his face. His eyes flashed with disbelief as he cried out involuntarily, how is this possible? How come there are so many Starry Sky warlocks? Even in Sherryman City, Starry Sky warlocks were considered experts. In the entire evil spirit Fang, there were only 30 Starry Sky warlocks. The 5,000 Starry Sky warlocks were simply terrifying. With a blur, an Undying appeared in front of Zhang Gui and slashed at Zhang Gui's life force field, cutting it open. No matter who you are, if you want to kill me, then die. Zhang Gui's eyes were bloodshot. With a furious roar, countless strange runes extended down his face. His body suddenly expanded, transforming into a 1,000-meter-tall hegemonic evil ghost, exuding a terrifying pressure and covered in sharp bone blades. The tyrant evil ghost was one of the strongest races of the evil ghost race in the evil god plane. In the arch-god era, the hegemonic evil ghost race once had 2 warlock emperor rank powerhouses. If it wasn't for the fact that the 2 warlock emperor rank hegemonic evil ogres were instigated by the Time Lord, and then killed by the Time Lord may not be the opponent of the 2 hegemonic evil ogres. As soon as Zhang Gui turned into a tyrant evil ogre, a tyrannical and ferocious aura diffused from him. The warlocks of Sherryman City could clearly sense the terrifying might released by Zhang Gui. After he transformed into a hegemonic evil ogre, even some weaker glorious dawn warlocks were not his opponent. The 5,000 Undyings constantly flashed around the hegemon evil ogre, leaving afterimages behind. Their incomparably sharp sabers slashed at the hegemon evil ogre's body. In a breath of time, the hegemon evil ogre was chopped into countless pieces. A copious amount of blood sputtered out of the hegemonic evil ogre and flew in all directions. Defeated? Zhang Gui was defeated just like that. What's going on? Zhang Gui, how could he be defeated just like that? The warlocks who focused their gazes on this place were struck dumb, unable to believe their eyes. Zhang Gui was the #1 expert in Sherryman City. After he transformed into a hegemonic evil ogre, his strength became even more terrifying. No one could defeat him in a one-on-one fight. For such a top expert to be insta-killed by the 5,000 Undyings caused a chill to well up in the hearts of the spectating warlocks. A moonlight core suddenly flew out from the remains of a hegemonic evil ogre and flew towards the evil spirit Fang's warlock tower like a meteor. Moonlight warlocks were transcendent rank powerhouses, and they had countless means to be reborn. Even if their body was chopped into countless pieces, but as long as the moonlight core wasn't broken, they could be reborn. A sealer spread the fingers of a hand, and a sealing ray hit the moonlight core. The moonlight core suddenly emitted a heavy evil aura, trying to break free from the sealing light. After struggling for a while, it was finally sealed into a crystal. The 1,003rd generation battle robots quickly began to clean up the battlefield, while the remaining 4,003rd generation battle robots flew towards the Myriad Flowers Pavilion at a terrifying speed of Mach 20. Within a few breaths of time, 4,003rd generation battle robots dressed in black suits and black sunglasses appeared in the Myriad Flowers Pavilion. As if carved from the same mold, the 4,000 battle robots stood neatly and stared coldly at the evil spirit Fang's young master without saying a word. In the secret room, the eyes of the beautiful girl, who has always been calm and collected, flickered with envy and graveness. What fearsome warriors! These warriors are iron-blooded elites, and they're even starry sky warlocks. Who was that good-for-nothing young master? How come there are so many iron-blooded elites working for him? The combat mode of the 4,000 battle robots was implanted with the combat mode of the Great Cloud Dynasty's pinnacle iron-blooded elites, the other plane development division's starry sky warlocks. Their every move carried the flavor of iron-blooded elites, which was completely different from ordinary Starry Sky warlocks. If the other Plane Development Division's Starry Sky warlocks were in the Tsangji Plain, they could even find a way to kill a weak Moonlight warlock by themselves. That was the difference between iron-blooded elites and ordinary warlocks. When she saw the 4,000 third-generation battle robots, Hong shivered, and her beautiful eyes filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, I didn't offend him just now. These silk pants have powerful backgrounds and are more ferocious than the last. Yang Feng glanced at the evil spirit Feng's young master and his party and said coldly, "Kill them." Following flashes of afterimages, the 4,000 third-generation battle robots attacked the evil spirit Rit barrier, causing the barrier to tremble. "No, I don't want to die, let me go. I don't want to die." When the evil spirit Feng's young master saw this scene, his body trembled, his face distorted with fear, and 2 streams of yellow liquid flowed out of his crotch. He screamed miserably. In the next moment, the huge barrier collapsed, and the ferocious and ruthless evil spirit Feng's young master was chopped into countless pieces in an instant. Several of his followers were also insta-killed. The evil spirit Feng dares to come find trouble with me, how reckless. From today on, the evil spirit Feng will no longer exist in the Sherryman city. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he got up and strode outside. The 4,000 third-generation battle robots followed behind Yang Feng and walked outside in an almost uniform manner. The beautiful girl raised her eyebrows slightly, guessing Yang Feng's intentions. He wants to lay his hands on the evil spirit Feng and flatten it. Along the way, everything was calm. No one dared to block the army, allowing Yang Feng to slaughter his way to the evil spirit Feng's base. A ray of light flickered, and then a thin man with long blood-red hair and an evil charm flew out from the headquarters of the evil spirits Feng. He stood in the sky and admitted defeat in a loud voice, "I'm the supreme elder of the evil spirits Feng, Ma Qianming. Young Master Lei, everything that happened before was the fault of Zhang Gui and his son. They have now died at your hands, young Master Lei. On behalf of the evil spirit Feng, I apologize to you, young Master Lei. At the same time, I am willing to compensate you with 300 beautiful warlocks. How about we bury the hatchet?" The pillar of the evil spirit Feng was Zhang Gui, who cultivated the hegemonic evil ogre morph secret method. Zhang Gui was insta-killed by the 5,000 third-generation battle robots. Although Ma Qianming was a Moonlight warlock, but he wasn't willing to be enemies with Yang Feng. Yang Feng said coldly, "As I said, from today on, the evil spirit Feng will no longer exist in the Sherryman city." All of this was planned by Yang Feng. He had decided to get rid of the evil spirit Feng and replace it, which was why he clashed with the young master of the evil spirit Feng in the Myriad Flowers Pavilion. Now that things have come to this, how could he retreat just because Ma Qianming admitted defeat? In that case, do as you wish. From now on, I, Ma Qianming, will withdraw from the evil spirit Feng. Goodbye. With a flash of bloody light, Ma Qianming turned into a streak of bloody light and fled into the distance. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, he didn't want to part with the evil spirit Feng. This Ma Qianming is quite a character, to be so decisive. Yang Feng was slightly surprised. He pointed at the base of the evil spirit Feng and cast the spell Detect Evil, and wicked light soared into the sky from the base of the evil spirit Feng. Evidently, virtually every warlock of the evil spirit Feng was a wicked person with hands stained with blood. Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Attack." Chapter 596. Now that Zhang Gui was killed and Ma Qianming fled, the warlocks in the evil spirit Feng lost their desire to fight. With flashes of magic light, they fled in different directions. The Undyings blurred into motion and frantically slaughtered the warlocks of the evil spirit Feng, leaving afterimages in their wake. Every warlock of the evil spirit Feng has a lot of cultivation resources on them. For Yang Feng, wiping out all the warlocks of the evil spirit Feng is not a small amount. Before long, Yang Feng quelled all the warlocks in the evil spirit Feng's lair, and killed all the warlocks radiating powerful wicked light. The other three tycoons of the Sherryman city watched in fear as Yang Feng wiped out all the warlocks of the evil spirit Feng, and then occupied their territory, began to purify the evil spirit Feng's warlock towers, and began to build a new defense system. Wings of Fire's Qiao Mingzheng is here to visit. Gloom Worm Su Wu is here to visit. Radiant Crow Yi Yifan is here to visit. As Yang Feng was inspecting the assets of the evil spirit Feng, 3 voices came from outside, and 3 pinnacle moonlight warlock rank life force fields filled the air. Wings of Fire, Gloom Worm, Radiant Crow, and the evil spirit Feng are known as the 4 tycoons of the Sherryman city. They control the life and death of billions of people within an area 10,000 kilometers in radius. Qiao Mingzheng, Su Wu, and Yi Yifan are the leaders of the 3 warlock groups, Wings of Fire, Gloom Worm, and Radiant Crow. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said, "Let them in." An Undying walked out of the evil spirit Feng's base and said to the 3 tycoons in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Gentlemen, my young master invites you in." There was a flash of dissatisfaction in the eyes of Su Wu of Gloom Worm, and he snorted coldly, "How arrogant." Qiao Mingzheng narrowed his eyes, glanced at the Undyings, and then strode towards the interior of the evil spirit Feng. As soon as the 3 tycoons entered the headquarters of the evil spirit Feng, they sensed the Undyings hiding in dark corners staring coldly at them. The 3 tycoons aren't afraid of a single Undyings. Each of them can easily kill more than 10 Undyings. But with 5,000 Undyings surrounding them, they were probably even weaker than Zhang Gui. After passing through numerous winding corridors, the 3 tycoons came to a spacious hall, where Yang Feng sat in the seat of honor. On both sides of the hall stood a number of 3rd-generation battle robots that looked like statues. Sitting on the throne in the reception hall, Yang Feng looked at Qiao Mingzheng and the other 2 tycoons and uttered with the arrogance of a silk pants, "I am Lei Ming, the young master of the Undying Mountain. You can call me young master Lei." Qiao Mingzheng's expression changed greatly as he cried out involuntarily, "Undying Mountain." Could it be the Undying Mountain that the 6th Warlock dynasty contended with the Golem Lord? Su Wu and Yi Yifan were also taken aback. They looked at Yang Feng with curiosity and apprehension in their eyes. Undying Mountain is a formidable warlock group that inherited part of the power of the 5th Warlock dynasty, the Death Dynasty. After the collapse of the 5th Warlock dynasty, Undying Mountain was still the most powerful warlock group in the Zhangji Plain for a long time. When the 6th Warlock Emperor, the Golem Lord, rose to prominence, he was once chased by the forces of the Undying Mountain. He was forced to flee to another plane to escape this calamity. After the 6th Warlock Emperor, the Golem Lord ascended to the throne, he used peerless power to destroy the Undying Mountain and slay countless experts of the Undying Mountain. The remaining powerhouses of the Undying Mountain could only flee from the Zhangji Plain and wander astral boundary. Few people know of their situation. In the Zhangji Plain, every once in a while, ancient warlock groups would return from secret places. Similarly, there are also warlock groups like the Battle Demon sect that are forced to hide in other planes in the astral boundary. When ancient warlock groups like the Undying Mountain return from other planes, they are generally far weaker than when they were at their peak. But no matter how weak the ancient warlock groups were, they could easily crush a warlock group like the Wings of Fire that only had moonlight warlocks. Yang Feng glanced at the 3 tycoons and said flatly, "To dare attack me, the evil spirit Feng really has a death wish. From today on, all of the evil spirit Feng's properties belong to the Undying Mountain. Does anyone have any objections?" The evil spirit Feng is one of the 4 tycoons of the Sherryman city. It controls casinos, brothels, slave trade, secret treasure stores, and many other industries. Yang Feng plotted to have a conflict with the young master of the evil spirit Feng in order to seize all of the evil spirit Feng's properties and turn them into his own. The 3 tycoons looked at each other and uttered, "No objections." The three tycoons are naturally very interested in the properties left behind by the evil spirit Fang. But since Yang Feng wiped out the evil spirit Fang, they naturally want to seize all of the evil spirit Fang's properties. The three tycoons are not willing to fall out with Yang Feng. After all, the Undying is too terrifying. Even if the three of them join forces, they may not be Yang Feng's opponent. Xiao Mingjing said, "Young Master Lei, the Sherryman city belongs to the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. If you want to take root in the Sherryman city, you have to obtain the permission of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. In the Ligui province, there are the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres. The 5 heavenly lords are the Song family, the Yi family, the Zhan family, the Zhao family, and the Qin family. The 9 heavenly ogres are the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon, the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre, the Purgatory Ogre, the Ogre Insect Pavilion, the Cool Breeze Abode, the 7 Stars Abode, the Secret Treasure City, the Water Moon Heaven, and the Thunder Demon Sect. The 5 heavenly lords were once glorious in the Eastern world, and they were even stronger than the current 8 great families. Among the 9 heavenly ogres, except for the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon and the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre, the other 7 heavenly ogres were once glorious in the Eastern world. At their peak, they were even stronger than the Battle Demon Sect. The 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres were the masters of the Ligui province. The Great Cloud Dynasty once sent a large army to attack the Ligui province, but was defeated by the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres. The Great Cloud Dynasty suffered heavy casualties and lost 5 bright world warlocks. After the Great Cloud Dynasty suffered a crushing defeat, it had no choice but to give up the Ligui province. It just established a stronghold in the Ligui province to show that the Ligui province is the territory of the Great Cloud Dynasty, and then gave up on attacking the Ligui province. The fertile lands of the Eastern world are under the control of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Although the Ligui province is rich in resources, but infinity warlocks cannot enter it. For the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Ligui province is of little value. Coupled with the desperate resistance of the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres, the Ligui province became the sphere of influence of the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres. The Sherryman city was within the sphere of influence of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. If Yang Feng was just passing by and traveling around, there naturally wouldn't be any problems. However, if he wanted to replace the malicious spirits Fang as one of the 4 giants in Sherryman city, he would need the Nethermoon Dragon's permission. Of course, if Yang Feng had the strength to fight the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon, he could naturally ignore the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. However, the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon Warlock Group, which has a bright world warlock rank powerhouse, is extremely powerful. Even though Yang Feng has manufactured many 3rd-generation battle robots and enhanced the 2nd-generation battle robots, the outcome of the battle is still unknown. Moreover, the Nethermoon Ogre Dragons had been entrenched in the Ligui province for more than 10,000 years. No one knew what kind of trump cards they were hiding. Unless it was a last resort, Yang Feng wasn't willing to fall out with a force like the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. Yang Feng responded flatly, "I know. I'll go to the Ogre Dragon city in a few days." The capital of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon Warlock Group was the Ogre Dragon City, which was one of the Ligui province's 14 giant cities. The 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres each built a giant city. With the giant city as the center, their forces radiated into the surroundings and completely controlled the Ligui province. In the Ligui province, only the Ligui Demon Mountain, one of the continent's most terrifying forbidden places, was not under the control of the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres. The Ligui Demon Mountain had existed since the Arch-God era until modern times. It was one of the continent's most terrifying forbidden places. According to ancient records, some tyrannical Holy Spirit warlocks died after entering the Ligui Demon Mountain. Among the 8 warlock emperors, except for the Dawn Lord, the other 7 warlock emperors have entered the Ligui Demon Mountain. The 7 warlock emperors all came out of the Ligui Demon Mountain alive. However, apart from the 7 warlock emperors, none of the other warlocks came out after entering the Ligui Demon Mountain. Even the few great holy steppe existences were no exception. In a few words, the Undying Mountain, which Yang Feng fabricated, replaced the evil spirit Fong and became one of the 4 tycoons of the Sherryman City. The modified second-generation battle robots quickly integrated into Sherryman City and replaced the warlocks of evil spirit Fong and took over all of Sherryman City's industries. A few days later, an invitation letter was mailed to Yang Feng from the Ogre Dragon City. After Yang Feng received the invitation letter, he immediately set off for the Ogre Dragon City. The Ogre Dragon City was the capital of the Netherman Ogre Dragon Warlock Group. The city wall was 500 meters tall and had 8 city gates. Near each city gate was an 8-story tall warlock tower. As soon as he entered the Ogre Dragon City, Yang Feng saw succubi, evil ogres, and other beautiful women from different planes strolling freely in the city. After entering the Ogre Dragon City, Yang Feng rented a huge manor in the city and stayed there. The next day, Yang Feng came to the holy mountain where the Netherman Ogre Dragon is located and handed the invitation letter to a great warlock guarding the gate. The great warlock quickly came out and said, "Young Master Lei, the sect master invites you in." Yang Feng nodded and entered the holy mountain where the Netherman Ogre Dragon is located. After passing through numerous winding corridors, Yang Feng stepped into a hall. Inside the hall sat a handsome male warlock, looking to be about 21 or 22 years old, with a domineering air exuding from between his eyebrows. This young male warlock is the sect master of the Netherman Ogre Dragon, Lu Bowen. Chapter 597. Lu Bowen looked at Yang Feng with killing intent in his eyes, and he uttered frigidly, "Lei Ming, you've got guts to destroy the evil spirit Fong. Does your Undying Mountain want to be enemies with the Netherman Ogre Dragon?" A quasi-bright world warlock rank might emanated from Lu Bowen and enveloped Yang Feng. Even though Yang Feng has advanced moonlight warlock rank cultivation base, but he still felt tremendous pressure from the might. Yang Feng looked straight at Lu Bowen and uttered flatly, "Sir Sect Master, it was the evil spirit Fong's people who attacked me first. Our people were just acting out of self-defense. The Undying Mountain has no intention of being enemies with you, Sir Sect Master. But if you insist on fighting the Undying Mountain, then the Undying Mountain will not take half a step back." Lu Bowen uttered coldly, "What big talk. The Netherman Ogre Dragon doesn't welcome you. Leave the Sherryman City immediately. Otherwise, the Netherman Ogre Dragon can only be enemies with you." The Undying Mountain that Yang Feng fabricated has a profound background. Many warlock groups have vaguely guessed that the Undying Mountain is the Undying Mountain from before the 6th Warlock Dynasty. If such an ancient warlock group wants to return to the Tsangji Plain, they will need territory and resources. They are bound to clash with the old warlock groups over territory and resources. Lu Bowen will never allow the ancient and powerful warlock groups to return to his sphere of influence. Otherwise, when the ancient and powerful warlock groups return, the first thing they will deal with will be the Netherman Ogre Dragon. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Okay, the Undying Mountain's people will withdraw from the Sherryman City. I just hope that you won't regret your decision today, Sir Sect Master." Lu Bowen uttered coldly, "Take your leave." Without hesitation, Yang Feng left the Ogre Dragon City. Yang Feng also sold the properties in the Sherryman City that originally belonged to the evil spirit Fong at a high price. Since the Netherman Ogre Dragon wants Yang Feng to get the hell out of here, he signaled the other 3 tycoons to buy the evil spirit Fong's properties at a high price and let Yang Feng make a small profit. After leaving the Netherman Ogre Dragon's force, Yang Feng went to the Spirit Moon Heaven City, the capital of the Netherman Ogre Dragon's hostile force. As soon as he entered the Moon Heaven City, invitations were sent to the 5 heavenly lords, the 9 heavenly ogres, and other forces with moonlight warlocks in the Ligui province. Inside the sacred mountain of the Netherman Ogre Dragon. Lu Bowen glanced at the invitation, a trace of ridicule flashing in his eyes. With a flick of his finger, a flame suddenly rose up and burned the invitation to ashes. Alchemy Secret Treasure Auction Assembly. An alchemy treasure that could change the strength of a force was about to be auctioned. Humph, trying to impress the crowd. Secret treasures that could change the strength of a force were all rank 9 secret treasures. How could such a treasure be auctioned? In a manner, the mysterious white-clothed girl who used to be in the Myriad Flower Pavilion in Sherryman City looked at the invitation letter and smiled, an alchemy secret treasure that can change the strength of a force. Interesting, Undying Mountain is even willing to auction rank 9 and above secret treasures. In a luxurious castle, a handsome young man holding an invitation letter revealed a contemplative look. This Undying Mountain's young master is a bit domineering, but he doesn't look like a fool. I wonder what the alchemy secret treasure that can change the strength of a force is. Originally, the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres wouldn't care about such an inexplicable invitation letter. But in the battle in Sherryman City, Undying Mountain used 5,000 starry sky warlocks at once, and even Jean Gui, who can contend against glorious dawn warlocks, was insta-killed. Regarded as an ancient warlock group about to return, Undying Mountain is no longer a nobody, which attracted the attention of many warlock groups. Some forces of the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres became interested in the auction, while others disdained it and destroyed the invitation letter sent by Yang Feng. Tempted, there are still many leaders of warlock groups in the Ligui province, and they gathered in the Moon Heaven City. A month later, in a large exhibition center in the Moon Heaven City, there are hundreds of warlock leaders from different forces sitting around. At the front of the exhibition center, there are 14 chairs for the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres, the 14 tycoons of the Ligui province. There are only 4 people sitting on the 14 chairs. One is the mysterious girl in white from the Myriad Flowers Pavilion, one is a handsome young man, one is a fat little fatty with a strange brand engraved on his forehead, and one is a thin, expressionless middle-aged man. In the exhibition center, the warlock leaders from different forces looked at the 4 people with awe and apprehension in their eyes. The mysterious girl in white asked curiously, "Wei Hao, what is the secret treasure that Lei Ming plans to auction?" As one of the true disciples of the Water Moon Heaven, Wei Hao has a very high status in the Moon Heaven City. There was a flash of adoration in Wei Hao's eyes, and he said with a smile, "Xiangshuan, after Lei Ming came to the Moon Heaven City and sent an invitation letter, he has been hiding in the exhibition center. I don't know what secret treasure he plans to auction." Hua Xiangshuan is one of the Ligui province's 8 beauties, and she is ranked 2nd. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also the only direct descendant of the secret treasure city's city master. In the Ligui province, countless young men are her admirers. Wei Hao said with a smile, "A secret treasure that can change the strength of a force. That's an exaggeration. If there was such a secret treasure, how could the Undying Mountain be willing to sell it? Since it's in the Moon Heaven City, I came to take a look." Hua Xiangshuan said with a sweet smile, "The world is big, and there are all kinds of strange things. The 7th Warlock Dynasty, the Magic Note Dynasty, developed the Magic Note Throne and other peerless secret treasures that can change the strength of a force. Maybe the Undying Mountain really developed a secret treasure that can change the strength of a force." At this moment, Yang Feng walked over from the side and came to the dais of the exhibition center. Curious gazes focused on him. He is the legendary young master of the ancient warlock group Undying Mountain. No one dares to look down on Yang Feng. "I am the young master of the Undying Mountain Lei Ming. You have come from afar to see the secret treasure that can change the strength of a force. This is the secret treasure that can change the strength of a force." Yang Feng took out a bronze necklace engraved with queer runes and inlaid with a fist-sized crystal, shook it, and beckoned with his hand, and a level 1 warlock came to in front of him. Yang Feng tossed the necklace, and the level 1 warlock latched onto it. The level 1 warlock exerted force, a bronze radiance flickered, and the bronze necklace instantly disintegrated, forming a bronze full-body armor that covered him. Suddenly, Great Warlock rank life force pervaded the air. Great Warlock. A level 1 warlock became a Great Warlock with the help of the secret treasure, what an amazing secret treasure. To be able to turn a level 1 warlock into a great warlock, what an amazing secret treasure. The eyes of the leaders of the major forces lit up, and they exclaimed in admiration. It is extremely difficult to cultivate warlocks. In the Ligui province, level 1 warlocks and above can be seen everywhere. But in forces like the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon and the Water Moon Heaven, great warlocks are the most elite soldiers. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, this secret treasure is called Bronze Warrior and is a level 4 secret treasure. It can enable level 1 warlocks and above to possess great warlock rank strength. Of course, the stronger a warlock is, the longer they can fight. Level 1 warlocks can fight for 1 hour. Level 3 warlocks can fight for 10 days. The Undying Mountain has an unlimited supply of this secret treasure, and each secret treasure costs 100,000 magic crystals. There's an unlimited supply of this secret treasure. Has the Undying Mountain's alchemy reached this level? If this is the case, then a secret treasure like Bronze Warrior can really change the strength of a force. The leaders of the major forces of the Ligui province stared at the Bronze Warrior with a scorching shade in their eyes. In the Ligui province, any warlock group with a heritage of more than 1,000 years and a Moonlight Warlock will have more than 1 million official warlocks under its command. If more than 1 million warlocks are armed to the Great Warlock rank, then even glorious Dawn warlocks will be apprehensive of that power. Hua Xiangxuan, Wei Hao, and the other 2 warlocks from the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres, who were originally indifferent, showed dignified looks. There was a dignified gleam in Wei Hao's eyes, and he said solemnly, if there is an unlimited supply, then Bronze Warrior is indeed a secret treasure that can change the strength of a force. A Moonlight Warlock can easily defeat 1,000 great warlocks. But if 100,000 great warlocks led by a Starry Sky Warlock form a strange magic array, they may be able to suppress a Moonlight Warlock. There was a complicated look in Hua Xiangxuan's beautiful eyes, and a sense of crisis welled up in her heart. An unlimited supply, how many alchemists does the Undying Mountain have? Do they have more alchemists than the secret treasure city? Otherwise, how could they refine so many bronze warriors? The secret treasure city is famous for its alchemy, and its secret treasures are among the best in the Ligui province. Virtually all forces cooperate with the secret treasure city and purchase a large number of secret treasures from the secret treasure city to strengthen their forces. Now that Yang Feng's Undying Mountain has appeared out of nowhere, it can be imagined that countless forces will buy the secret treasure bronze warriors. This gave Hua Xiangxuan a great sense of crisis. Chapter 598. Yang Feng smiled and clapped his hands, and a great warlock walked out from the side. Yang Feng cast a detection spell on the great warlock, and the great warlock exuded a powerful life force field. Some of the warlock leaders operated secret methods, cast eye abilities, looked at the great warlock, and saw through the real situation of the great warlock. Great warlock, he's indeed an ordinary great warlock. Great warlock. After the warlock leaders examined him, Yang Feng flicked his wrist, and a silver necklace no different from a bronze necklace appeared in his hand. This is a silver warrior refined by the Undying Mountain. With this silver warrior, a great warlock can contend against a starry sky warlock. Yang Feng threw the silver necklace to the great warlock. The great warlock squeezed the silver necklace, and countless silver metal enveloped the great warlock and turned him into a silver-armored warrior. Starry Sky Warlock rank might diffused from the great warlock. Starry Sky Warlock. What an amazing secret treasure. It can enable a great warlock to possess Starry Sky Warlock rank battle prowess. What a fearsome secret treasure. If this secret treasure can be supplied in large quantities, it's indeed a treasure that can change the strength of a force. When the leaders of the Ligui province's major forces saw the silver necklace, their eyes shone with excitement, and their breathing became rapid. The Ligui province was part of the Eastern world, where the human warlock civilization was extremely developed. Every force with a Moonlight Warlock would have 10,000 to 20,000 great warlocks as an elite force. As for Starry Sky warlocks, each warlock force didn't have many. Except for the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres, the other forces didn't have more than 1,000 Starry Sky warlocks. Once silver warrior secret treasures could be supplied in large quantities, then warlock forces with silver warrior secret treasures could crush warlock forces without silver warrior secret treasures. Scorching gazes full of desire focused on Yang Feng. Yang Feng said with a smile, each silver warrior secret treasure costs 100 high-grade magic crystals. If you don't have high-grade magic crystals, then low-grade magic crystals cost 3 million. In addition, one could also use territory, population, mineral resources, and other cultivation resources to exchange. We, the Undying Mountain, can only produce 10,000 silver warriors every month. Now, we'll start the auction in units of 10. The starting bid is 30 million low-grade magic crystals. A beautiful auctioneer stepped forward and said with a sweet smile, "I'm the auctioneer for this auction, Wangya. Now we will officially start the auction of 10 silver warriors. The starting price is 30 million magical crystals, and each increment must be no less than 1 million magical crystals." Wei Hao immediately said, 30 million. Wei Hao is aware that if there are enough secret treasures like Silver Warrior, it will greatly enhance the fighting strength of Water Moon Heaven's warlocks. If those 10,000 Silver Warrior artifacts fell into the hands of Water Moon Heaven, it would allow Water Moon Heaven's forces to overwhelm the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. As for the low-level magical crystals, they were nothing to the Water Moon Heaven and the Nethermoon Ghoul Dragon. Only forces like the Water Moon Heaven and the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon could equip a Silver Warrior in large quantities. The thin, expressionless middle-aged man said coldly, 31 million magic crystals, 32 million mana crystals. Wei Hao frowned slightly, and then continued to increase the bid by 1 million magic crystals. The fat little fatty with a strange brand engraved on his forehead said with a smile, 40 million magic crystals. Wei Hao looked at the fat little fatty with apprehension and fell silent. The fat little fatty is Yi Wuxia, the young master of the Yi family of the 5 heavenly lords. He is not only a moonlight warlock, but also a ruthless character. More than 6 moonlight warlocks have died at his hands, so Wei Hao is very apprehensive of him. The venue was silent. Yi Wuxia easily put the 10 silver warrior artifacts into his pocket. In the following auctions, Yi Wuxia bid 40 million magic crystals each time and put the Silver Warrior secret treasures into his pocket. Before long, 9,000 Silver Warrior secret treasures were put into his pocket. As expected of the Yi family of the 5 heavenly lords, they're really strong. To be able to buy so many Silver Warrior secret treasures. It seems that the 5 heavenly lords are indeed stronger than the 9 heavenly ogres. The warlock leaders in the auction hall showed peculiar looks in their eyes and mused silently. Shit, if this goes on, won't the Water Moon Heaven be suppressed by the Yi family? Wei Hao suddenly came to his senses, a dignified shade streaked past his eyes, and he frantically increased the price. Thanks to Wei Hao's frantic bidding, the remaining 1,000 Silver Warrior secret treasures were bought at an average price of 50 million magic crystals per 10 pieces. After the 10,000 Silver Warrior secret treasures were snapped up, the warlock leaders from all over the world came to see Yang Feng and frantically snapped up the Bronze Warrior secret treasures. Young Master Lei, please wait. As soon as the auction ended, Wei Hao stepped forward and stopped Yang Feng. Greetings, young Master Lei, true disciple of the Water Moon Heaven. Yang Feng said with a smile, Undying Mountain's Lei Ming, Brother Wei, what can I do for you? Wei Hao replied, I want to make friends with you, young Master Lei, and discuss a big business deal. Yang Feng uttered, okay, let's talk inside. Yi Wuxia also came over and said with a smile, I am Yi Wuxia, the young master of the Yi family of the 5 heavenly lords. Young Master Lei, how about we make friends? Yang Feng responded with a gentlemanly smile, it's my honor to be friends with young Master Yi. When Wei Hao saw Yi Wuxia, he frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. The relationship between the Water Moon Heaven and the Yi family is very ordinary. They are neither enemies nor allies. If Wei Hao can make friends with the Yi family's young master, it will be of great benefit. Under Yang Feng's lead, the three came to a room inside the exhibition center and sat down. As soon as Wei Hao took a seat, he probed, "Young Master Lei, the Water Moon Heaven would like to order 3 million sets of Bronze Warrior." Yang Feng replied with a smile, "No problem. I will transfer 3 million sets of Bronze Warrior within a month." Wei Hao's heart shook slightly. Amazing, the Undying Mountain's underlying strength is really deep. To sell 3 million sets of level, for secret treasures, these ancient warlock groups are really scary. The Water Moon Heaven also has its own alchemists, but the number of level, for secret treasures doesn't exceed 1 million. After all, although the Water Moon Heaven continuously produces all kinds of secret treasures, but in the various battles every year, many secret treasures are consumed. Wei Hao continued, "In addition, the Water Moon Heaven would like to order 500,000 sets of Silver Warrior secret treasures from you." Yang Feng revealed a look of difficulty and said, "Silver Warrior is a bit difficult. The Undying Mountain can produce 10,000 sets of Silver Warrior every month, that's already the limit. After all, we still have other customers to maintain." In fact, after the level 3 stronghold was successfully built, with the Andrak Plain as a stable base, Yang Feng can easily produce 1 million sets of Silver Warrior secret treasures every month if he goes all out to forge them. But rare things are precious. Naturally, he can't show that there are a lot of such secret treasures. Wei Hao offered, "The Water Moon Heaven can offer 100 high-grade magic crystals per set to purchase Silver Warrior secret treasures. In the black market, about 30,000 low-grade magic crystals can buy a high-grade magic crystal. However, the number of high-grade magic crystals in the black market is very small. Purchasing a large number of high-grade magic crystals will only make the price of high-grade magic crystals rise steadily. For a moonlight warlock like Yang Feng who needs a large number of high-grade magic crystals to practice cultivation, no matter how many high-grade magic crystals there are, they won't be enough." Yang Feng hesitated for a moment, and then gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I can give you 10,000 Silver Warrior secret treasures." Yi Wuxin said with a smile, "Young Master Lei, we are also good friends. You can't favor one and discriminate against the other. The Yi family can offer 110 high-grade magic crystals per set to purchase Silver Warrior secret treasures. However many your Undying Mountain has, the Yi family will buy." Wei Hao smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Yi, give me some face. You have already bought 9,000 Silver Warrior secret treasures. If I don't buy some Silver Warrior, then it will be troublesome. Silver Warrior secret treasures can enable great warlocks to possess Starry Sky Warlock rank battle prowess. The Water Moon Heaven doesn't lack great warlocks. If they have 10,000 more Starry Sky Warlocks, it will greatly enhance their strength. The Water Moon Heaven and the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon are at war with each other. Low-level warlocks often fight each other for mineral veins and territories. The Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's warlocks mainly cultivate Ogre-type and Dragon-type bloodline warlocks. They are stronger than the Water Moon Heaven. In the battles, the Water Moon Heaven is often at a disadvantage. If the Water Moon Heaven has 10,000 Silver Warrior secret treasures, they will have the upper hand in the battles. After all, the upper echelon of the Water Moon Heaven and the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon won't easily intervene in such battles. Otherwise, it will easily lead to confrontation between the two warlock groups, or even war. Yi Wuxin said with a smile, "Okay, I'll give you face. Wei Hao, you owe me a favor." Wei Hao was overjoyed, "Thank you, young Master Yi." Yi Wuxin said, "Young Master Lei, the Yi family will buy all of your Undying Mountain Silver Warriors. Starting next month, the Yi family is willing to buy them all for 120 high-grade magic crystals per set." Wei Hao's face flickered, "Young Master Yi, isn't that inappropriate? If the Undying Mountain Silver Warrior secret treasures fall into the hands of the Yi family, then over time, the balance in the Ligui province will be broken, and the Yi family will become stronger and stronger. Yi Wuxin said lightly, "What's inappropriate about it? If you want to buy it, you'll have to pay a higher price than me." Wei Hao said, "Young Master Lei, the Water Moon Heaven is also willing to pay 120 high-grade magic crystals to buy your Undying Mountain Silver Warriors. It's best if we share them with the Yi family." Chapter 599. Yang Feng responded with a smile, "I can give you 70% of the Silver Warriors. The remaining 30% will be left to other forces. In the Ligui province, there are the 5 heavenly lords, the 9 heavenly ogres, and 14 tycoons. The Silver Warrior secret treasures are just a stepping stone for Yang Feng to enter the Ligui province. He can't sell the Silver Warrior secret treasures to a warlock group, which isn't in line with his interests. Bronze Warrior and Silver Warrior secret treasures require high-energy crystals and super-energy crystals as their power source. Every time they are launched, they consume a huge amount of energy. Yang Feng selling the Bronze Warrior and Silver Warrior secret treasures to a warlock group is equivalent to a warlock group. Wei Hao and Yi Wuxin raised the price several times, but Yang Feng didn't budge. They understood that Yang Feng won't budge on this issue, so they no longer raised the issue. They began to chat about the customs of different places and the difficulties in cultivation. Before leaving, Wei Hao handed Yang Feng an invitation and said meaningfully, "Young Master Lei, this is an invitation to the Spirit Moon Flower Party. It will be held in the Spirit Moon Heaven City in 3 months. At least half of the Ligui province's 10 great beauties will come, and many other young talents will come as well. Don't miss this opportunity." Yang Feng smiled and took the invitation to the Spirit Moon Flower Party. He knew that Wei Hao has invited him to join the upper echelon of the Ligui province's nouveau riche. The young master of an ancient warlock group, Undying Mountain, can casually mobilize 5,000 Starry Sky warlock guards and easily take out more than 10,000 silver warriors and millions of bronze warriors' secret treasures. Shrouded in all kinds of halos, Yang Feng won Wei Hao's approval and joined the upper echelon of the Ligui province's nouveau riche. The Ligui province, the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon occupied a magic crystal vein. Xing Chuanda patrolled the exit of the magic crystal vein. Watching the slave miners dig out the magic crystals inside the vein, he revealed a smile. Xing Chuanda is a Starry Sky warlock subordinate to the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. A few months ago, he took people to occupy the newly opened vein of the Water Moon Heaven and slaughtered the Water Moon Heaven's warlocks. This kind of thing is very common in the Ligui province. Although the Ligui province is large, but there are 14 powerful warlock groups here. In addition, there are countless small warlock groups. In order to fight for resources, they also killed each other endlessly. It was incomparably chaotic. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, warlock groups like the evil spirit Fang, which massacred mortals at will to refine all kinds of wicked secret arts, didn't dare to openly exist. However, in the Ligui province, he could become one of the 4 magnates who ruled Sherryman City. This showed how chaotic the Ligui province was. The Ligui province is different from the orderly and powerful Great Cloud Dynasty. This was a chaotic place where the strong preyed on the weak, and slaughter was endless. Xing Chuanda looked at the countless magic crystal ores and smiled with satisfaction. By occupying this vein, I can leave behind 10 high-grade magic crystals every month. With enough high-grade magic crystals, I'll have a better chance of advancing to the Moonlight Warlock realm in the future. Starry Sky warlocks generally used low-grade magic crystals to practice cultivation. Xing Chuanda became the steward of this vein, which is why he can covet 10 high-grade magic crystals every month. The competition in the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon is very fierce. Only by seizing every opportunity and seizing all kinds of resources can Xing Chuanda have a glimmer of hope to promote to a Moonlight Warlock. All of a sudden, a series of alarms sounded from the ore vein. Enemy attack. Xing Chuanda suddenly felt nervous and looked into the distance. He saw a 100-meter-long, flat extraordinary life form hurricane flatling snake with sharp teeth flying over. On the back of the hurricane flatling snake stood 10 great warlocks and 100+ level, 3 warlocks of the water moon heaven. When Xing Chuanda saw the 10 great warlocks, he showed a sneer and said frigidly, "Zhang Sheng, you barely escaped with your life last time. Are you here to throw away your lives?" The 10 great warlocks were the 10 great warlocks who had luckily escaped after Xing Chuanda's raid on the ore vein. Along with flashes of black light, the 17 great warlocks of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon quickly flew to Xing Chuanda's side, looked at the warlocks of the water moon heaven in the sky and sneered, as if looking at a bunch of corpses. "Xing Chuanda, you sneak attacked and killed my teacher last time. Today is the day you die." Eyes shot with blood, Zhang Sheng pinched the necklace on his chest, and silver-white light instantly enveloped him and formed a silver armor covering his whole body, and Starry Sky Warlock rank might diffused. The other 9 great warlocks also pinched the necklace and turned into silver warriors. The 100+ level, 3 warlocks of the water moon heaven pinched the necklace and turned into great warlock rank experts. Dumbstruck, Xing Chuanda exclaimed, "Starry Sky Warlock, how is this possible? How can you possess Starry Sky Warlock rank power? What secret treasure is that?" The 10 water moon heaven silver warriors unleashed various secret methods and frantically besieged Xing Chuanda. The 100+ bronze warriors frantically besieged the remaining warlocks of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. All kinds of magic light intertwined and flickered in the area. The fierce battle lasted for an entire hour. A silver warrior of the water moon heaven was killed by Xing Chuanda, but Xing Chuanda was also besieged and killed by the other 9 silver warriors. Although the silver warriors of the water moon heaven obtained Starry Sky Warlock rank power, but after all, they weren't Starry Sky Warlocks. Compared to true Starry Sky Warlocks, their battle prowess was still far from that of true Starry Sky Warlocks. This was how Xing Chuanda managed to kill one of them. More than half of the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon warlocks in the ore vein were killed by the 100+ bronze warriors. Only 6 great warlocks managed to escape by casting secret methods. This scene continued to appear in the disputed area between the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon and the water moon heaven. With the help of the secret treasure bronze warriors and silver warriors, the water moon heaven continuously seized the resource points controlled by the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon, completely suppressing the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. In addition, the warlock groups that purchased a large number of bronze warriors began to expand rapidly in all directions. The Ligui province was a chaotic place to begin with. After the bronze warriors and silver warriors joined the fray, the Ligui province became even more chaotic, and battles became more frequent. The Nethermoon Ogre Dragon, in a hall on its sacred mountain. Lu Bowen slapped the wooden table with his hand and revealed a look of anger and remorse. "Damn it." With the help of the 2 secret treasures bronze warriors and silver warriors, the water moon heaven completely suppressed the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon. The disputed territories have basically become the territory of the water moon heaven. Unless the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon breaks the unspoken rules and dispatches Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses or above to fight the Water Moon Heaven, it will be very difficult for the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon to take back those territories. The upper echelons of the Water Moon Heaven and the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon are evenly matched. If the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon goes all out against the Water Moon Heaven, the outcome will be hard to predict. Even if the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon wins, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. The victorious side will soon be swallowed up by other forces, which is why the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon cannot make the decision to go all out against the Water Moon Heaven. Lu Bowen's eyes flickered fiercely for a while, and then he uttered coldly, "Ghoul." A warlock in black walked out of a distorted space and knelt on one knee in front of Lu Bowen. "Greetings, Lord." Lu Bowen uttered coldly, "I want the Undying Mountain's Lei Ming dead. You have to kill him in the Moon Heaven City. As long as Yang Feng dies in the Moon Heaven City, the secret treasure trade between the Undying Mountain and the Water Moon Heaven will be cut off. In that way, the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon can slowly take back everything that the Water Moon Heaven has taken away from it. Yes. Lord! The figure of the warlock in black distorted slightly, and then disappeared. The Immortal Wings Lake is a beautiful lake located in the west district of the Moon Heaven City. There are all kinds of beautiful extraordinary plants growing around the Immortal Wings Lake. Beautiful flowers bloom all year round, exuding an enchanting fragrance. The tens of kilometers of land around the Immortal Wings Lake has been bought by the Ligui province's warlock families. In the Moon Heaven City, many ordinary people can't go to the Immortal Wings Lake even if they want to. Only the warlock families that are on good terms with the Water Moon Heaven can freely go sightseeing in the Immortal Wings Lake. The Moon Flower Feast is held in the Immortal Lake Manor, a small villa next to the Immortal Wings Lake. 2 magic chariots stopped in front of the Immortal Lake Manor. Yang Feng alighted from one of the chariots, and 4 undyings alighted from the other and followed beside Yang Feng. A great warlock rank guard stepped forward and said respectfully, "Sir, please show me your invitation." Those who can participate in the Moon Flower Feast are bigwigs. They aren't existences that a trifling great warlock rank guard can afford to offend. Yang Feng threw the invitation letter to the guard. The guard took a look, stepped aside, and made an inviting gesture, "Sir, please come in." Yang Feng entered the Immortal Lake Manor with the 4 guards. Under the guidance of a beautiful warlock maid, Yang Feng walked towards the interior of the Immortal Lake Manor. After passing through pavilions and winding corridors, he saw a group of youngsters gathered together, enjoying the flowers and playing beside the Immortal Wings Lake. "Young Master Lei, you're here." When Wei Hao saw Yang Feng, his eyes lit up, and he went up to greet him. Yi Wuxin also got up, smiled heartily, and went up to greet him. "That's Lei Ming, the Undying Mountain's young master." "He's the Undying Mountain's young master." Curious, envious, jealous, apprehensive, and other complicated gazes shot from the young men and women and fell on Yang Feng. The reputation of the Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming has spread throughout the Ligui province following the auction. Within 3 months, countless conflicts broke out in the Ligui province. The Bronze Warrior and Silver Warrior secret treasures displayed terrifying power, and the forces with these 2 secret treasures gained an overwhelming advantage. Chapter 600. The major warlock groups took out countless magic crystals and asked Yang Feng to purchase Bronze Warrior and Silver Warrior secret treasures. Yang Feng sold Bronze Warrior secret treasures to the warlock groups that participated in the auction and screened the latecomers. The forces that have enmity with the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon received Yang Feng's support, and sold a large number of Bronze Warriors to the warlock groups that have enmity with the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon to enhance their strength. Under Yang Feng's secret manipulation, the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon is now in a very difficult situation. Although it hasn't suffered a serious injury, but its strength is constantly weakening. If this situation continues for hundreds of years, the Nethermoon Ogre Dragon's strength will decline greatly, and it will fall from a top force in the Ligui province to a first-rate force in the province. In the absence of a large-scale war, those first-rate warlock groups, through such petty means, continuously weakened their enemies, strengthened themselves, and promoted their forces and strength step by step. Unless a warlock group was able to give birth to a peerless genius who was unequaled under the heavens, and launch a war to destroy other warlock groups and occupy more resources. Otherwise, the majority of warlock groups could only use a step-by-step method to enhance their forces and strength. The Ligui province's 5 heavenly lords, 9 heavenly ogres, and other 14 powerful forces restrict each other. No force has the power to destroy the other forces. Under this background, Bronze Warrior and Silver Warrior secret treasures that can enhance the power of low-level warlocks have become the key to determining the rise and fall of a force. The young men and women in the Immortal Wings Lake are either the descendants of the top warlock groups in the Ligui province or the true disciples and young masters of the top warlock groups. They naturally know the weight of Undying Mountain's young master Yang Feng. Yang Feng took a seat, swept the young men and women with his gaze, and his eyes lit up. The young men and women in the Immortal Wings Lake are all top warlocks. Except for Yi Wuxin and a few other warlocks who practice special secret methods, the men are handsome, the women are beautiful, and the men are handsome. Among the handsome men and beautiful women, there are 4 extraordinary people. The rest of the handsome men and beautiful women seem to serve as a foil to them. One of the 4 is Hua Xiangshuan, one of the Ligui province's 8 beauties. One of them was a handsome young man dressed in a green scholarly robe. The other person was wearing a bright red dress. Her figure was sexy and hot, as if there was a ball of fire burning around her. She exuded an enchanting aura, and was not inferior to Hua Xiangshuan in the slightest. The last person was dressed in white. Her skin was as fair as snow, her eyebrows were picturesque, and her figure was like the golden ratio. She was beautiful, ethereal, and holy. She was slightly better than Hua Xiangshuan. Let me introduce everyone. This is the young master of Undying Mountain, Lei Ming. Wei Hao smiled slightly and introduced Yang Feng to everyone in front of him. At the same time, he also introduced everyone present to Yang Feng. After Wei Hao introduced the rest of the youngsters to Yang Feng, he solemnly introduced the 4 outstanding people to Yang Feng. Lei Ming, this is Bian Zixin, one of the Ligui province's 8 beauties, the young master of Lightning Fang. This was one of the 5 heavenly kings, the Zhan family's peerless genius, Zhan Mingtang. And this is the secret treasure city's young master, Hua Xiangshuan. Wei Hao said, as for the last one, she is the Merak star by Yuxian of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Moonlight 7 Stars. For the first time, Yang Feng's eyes flashed gravely, the Merak star by Yuxian of the Moonlight 7 Stars. One of the most outstanding geniuses of the Bai family's younger generation. The Moonlight 7 Stars were the 7 most outstanding moonlight warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Each of them was a peerless powerhouse who formed a virtual world and could defeat weaker Glorious Dawn warlocks. Among the Moonlight 7 Stars, 3 of them were from the Bai family. They were known as the strongest geniuses of the Bai family's younger generation. If there were no accidents, the Moonlight 7 Stars would advance to Glorious Dawn warlocks without any suspense. Only by advancing to the Bright World Warlock and Infinity Warlock realms can they stop the 7 peerless geniuses. The Great Cloud Dynasty also had a stronghold in the Ligui province. At present, the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Ligui province's 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres are in a period of peace. Bai Yuxian, a peerless genius from the Bai family, can naturally travel freely in the Ligui province. Moreover, the Bai family was the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family and currently the most powerful force in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Bai Yuxian was equivalent to a princess of the Bai family, and her status was far above that of everyone present. Bai Yuxian said with a sweet smile, Lei Ming, your Undying Mountain's alchemy is really amazing. You can even develop a secret treasure like Silver Warrior. I'm very interested in alchemy. If you have time, can you teach me the unique alchemy of the Undying Mountain? When Bai Yuxian smiled, the surrounding scenery seemed to brighten up. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Even Yang Feng, who had a firm mind and a heart of stone, couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate when he saw that beautiful smile. Zhan Mingtang's eyes shimmered with jealousy, and he snorted coldly and glared at Yang Feng with hostility. Humph, what's so great about alchemy? For warlocks, secret treasures are just external objects, and their own strength is the key. Warlocks who use Bronze Warrior and Silver Warrior secret treasures only possess Great Warlock and Starry Sky Warlock rank power. They are far weaker than true Great Warlocks and Starry Sky Warlocks. The stunning beauty in red, Bian Zixin, stared at Zhan Mingtang, her beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of affection, and she echoed, that's right. For warlocks, cultivation is everything. I've seen level 3 warlocks use Bronze Warrior to obtain Great Warlock rank power, but they can't use level 4 spells. In front of a true Great Warlock, they can't withstand a single blow. Yang Feng glanced at Zhan Mingtang and Bian Zixin, showed a pitying smile, and spoke with a smile of contempt, as if looking at 2 mentally retarded people. the reason why we human warlocks can gain a foothold in the Tsangji Plain and defeat countless powerful races is because we rely on powerful secret treasures. The 7th Warlock Dynasty, Magic Note Dynasty, was known as one of the strongest dynasties because it had developed all kinds of formidable secret treasures. Both cultivation base and secret treasures are indispensable, because they are part of the strength of us warlocks. You don't even understand such a simple thing. Zhang Mingtang's face suddenly sank, and he said coldly, "What a sharp tongue." However, the contradictions between us warlocks still have to be resolved through strength. Zhang Mingtang clapped his hands lightly, and a 2-meter-tall man with a few scars on his face walked out from the side, giving off an oppressive feeling. He bowed to Zhang Mingtang and said respectfully, "Greetings, young master." Zhang Mingtang said with a smile, "This is 8 Ogre, a Starry Sky warlock I recruited in the Barbarian Ogre mountain range. I heard that you have 5,000 Starry Sky warlock guards, so let's have a good fight." The Ligoi province was an extremely chaotic place, where countless warlock groups fought endlessly for resources. The warlock groups that were cornered by the Great Cloud Dynasty would flee to the Ligoi province in an attempt to make a comeback. In the Ligoi province, it was very common for warlocks to exchange pointers. Those foppish warlocks with noble statuses and aristocratic families would recruit many warlocks of humble origin and have them duel. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "Interesting. However, a magic duel alone isn't exciting enough. How about we add some stakes? 10 million high-grade magic crystals. The loser of the duel will have to pay the winner 10 million high-grade magic crystals." When he said this, the eyes of the warlocks who originally planned to watch a good show suddenly revealed dignified looks. The value of 10 million high-grade magic crystals was above 300 billion low-grade magic crystals. Even a warlock group like Evil Spirit Fong with a Moonlight Warlock guarding it only had 3 million high-grade magic crystals. This kind of bet could no longer be called a joke. These young men and women would also gamble with each other for the sake of battle chi, but such a huge wager could no longer be described as ordinary battle chi. A cold glint flashed past Zhang Mingtang's eyes, and he sneered, "Okay, if I lose, I'll give you 10 million high-grade magic crystals. But if you lose, you'll have to compensate me with 100,000 sets of Silver Warrior secret treasures." Although Zhang Mingtang disliked Yang Feng due to jealousy, but he was also aware of the power of Silver Warrior secret treasures. 100,000 sets of Silver Warrior secret treasures could allow the Zhang family to have 100,000 more Starry Sky warlocks, which was equivalent to doubling the strength of the Zhang family. This would greatly enhance the strength of the Zhang family. Yang Feng said, "Best of 3, or 1 to decide the winner." Zhang Mingtang hesitated for a while, and then said very cautiously, "Best of 3. A spatial ripple surged, and 2 warlocks, one tall and one small, exuding strange auras, walked out of the spatial ripple, came to stand beside Zhang Mingtang, stared at Yang Feng with unruly expressions, and revealed a sneer. "I'll provide the venue for the duel." Bai Yuxian spread the fingers of her hand, and a palm-sized arena flew out of her lily-white hand, landed aside, and formed a small arena with spatial force. 8 Ogre's figure blurred, and he flew into the small arena. Yang Feng said lightly, "Go down. If he doesn't admit defeat, then kill him." "Yes, Master." An undying said in a hoarse voice, then blurred into motion and entered the small arena. 8 Ogre licked his face with his snake-like tongue, revealed a malevolent smile, and threatened fiercely, "You're really unlucky to run into me. More than 10 Starry Sky Warlocks have died at my hands. You'll become the 11th Starry Sky Warlock to die at my hands. It's not too late to surrender now. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret not dying earlier." Chapter 601. In battle, the mind is also a key factor. Many warlocks from prestigious sects have powerful cultivation bases and powerful secret treasures. But in battle, they are often killed by humble warlocks who are weaker than them. This is because their mind isn't strong enough. As a result, they can only display less than 30% of their strength in battle. 8 Ogre's words are also a weapon. As long as the warlock fighting him is fearful, they won't be able to display their full strength in battle. But 8 Ogre's intimidation is completely ineffective against the undying named Ada by Yang Feng. Robots have no mind. They can't erupt with power far beyond their own, nor can they be intimidated. They can only display 100% of their fighting strength. This guy isn't simple. He's a tricky opponent. Staring at the motionless Ada, a dignified look streaked past 8 Ogre's eyes, and he silently recited an incantation. Strange patterns filled his body, and his body swelled up and turned into a 3-meter-tall three-eyed evil ogre with a weird eye on the forehead. Three-eyed evil ogres are evil ogres proficient in eye techniques. The third eye of three-eyed evil ogres can cast illusions, break illusions, and distort the void. They are extremely powerful evil ogres among evil ogres. Expressionless, Ada flipped his hands, and 2 2-meter-long high-frequency oscillating starlight electromagnetic blades appeared in his hands. The high-frequency oscillating starlight electromagnetic blades are virtually invincible. They can even cut apart the life force field of Bright World warlocks. This is the strongest melee weapon that the level 3 stronghold can mass-produce. In the arena, Ada standing in front of 8 Ogre is like an ordinary human standing in front of a giant evil ogre. The sense of existence between the two isn't on the same level at all. Bai Yuxian uttered lightly, "Begin." Bai Yuxian's words have just fallen, when an afterimage flickered, and Ada disappeared. As if he passed through 8 Ogre, he appeared behind 8 Ogre. How is this possible? How can he be so fast? A look of horror and despair on his face, 8 Ogre screamed, and then collapsed into countless pieces of flesh and blood that scattered on the ground. Insta-killed. So fast. He was insta-killed. That's a Starry Sky warlock. So fast. Is this a warlock from Undying Mountain? It is indeed terrifyingly powerful. When the warlock elites from top warlock families saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air and looked at Ada with a complicated look in their eyes. Zhang Mingtang's eyes also flashed with a hint of seriousness. What a powerful warlock. Was this the foundation of the Undying Mountain? Sure enough, as expected of a terrifying force that once contended with the 6th warlock emperor the Golem Lord in ancient times. In addition to jealousy, the reason why Zhang Mingtang provoked Yang Feng is also to test the strength of the Undying Mountain. After the collapse of the 5th Warlock dynasty and before the establishment of the 6th Warlock dynasty, the Undying Mountain was the most powerful warlock group in the Eastern world. Even the 6th Warlock Emperor the Golem Lord was once hunted down by the Undying Mountain. Regarding the reappearance of the ancient warlock group, the Ligui province's major warlock groups are very vigilant, and even fearful and repulsed. Yang Feng's strong counterattack to Zhang Mingtang's provocation has created an image of a silk pants desperate to fight back against the enemy. In this way, anyone who wants to probe the Undying Mountain must pay a painful price. In this way, other warlock groups will be less likely to probe the Undying Mountain. After all, the Undying Mountain is a fictitious force created by Yang Feng. Once this lie is exposed, he may be hunted down by countless forces. After all, the production method of Bronze Warrior and Silver Warrior secret treasures will tempt the 5 Heavenly Lords and 9 Heavenly Ogres. Now that Yang Feng has the support of the ancient force created by the Undying Mountain, those huge warlock groups won't dare to act rashly. Yang Feng said, "Zhang Mingtang, next." Zhang Mingtang smiled faintly and said full of confidence, "Lei Ming, I'm sorry, but I've seen through your Starry Sky warlock. You're going to lose the next round." With that, Zhang Mingtang flicked his hand, and a speck of light entered the forehead of the tall warlock. Zhang Mingtang said, 7 Ogre, go kill him." "Yes. My lord." The figure of the tall warlock 7 Ogre blurred, and he flew into the arena. Weakness? What is the weakness of the Undying Mountain Starry Sky warlock? How can there be a weakness? The Undying Mountain's Starry Sky Warlock is clearly so strong that he even insta-killed 8 ogre. How can there be a weakness? The eyes of the young warlocks from the influential families flashed with curiosity. In their view, the Undying is incredibly powerful, and it insta-killed 8 ogre in an instant. It should be noted that before 8 ogre joined Zhang Mingtang, he was a fierce Starry Sky Warlock. No less than 10 Starry Sky Warlocks have died at his hands. As soon as 7 ogre entered the arena, he silently recited an incantation, and powerful magic fluctuations surged around him. He pointed with a finger. With a flash of magic light, air blades invisible to the naked eye but as sharp as blades appeared beside the 7 ogres. Zhang Mingtang sneered, "This is the defensive spell Floating Blade, a spell specially designed to restrain high-speed warlocks. The life force of the warlock subordinate of yours isn't strong, yet he has such a terrifying speed. He must have evolved his speed to the limit. But in this way, his spells and other aspects are bound to have flaws. As long as I set up a targeted spell, your subordinate will surely be defeated." Yang Feng couldn't help but praise in his heart, "Not bad, as expected of a peerless genius of the Zhang family." As a representative unit of the third-generation battle robots, the Undying is a high-speed unit that has evolved its speed to the limit. The highest speed of the Undying is Mach 25, which is even faster than some Bright World warlocks who aren't proficient in flight spells. Apart from its high speed and undying nature, the parameters of the Undying are much lower than those of other third-generation battle robots, and it doesn't have any special abilities. Dian Zixin exclaimed with a delighted expression, "So that's how it is. As expected of Big Brother Zhan, you're really amazing. To be able to see the weakness of the Undying Mountain's warlocks at a glance." The rest of the warlocks also revealed an expression of sudden realization. Bai Yuxian said, "Begin." Bai Yuxian's words have just fallen, when the Undying Yang Feng named Ada suddenly turned into an afterimage, shot towards 7 ogre, and slammed into the air blades in an instant. Under the fearsome speed of Mach 25, the Undying was instantly cut into 9 pieces by the air blades. However, the Undying's most important Undying chip was not damaged. Ada clenched a pair of 2-meter-long high-frequency oscillating starlight electromagnetic blades and waved his severed hands, and afterimages flickered and slashed at 7 ogre in an instant. In an instant, 7 ogre was torn apart and turned into countless chunks of blood that scattered on the ground. Not a single drop of blood flowed out of Ada's severed body. As if pulled by an invisible thread, each section of Ada's body flew to his body and glued together, and he was restored in an instant. Amazing, too amazing. Is this the secret method of the Undying Mountain? That's amazing. He didn't die even after his head was cut off, how scary. Legend has it that some Infinity Warlocks who practice special secret methods won't die even if their head is cut off, their heart is pierced, their limbs are cut off, and their blood is drained. I didn't expect the secret method of the Undying Mountain to be so powerful that a trifling Starry Sky Warlock can achieve this. Is this the secret method of Undying? It's really powerful. When the surrounding warlocks saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air and commented spiritedly. In the world of warlocks, many Infinity Warlocks who have practiced life-saving secret methods can still survive after their head is cut off, their heart is gouged out, and their blood is drained. But in the Starry Sky Warlock realm, only warlocks who have practiced special secret methods can achieve this. The 5th Warlock Dynasty's Death Lord cherished the life and death text he created very much. Only the Undying Mountain has mastered his life and death text. After the Undying Mountain was destroyed by the 6th Warlock Dynasty's Golem Lord, the Golem Lord only obtained 2 fragments of the life and death text. Due to the lack of the most essential parts, human warlocks cannot create more powerful secret methods from the 2 fragments of the life and death text. Therefore, in the Great Warlock realm, there are very few warlocks who can possess Undying secret methods similar to the Undying. Zhang Mingtang inhaled a breath of cold air, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. Amazing, is this the secret method of the Undying Mountain? It's really powerful. Bai Yuxian's beautiful eyes shimmered brightly. Amazing, there are 5,000 such warlocks. As expected of a terrifying force that could compete with the Golem Lord in the past. Even though it has declined, the secret method is still so powerful. Yang Feng said lightly, there's no need to compete in the final battle. Zhan Mingtang, please prepare the 10 million high-grade magic crystals within a month. Zhan Mingtang's face twitched, and he said indifferently, I know, 10 million high-grade magic crystals is not a small amount for Zhan Mingtang, but for the Zhan family, it is just a small inconvenience. Da's figure fluttered, and he returned to Yang Feng's side and stood silently like a statue. The warlocks with extraordinary origins looked at the four undying standing next to Yang Feng with a peculiar gleam in their eyes. The four undyings who can even threaten the lives of moonlight warlocks are just ordinary bodyguards under Yang Feng's command. This gave them more speculations about the power of the Undying Mountain. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.